At the Wang family manor, Wang Lingbo's face was filled with dark clouds. He did not expect that fourth elder personally making a move actually failed to kill Yi Yuan. About fourth elder's strength, he was all too clear. Even though Luo Jian was known as the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, in front of fourth elder it was completely not enough to look at. However, fourth elder actually failed. If he did not wait until those two people came, then forget it. But fourth elder actually turned to the family to request for help. That explained that they had definitely exchanged blows before. The result was that those two people ran away. This matter was definitely very troublesome. Otherwise, fourth elder absolutely would not turn to the family to ask for help. It was just that Wang Lingbo could not figure it out no matter what, a Luo Jian plus a Yi Yuan, on what basis to be able to make it so difficult for fourth elder. Lingbo, what are you finding the two of us old fellows for? A lean elder walked into. That was the Wang family's second elder, Wang Yutao. Behind him even followed a person. It was precisely the Wang family's third elder, Wang Yumin. These two people were similarly Grand Completion Grotto profound experts. Their strengths were even a notch above Wang Yugan's. The moment Wang Lingbo saw the two people, he recounted Yi Yuan's affairs in haste. Uncles, if we allow this child to carry on growing, it will likely be very hard for my Wang family to have a foothold in Jewel Hill City anymore. Uncles, please take action. You must cut this boy down in the Winden, Wang Lingbo said with a solemn expression. Hearing the sequence of events of the matter, Wang Yutao also had a solemn expression as he said, even though our Jewel Hill City is Heavenly Emperor Fufeng's territory, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's fame is too great. We can suppress the Myriad Treasure Tower and fight for the greatest benefits, but we can't really lose all decorum with them. But this Yi Yuan indeed can't be left alive. This time, it's the best time to kill him. Wang Lingbo nodded and said, I think so as well. Once he returns to Jewel Hill City, or Yang Rui learns about this matter, we'd have no way of making a move anymore. Wang Yutao said, Old third. Let's go through the trouble and make a trip, and eliminate this troublesome fellow for the Wang family. I'll listen to second brother. Wang Yumin did not say much and was concise to the point. Hey, are you dead? Sit up and let me take a look if you didn't die. Seeing Luo Jian open both eyes, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart finally landed. Experiencing life and death, Yi Yuan also lowered his guard towards Luo Jian. When talking, it also became much more casual. He knew that Luo Jian was already not in jeopardy. That was why he would talk like that. Currently, a month's time already passed since leaving the city. In order to treat Luo Jian's injuries, Yi Yuan expended a huge price. The divine-grade healing medicinal pills that he refined were also pretty much depleted. The effects of low-grade Tier 1 healing divine pills were still a little minor on Luo Jian's wounds. Hence, Yi Yuan could only use numbers to make up for it. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was full of divine-grade medicinal pills on him. The medicinal effects were very strong. That was how it saved Luo Jian's life. If it were others being so seriously injured, they would die without a doubt. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up, looking at Yi Yuan in amazement. It was you who saved me? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Are there still others here? But my injuries. Luo Jian was very clear about his injuries. When he suffered grievous injuries with Wang Yugan back then, he already harbored the resolve to die. He wanted to severely wound Wang Yugan with death as the price and create an opportunity for Yi Yuan to escape. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said half-jokingly, Between you and I shouldn't have that kind of life-and-death relationship yet, right? You just stupidly perished together with him. Luo Jian said, I owe Tower Lord a life. He made me protect you at all costs. If I die, this life will be returned to him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Is your life so worthless? Now, you've also died earlier already, and then I've helped you return your life to him. Luo Jian choked, faintly sensing that something was not quite right, but did not know how he should refute. This time, he had indeed made a trip to and from the gates of hell. Yi Yuan's words had no problem. It just sounded somewhat weird. Ho-ho. Making a joke. Don't think that much. Your injuries have just healed, you still need lots of rest. But we've already delayed a very long time. We can only grudgingly get on the road. Yi Yuan patted his shoulders and said smilingly. Yi Yuan knew that this guy was an enigma. Beating with a bamboo pole could not force anything out. Very boring. But this guy was indeed loyal enough, putting his own life on the line for a favor back then. This kind of person was worth getting to know. Luo Jian frowned and said, "You saved me, then what about that Wang Yugan?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "He isn't injured lightly too. But to recover his strength, it's got to take more than half a month too. At this time, he might already be on the way to the Wind Den to block us." Luo Jian's gaze turned intent, keenly catching some information from Yi Yuan's words. He knew the power of his sword. Even though powerful, it was absolutely not fatal. Resting for a few days and it was basically able to recover already. But Yi Yuan said that he required over half a month's time to recuperate. Could it be that his sword stabbed a critical point? Or it was caused by Yi Yuan? Thinking back, he was penetrated on the long spear. If Yi Yuan did not make a move, it was absolutely impossible to save him. Luo Jian was taken aback with fright by this judgment of his. Even if Wang Yugan was severely injured by him, he was also absolutely not what Yi Yuan could hurt. However, what was going on? An initial stage Grotto Profound was able to harm Grand Completion Grotto Profound? Luo Jian instantly felt that he was somewhat flustered. "Hey! Thinking about what?" Yi Yuan patted the dazed Luo Jian. Luo Jian abruptly startled awake, but said, "Our mounts were already killed by Wang Yugan. How to go?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's easy. You wait here for me. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan's figure moved rapidly, vanishing in Luo Jian's vision in a blink of an eye. Around an hour's time passed. Luo Jian was suddenly startled. Dust was kicking up in the distance. Two powerful auras were rushing over to this side. These two auras were the auras of divine beasts. Luo Jian had long discovered that this place was adjacent to the myriad beast forest. It was all too normal to have divine beasts run out. In his current state, it was impossible to deal with a divine beast. Luo Jian was just about to turn tail and run, but suddenly discovered that a demonic beast. A person was actually riding there. Yi Yuan. This guy used an hour and tamed two divine beasts? Luo Jian's eyeballs stared like wide saucers. He did not think that the method Yi Yuan said was actually this. These were two clouds all sound-rending leopard, their speed extremely swift, arriving in front of Luo Jian in a blink of an eye. One of the cloud soul sound-rending leopard was precisely that one that besieged Yi Yuan the last time. Only then did Luo Jian suddenly recall that Yi Yuan had once said before whatever beast-taming art at the Wang family. At that back, Yi Yuan even revealed dragon pressure. This way, the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body must be exceptionally powerful. Luo Jian suddenly discovered that the secrets on Yi Yuan were seriously too many. One each. They are much more convenient to work with than the flying dragon cults. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. "The three of you come here." A guard-looking martial artist was shouting to the three martial artists who were about to enter the Wind Den. Those three martial artists' expressions changed. The martial artist in the lead said unhappily, "What for?" The guard shouted coldly, "The three of you, put your palms on it." "Humph! Who the hell are you all? You ask us to put and we'll put. If you don't put, then we'll help you put." What a joke! The three of us brothers had entered this Wind Den no less than 100 times already, and had never seen before such a rude request. Who the hell are you guys, to actually dare be so arrogant? Who we are, you all don't need to care. Just comply, that will do. Then what if we don't do it? Before long, those three people obediently put their palms on that instrument. Very soon, the instrument gave off a green light. The guard shot the three of them a cold glance and said, "Scram, if you did it long ago, wouldn't you have dispensed with physical pain?" The three people did not dare to refute, leaving angrily. At this time, over 10 people were gathered outside the Wind Den. Like a checkpoint was set up. All who wanted to enter the Wind Den must go through that instrument's check. This group of guards was naturally the Wang family's men after changing attires. Such overbearing actions, they naturally did not dare admit that they were members of the Wang family. "Second brother, is this method reliable? What if that boy sees our lineup and gets frightened away?" Wang Yugan asked Wang Yutao. Wang Yutao said coolly, "Relax, human cut off his way back, unless he doesn't want the night twill grass." Otherwise, he definitely has to enter the Inwin Denver. The first time that boy did when he left seclusion was to find a land of dead spirits. This shows that this place is very important to him. He'll definitely come. Wang Yugan said, I'm worried, no idea what kind of reaction Yang Rui will have if he knows about this matter. Wang Yutao laughed coldly and said, Heh, if he's already dead, what reaction can he have? Put your heart back into your stomach. We arranged many hidden sentries along the way, and that boy got 2 cloud soul sound-rending leopard as mounts from no idea where and is already headed over here. But that kid is indeed quite troublesome. Our hidden sentries had just discovered him and were already disposed of. Wang Yugan deeply felt that way too and said, yeah, I also didn't think that not only is the kid a master of alchemy, but he's also even a martial arts expert. If not for his realm being too low, I probably couldn't see second brother anymore. Thinking about it now, Wang Yugan also felt lingering fear. Luo Jian's and Yi Yuan's might greatly exceeded his imaginations. At that time, he knew that he most likely could not take care of these 2 people by himself. That was why he would seek help from the family. Wang Yutao came over very quickly and even brought the auxiliary model Profound Divine Artifact, a spectroscope. This spectroscope was able to identify the martial artist's divine soul. As long as there was an item that the other party used before, it would do. This thing was naturally out of fear that Yi Yuan would change his looks and slip by. Behind a pile of debris, 2 people's heads were ducked down. Luo Jian's expression was solemn as he said, The Wang family laid down an inescapable net, just waiting for us to collide onto the spear tip. Didn't expect that even the spectroscope was deployed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in order to kill me, the Wang family actually brought out such a massive lineup, truly thinking highly of this Yi. Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan's indifferent expression and could not help saying gloomily, You can still smile. The hidden sentries that we disposed of along the way were already 7 or 8 of them. I reckon that they should have guessed that we've already arrived here. Speaking of this, Luo Jian was impressed by Yi Yuan to the max. Along the way, all of the hidden sentries were all discovered by Yi Yuan. No matter how concealed those people hid, they all could not escape Yi Yuan's arcane sights. This guy was simply a freak. If not for the case, the Wang family would probably wait here in hopes that a hare would kill itself by crashing into a tree trunk but directly go over to encircle and suppress. It was precisely because they finished off those hidden sentries that they were able to secretly lay low in the vicinity of the Inwin Den. Hoo-hoo, why can't I smile? I'm really not scared of things blowing up. Since they came to kill me, they'll have to be prepared to be counterkilled by me. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Counterkill? Are you joking? Last time was Wang Yugan not being prepared, that's how we succeeded. This time, he even called over Wang Yutao. That Wang Yutao's strength is even a notch above Wang Yugan's. Yi Yuan, we'd better return to Jewel Hill City and seek help from Tower Lord. Along the way, Luo Jian himself also did not become conscious that his words with Yi Yuan became more and more. He was still that callous Luo Jian. But facing Yi Yuan, he could not be unfeeling no matter what. The brotherhood established after sharing life and death was so miraculous. Hearing Luo Jian's words, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It's too late. Moreover, returning for help now, it will definitely be what the Wang family hopes for. If my conjectures are right, the way back is long cut off by them already. Being cut off was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Yuan really could not afford to delay. Originally, there were less than 3 months' time left. Now, 1.5 months had already been used up along the way, and only a month's time was left. This to and fro he could afford to wait, but Mu Lingxue could not. Luo Jian's expression changed, and he said, So, what then? Yi Yuan said, Your injuries are not yet fully healed. Find a place to hide and wait outside for me. I'll go in alone. Absolutely not. Putting aside that you can't clear the Wang family, that hurdle, even if you clear it, the evil spirits inside are also not what you can deal with. I know that your strength is much stronger than it looks on the surface, but the evil spirits in this Inwin Den are far stronger than you imagine. Luo Jian immediately rejected this suggestion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax. Could it be that I'll send myself to death? Rather, you believe that a traitor arose in the Myriad Treasure Tower now, right? Luo Jian's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's words really hit the mark. Want to utilize the spectroscope? There must be an item that the person used day to day. Very clearly, if there wasn't the myriad treasure tower's internal staff, this spectroscope had no way to be used at all. Being able to obtain Yi Yuan's and Luo Jian's day-to-day items, this person's position in the myriad treasure tower was quite high. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and said, "If I find out who it is, I'll definitely tear him limb from limb." Luo Jian was a straightforward type, facing opponents he could throw his life. But, if he was stabbed in the back by his own, he would really be aggrieved to the extreme. Originally, this trip could have been calm and tranquil. Who would have expected that so many unforeseen events would be added? If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead man now. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Relax, you'll definitely have a chance. When we return to the Myriad Treasure Tower, we'll naturally have to settle this score properly." "I'm going." Luo Jian raised his head and looked. His pupils involuntarily shrunk. He discovered that the flesh on Yi Yuan's face gave off a series of bizarre transformation, and he actually became another person. At the same time, Yi Yuan's entire disposition also underwent a massive transformation, about the same as those martial artists who entered the Yin Den. Luo Jian smiled bitterly and said, "It's no use. Unless you can disguise the divine soul, otherwise, even if your face-altering skill is any more powerful, it can't hide from the spectroscope too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You just watch." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered over towards the Wang family's checkpoint just like this. "Halt!" When a house guard saw Yi Yuan come over, he immediately stopped him. Yi Yuan had a panic-stricken expression as he said, What do you all want to do?" I don't have divine essence stones on me." The house guard glared and said, "Who wants your divine essence stones? Go over. Put your hand on that instrument." "Ah? Oh, that's easy. That is easy." Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately running over and placing his palm on it. Amidst the rubble, Luo Jian stared at the scene unblinkingly, his heart leaping to his throat. To Luo Jian, he had never encountered an incident that made him palpitate with anxiety and fear like this before. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he revealed a look of incredulity. The spectroscope actually gave off a green light. How is this possible? Luo Jian muttered to himself, being dumbstruck with astonishment by this scene. He had never seen before that the spectroscope would fail. No, wait, not failed, but made a blunder in judgment. The spectroscope emitting a green light indicated that the divine soul imprint on the item did not match, while a blue color represented the person himself. Now, the spectroscope became green color, meaning that it made an error in judgment. No wonder Yi Yuan was so confident. It turned out that he really had the ability to pass through the spectroscope's detection. When Yi Yuan pressed toward the spectroscope, Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan both involuntarily looked at him. However, they did not become suspicious. Yi Yuan's performance was not much different from ordinary bottom-level martial artists. Martial artists who came to the Yin Den were mostly living at the lowest rung. Otherwise, who would be willing to take part in this kind of life-risking transaction? Yi Yuan's appearance of viewing divine essence stones like his life directly dispelled their suspicions. When seeing the spectroscope become green color, they no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Yuan. Heh! A bunch of ignorant fools. To actually use such junk in front of this old man. Truly overestimating its ability. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness came Dustless's disdainful cold snort. As if using the spectroscope to inspect Yi Yuan's divine soul was a very insulting thing to him. Those in the same profession were foes. These words were not false at all. Who was he, Dustless? That was the ancestor of playing with divine souls. A mere profound divine artifact was really inadequate to look at when placed before him. In front of an Empyrean spirit treasure, this spectroscope was also not much different from a child's toy. Haha. These guys also don't know that I still have a great divinity like you on me. Yi Yuan secretly showered Dustless with flattery. Dustless snorted coldly and said, "Such a junk, if this old man wants it to become green, it will become green, make it become blue, it will have to become blue, make it become yellow, it will still have to become yellow." Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Then can Senior make it become blue in a while?" Dustless said, "What's difficult about this? You're thinking of..." luring them in. Yi Yuan said, "That's right. If didn't make the Wang family suffer a bit of a loss, they would really think that this young master is easy to knead." Dustless was also very moved by this suggestion and said, "That's easy. I'll do the tampering." In the real world, Yi Yuan lightly lifted his hand away and asked the house guard with a startled appearance, "It's fine already, right?" The house guard had an impatient look and waved his hand and said, "Get lost then." Yi Yuan smiled fawningly and ran like flying. Seeing Yi Yuan pass through the checkpoint smoothly, Luo Jian finally let out a sigh in relief. But regarding Yi Yuan entering the Yin Wind Den alone, he was still rather worried. He did not wait at the arranged place according to Yi Yuan's instructions but waited to see in the rubble pile. Not long after Yi Yuan entered the Yin Wind Den, there was another batch of martial artists who wanted to enter the Yin Wind Den. As usual, they were naturally stopped by the Wang family. But when the first martial artist put his hand on it, a strange thing happened. "Blue! It's him!" That house guard shouted loudly and was about to take action. That martial artist had a blank look, completely unaware of what was happening. "This elder brother, are you all mistaken? Us 7 brothers are known as the Yin Wind 7 heroes, mucking around in the Yin Wind Den all year round. How can I possibly be the person that you're finding?" That martial artist had also seen before a great spectacle. He did not attack but opened his mouth to explain unhurriedly. "Yeah, this lord, us 7 brothers are also considered to have some minor fame in Jewel Hill City. Quite a few people recognize us. Are you all mistaken?" said another person among the 7 people. "Heh, how can what the spectroscope detect possibly be wrong? Surrender obediently without resistance," the house guard said. The Wang family's people already surrounded the Yin Wind 7 heroes at this time. As long as they dared to move, they would immediately make a move to destroy them. Seeing the spectroscope become blue, Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan were also greatly roused in spirits. But hearing that martial artist's explanation, he could not help becoming somewhat suspicious. The name Yin Wind 7 heroes Wang Yutao had really heard before. These 7 people's strength, they were not weak. They were fooling around at the Yin Wind Den all year round, and even sold natural treasures to the Wang family before. The Yin Wind 7 heroes boss, Chang Liang, said carefully, "This lord, let's not attack first. Perhaps there's really something wrong with the spectroscope." The house guard was just about to speak when Wang Yutu divided the crowd and came in. He looked at Chang Liang and said with tightly knitted brows, "You're the Yin Wind 7 heroes boss, Chang Liang?" The moment Chang Liang heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said precisely so. "This lord, us 7 brothers examined our hearts that we have not offended your excellency before. I wonder this." Wang Yutao's brows furrowed even tighter, and he said, "You put your hand on it again and try." Chang Liang knew that this one in front of him was formidable and did not dare to disobey, putting his hand on it as per his words. "Green color." Chang Liang's expression loosened up, and he said with clasped hands, "Your Excellency, indeed a mistake, right?" Wang Yutao ignored him and said to the other 6 people, "You all put your hands on it." The few people exchanged glances. Chang Liang glared and said in a low voice, "Still in a daze for what? Didn't hear what this lord said." The 6 people were startled and quickly put their hands on the spectroscope one by one. Yellow color, purple color, azure color, blue color, red color. Each one that put on it, Wang Yutao's complexion became a shade blacker. Chang Liang's cold sweat was pouring by the side, fearing of angering this lord. Clearly, this one had already reached the brink of eruption. He only hoped not to innocently get involved in a disaster due to others. The last one put his hand on it. Wang Yutao's expression became even more unbelievably fascinating. Various colors of light flickered incessantly and actually emitted a multicolored light. Pucci! Suddenly, a cloud of azure smoke emanated from the spectroscope. Destroyed. The surroundings were dead silent. No one dared to speak. The last member of the Yin Wind 7 heroes was frightened until he trembled all over. Completely did not understand what happened. What's going on? Wang Yugan's had a stunned look, uncertain why the perfectly fine spectroscope would have this kind of thing happen. But Wang Yutao's expression changed and he suddenly turned around, looking in the direction of the Yin Wind Den. "Damn it! It must be that punk just now. We were all fooled by him. Wang Yutao reacted very quickly, furious until he thumped his chest and stomped his feet. However, it was already too late. The current Yi Yuan was long gone already. The Yin Wind Den extended in all directions. Wanting to catch Yi Yuan was too difficult. Second brother, what on earth is going on? Wang Yugan had yet to react and asked. Wang Yutao's face fell, and he said, if I didn't guess wrongly, this spectroscope was definitely spoiled by that punk who went in previously. That punk was definitely the Yi Yuan after altering his looks. Wang Yugan was stunned and said, that's impossible, right? When the spectroscope was testing, he was clearly a green color. Wang Yutao shot him a glance like looking at an idiot and said, still spectroscope? This spectroscope is merely a joke in front of that kid. No idea what method that punk used either, breaking the spectroscope. He's provoking us here. Wang Yutao was livid with rage and wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole. Not only did this guy slip away from under their eyelids, he even broke the Wang family's profound divine artifact. Even though this place was the heavenspan world, profound divine artifact, this sort of thing was absolutely not some run-of-the-mill good. The average deity realm powerhouse did not have divine artifacts at all. An ordinary profound divine essence was worth at the very least several 100,000 low-grade divine essence stones too, and this spectroscope belonged to the auxiliary-type divine artifact. The price was even more ridiculous, close to 1 million low-grade divine essence stones. Hearing Wang Yutao said so, Wang Yugan finally came to his senses. Thinking about it, it was clearly that this possibility was the greatest. Second brother, you're saying that the kid deliberately broke the spectroscope to disgust us? Otherwise? He could clearly go inside quietly, but broke the spectroscope. He's clearly telling us that he has already gone in, and that if you all have the capabilities, come and catch me. What is this if it's not taunting us? Wang Yutao said furiously. Anger was anger, but Wang Yutao was still extremely shocked in his heart. The spectroscope was not what anybody could spoil. Even if you let a heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouse come, it was also impossible for him to spoil the spectroscope under the circumstances of not making a sound. Moreover, breaking it was breaking it, the spectroscope actually changed into all sorts of colors. If not for 7 people coming in one go, they might have made a massive blunder today. This, second brother, then what should we do now? Wang Yugan was also rather flustered. He discovered that Yi Yuan's methods emerged in endless streams. He was like a porcupine, making them unable to bite down. The Wang family's initial most judgment of Yi Yuan was that his pill refining talent was very high, but did not think that he also had such frightening talent in martial arts. Furthermore, he even seemed to have very deep ties with the demon race. Such an opponent really made their heads hurt to the extreme. Wang Yutao swept a fierce glare. While staring at the Yin Wind 7 heroes, he roared, "What are you looking at? Still not scramming for me?" Chong Liang and the rest behaved like they were granted amnesty, running away like a puff of smoke. This Chang Liang was a middle-stage grotto profound powerhouse too, his strength uncommon. But in front of Wang Yutao it was not enough to look at all. How could he dare to provoke the other party? "Big brother, what the hell is going on here?" Along the way, a brother asked Chong Liang. Chong Liang saw that they had walked far away. That was why he said softly, "The Wang family is catching no idea who, but don't know why he smoked his way through. Not only did he slip through, he even broke their spectroscope." You say, can they not be furious? Everyone was tongue-tied when they heard. "Big brother, how did you know that was the Wang family's people?" Chong Liang said, "Heh, I've met Wang Yutao once before, but we're minor characters, he doesn't remember me. That's all." Goodness gracious. The Wang family put out such a grand lineup, and even deployed the spectroscope. Wonder who they are catching? A glimmer of brilliance flashed across Chong Liang's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "Heh, who else can they be capturing? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's most likely that Myriad Treasure Tower's newly ascended guest alchemist. To be able to make the Wang family take up arms like so, there's also only him. Really have no idea what background this guest alchemist has. Not only is his alchemy skills unparalleled, he can actually even spoil the spectroscope unbeknownst to God and ghosts. Truly remarkable. Turns out, Chong Liang had been feigning ignorance all along. He had long known that the other party was the Wang family's people, and even guessed that they were here to capture Yi Yuan. This sort of martial artist who flopped around at the bottom was much more tactful and slippery than ordinary people. If they exposed the Wang family's true colors previously, they would probably have no way of leaving alive anymore. But at this time, Chong Liang was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan, this person whom he had never met. To be able to toy with the entire Wang family in the palm of his hand, there was likely only him, right? The myriad treasure towers Yang Rui and Wang family fought for so long and did not gain any advantage at all. But honestly speaking, the divine essence pill that alchemist refined really have nothing to say about the quality.
It's much better than the Wang family's, said another brother.
Chong Liang nodded and said, I also bought a few by pulling strings the last time. The quality is indeed excellent. If not for the case, the Wang family would not go through such great troubles either. If I were Wang Lingbo, I'd also want to eliminate for good. Only when he saw Chong Liang and the rest went away did Wang Yutao said icily, Yugon, immediately notify Yuman, have him hurry to the Yin Den. He'll guard outside, we'll all go in. Isn't he provoking us?
Then this old man will let him see the price of provoking the Wang family.
Humph.
Entering the Yin Den, Yi Yuan felt a series of Yin wind blow from the depths of the cave, making him involuntarily shudder.
He hurriedly revolved his bloodline power, instantly blocking this gust of Yin wind outside. The dragon race's vitality was very powerful. For ordinary Yin wind to want to corrode Yi Yuan, it really could not be done. In this peripheral, the human martial artists who went in and out were really quite a few. But the further in you go, the lesser the people. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream. An evil spirit rushed out of the corner, biting towards Yi Yuan. The bite of an evil spirit targeted the divine soul, very hard to defend against.
When newbies enter the Yin Den, if they did not have veterans leading, it was very easy to fall for it. But when Yi Yuan saw that evil spirit, he was very spurred on. Those eyes were glossy and green like a starving wolf.
Heh, came right on time. This young master is already unable to hold back my hunger and thirst. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and welcomed it.
Creak!
Yi Yuan's claw extended out strangely, directly grabbing that evil spirit in his hand, like pinching his vital point.
That evil spirit only had time to emit a miserable cry and was subdued by Yi Yuan. Senior, your turn, Yi Yuan said with a smile.
Heh, still need you, kid, to teach me? Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly activated. A surge of soul vortex opened up with Yi Yuan as the center. That evil spirit was directly gobbled up by the vortex. How does it feel? Too weak. This evil spirit is merely initial stage 1 star, even not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth at all.
Senior, your appetite is also a bit too big, right?
Bullshit. The soul-suppressing pearl is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Even if you catch a few 4-star, 5-star evil spirits, it's also not enough for this old man to digest.
Fine, what on earth should I do then?
Late stage 1-star evil spirits and have got to be 300 to 500 no matter what. Senior, this is daylight robbery. How long can 300 to 500 last? Barely enough for 10 years. If I can devour a 2-star evil spirit, I can last 100 years. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said huffily, Do you think that I can get you a 2-star evil spirit right now? If I really run into one, whether it is you devouring him or him swallowing me up is hard to say.
Haha, I'm just saying.
But if I can really devour a 2-star evil spirit, I'll be able to help you cultivate the divine soul and advance the divine soul realm, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, having his heart palpitate with eagerness by Dustless's sentence. After breaking through to the deity realm, Yi Yuan's divine soul cultivating means were somewhat failing to make ends meet.
The Medicine God's Soul Canon was just an incomplete article. It could help Yi Yuan cultivate to grand completion tier 9 but somewhat lacked the strength to carry on.
Want to walk even further along the alchemy path, one must have a systematic divine soul cultivation method. In this aspect, the soul-suppressing pearl was clearly an expert.
Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of his main cultivation method. After reincarnating, what Yi Yuan had always been cultivating was the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. In the Immortal Grove region, the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was a pinnaclemost cultivation method and could be cultivated all the way to Origin Deity Realm. But to the current Yi Yuan, this cultivation method was clearly unable to satisfy his ambitions already. Looks like everything has to start from scratch, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Dustless said, Immortal Grove's cultivation method is imprinted inside the world-suppressing steel. His cultivation method was comprehended from the world-suppressing steel and is one of the best cultivation methods in the Heavenspan world. If he didn't fall, he might have been able to become a transcendent heavenly emperor. Transcendent heavenly emperor? Yi Yuan asked wonderingly. Transcendent heavenly emperor. Actually, it's peak heavenly emperor, the most powerful existence beneath Tao ancestor. Immortal Grove's cultivation method is sufficient for you to cultivate to becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor, Dustless explained. Only MPW was Yi Yuan enlightened. According to Dustless's way of saying things, the cultivation method that Immortal Grove comprehended could be said to be a top-rate cultivation method of the Heavenspan world already. After all, in the Heavenspan world, it was totally impossible to cultivate to the Tao ancestor realm. Achieving transcendent heavenly emperor was already the greatest possibility. However, Yi Yuan fell silent. He mused for a moment and said, Senior, you said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method was comprehended from the world's suppressing steel. Dustless said with a cold smile, Heh, your heart is also a bit too big. Reaching the Heavenspan world now, you should know the difficulties of cultivating above deity realm. To actually not have given up on the boundary of Tao ancestor yet. Yi Yuan asking like this. Dustless naturally knew what Yi Yuan was trying to do straight away. But these words were filled with mockery towards Yi Yuan, ridiculing that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, Senior, I know that reaching the Tao ancestor realm is as hard as ascending to heaven, but the transcendent heavenly emperor realm is utterly meaningless to me. If I want to save Lingxue, I must cultivate to the Tao ancestor realm. Isn't that so? But Dustless said with a cold snort, compared to cultivating to Tao ancestor realm, this old man still feels that asking a Tao ancestor for help is a little more reliable. If you're really able to cultivate to transcendent heavenly emperor realm, you'll have the qualifications to ask a Tao ancestor for help. But Yi Yuan said stubbornly, This doesn't clash with cultivating to Tao ancestor realm. Dustless choked up and could not help being speechless. Only after a long time did Dustless say, Fine then, this world-suppressing steel was actually obtained by chance by Immortal Grove back then at the Heavenspan Mountain. Incredibly marvelous. It's akin to a limitless treasure trove. When Immortal Grove just obtained it, it was just an ordinary piece of rock. Later, Immortal Grove continuously developed it, while its grade also continued to increase. When Immortal Grove cultivated to Empyrean realm, it was already an Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that the world-suppressing steel's background was actually so great. The Heavenspan Mountain's might, Yi Yuan already learned of it from Dustless and Kunwa's mouth. World-suppressing steel. Turns out it was a piece of rock on the Heavenspan Mountain. In this case, the world-suppressing steel completely doesn't need to be sanctified. It only needs to be developed continuously, and it can advance into a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Dustless said, In theory, it's like this. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, when Senior devours enough evil spirits, I'll enter inside the world-suppressing steel and comprehend my own Tao. Dustless was speechless. He discovered that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was simply a stubborn donkey. Once he decided on a matter, he could not be pulled back no matter how one pulled. It was like this back then in the turbulent spatial flow. Now, it was still like this. Elder brothers, I wonder where there are more late-stage one-star evil spirits in this Wind Den? Yi Yuan wandered inside the Wind Den for a long time and discovered that most of them here were all some mortal-grade evil spirits. Occasionally, he could run into initial stage one-star evil spirits. These evil spirits were completely useless to Dustless.
Yi Yuan discovered that this place expanded in all directions. Wanting to find late-stage one-star evil spirits was too difficult, and he could only seek help from others. The few people turned around. Seeing Yi Yuan's cultivation, they could not refrain from looking at him with a gaze like looking at a fool. "Kid, new here, right? Your bit of strength. Better wander around the outer ring. This place is already close to the danger zone. Your bit of strength isn't even enough to fill the crevices between the evil spirit's teeth," Chang Liang said. This group of people was precisely the Yin 7 heroes who were shot while lying down at the peripheral. After the 7 people came in, they headed straight for the danger zone. The 7 of them mucked around here all year round and were incomparably familiar with the Yin Den. Whenever there were powerful evil spirits, there would be natural treasures. They had this assumption in their hearts. As for the Wang family, although their strengths were powerful, they were really not familiar with this place. Chang Liang also did not expect that they would run into Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Elder brothers, you all should be very familiar with this place, right?" He saw that these few people's gazes were very clear-cut, not like him, anyhow running around like a headless fly. He knew that these few people should be regulars of this place. Chang Liang's brows furrowed and he said, "The 7 of us are called the Yin 7 heroes. Do you think we're familiar with this place or not?" "Kid, we still have to go search for natural treasures and have no time to be long-winded with you. If you don't want to die, wander around this neighborhood and see if you have the luck to pick up something that was missed out or not." Regarding Chang Liang's sincere advice, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously at all. What was important was that Chang Liang they all were familiar with this place. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother and the others, since you all are familiar with this place, then bring me to go find late-stage one-star evil spirits. As long as I find the place, I'll give you all 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones as commission. How's that?" 5,000 divine essence stones. Chang Liang's gaze turned intent, and he drew a cold breath. To them, 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not some small figure. Even though all of the members of the Yin 7 heroes, their strengths were uncommon, spending as long as several years in the Yin Den, the divine essence stones added up for the 7 people would not exceed this sum either. But Yi Yuan's opening offer was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Furthermore, it was just leading the way. These 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were earned too easily. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's right. Here are 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Take it as a deposit. As long as you all bring me to gather up 500 late-stage one-star evil spirits, the remaining 4,000 low-grade divine essence stones, I'll pay up the sum in full." Yi Yuan helped the Myriad Treasure Tower create such a large profit. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally would not treat him shabbily. Low-grade divine essence stones, Yi Yuan naturally took whatever he pleased. As long as it was not too overboard, the Myriad Treasure Tower would not say anything. 5 to 500. Chang Liang was speechless. This boy was really hellbent on shocking people to death with words. Over 500 late-stage one-star evil spirits, even the average grand completion Grotto Profound did not dare to easily engage head-on either. An initial stage Grotto Profound kid actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Chang Liang suddenly felt several strange gazes coming from behind him. No need to turn back, and he also knew that those few brothers probably had killing intent aroused. In this place, killing people to seize treasures was all too normal. Yi Yuan's opening move was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. The divine essence stones he was carrying on him were probably far more than this figure. As long as they killed Yi Yuan, then the divine essence stones on him were all theirs. Compared to leading the way, they were clearly more willing to clean away the divine essence stones on Yi Yuan. Actually, it was not just his 6 brothers who had killing intent aroused. Even Chang Liang himself also had killing intent aroused. But Chang Liang was able to hang around in the Yin Den for so long because he was cautious by nature. He could not resist glancing at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to be completely clueless about his brother's killing intent, like he was completely fine. Chang Liang's heart stirred. The temptation of divine essence stones finally overwhelmed everything. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly detected an imperceptible cold smile flashing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Chang Liang's heart thumped. The words when reaching his mouth changed at the behest of supernatural powers. Haha, deal. Little brother is really generous. I, Chongliang, will make friends with you. Chongliang received 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones with a hearty laugh.
Chongliang's words made the six brothers' jaws drop.
When did boss become so easygoing? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lead the way then. Chongliang said with a laugh. Sure. Easily arranged. Following that, Chongliang brought Yi Yuan and made many twists and turns. Indeed, before long, the evil spirits that they encountered become stronger. Chongliang and the rest became cautious and on the alert one by one. The strongest among them, Chongliang, was merely middle-stage grotto profound 2.
Encountering late-stage one-star evil spirits, there was not even time for them to run. They did not dare to approach at all.
Ahead is the purple nether cave. That place definitely has late-stage one-star evil spirits. But, little brother, the few of us don't dare to go in, Chongliang said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You all can just wait outside the cave for me.
Finished talking, Yi Yuan entered the purple nether cave without turning his head back. Boss, why didn't you make a move just now?
I dare to bet that this kid has at the very least no less than 50,000 divine essence stones on him. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the cave, the Wind 7 Heroes number 7 could not resist grumbling. Yeah, boss. Normally, you aren't so timid and cowardly. Seeing such a fat lamb, you'd have long taken action, said number 3. Chongliang's gaze swept over their faces and heaved a sigh as he said, Why wouldn't I know what you guys are thinking? I nearly made a move just now. Then why did you change your tune again? Now, he entered the purple nether cave, so he's probably already dead. For us to take the divine essence stones on him, we'd have to expend a lot of effort, number 7 said. In their view, this Yi Yuan was simply a silly young master flushed with money.
He did not know about this Wind den's terror at all and wanted to barge into the purple nether cave without due consideration. What difference was there from courting death?
Chongliang gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, Do you all really think that there are so many idiots in this world?
Heh, it's precisely because his actions looked very foolish that I felt that this kid was not to be provoked.
No idea why. When I was planning on making a move earlier, I felt my heart palpitate with anxiety and fear, just like being locked on by a hunter. Chongliang's words did not change the group of brothers' views. Number 2 also interjected, Boss, merely an initial stage grotto profound brat. Is there a need to be so careful?
7 brothers, there are already 3 middle stage grotto profound. Could it be that we still can't deal with a brat who's wet behind his ears?
Chongliang said coolly, You guys just wait. I dare to wager that he can definitely come out from inside the purple nether cave. Number 7 said, How is this possible? He alone probably can't even deal with an initial stage 1-star evil spirit. Can he still deal with late-stage evil spirits? Number 3 also said, Yeah, big brother.
Either way, we also earned 1,000 divine essence stones for nothing. Let's go right away. There's no way he can come out. Chongliang chuckled and said, Dare to bet or not?
I, Chongliang, examine my own conscience and feel that I still have some knack in judging people. This kid is absolutely not simple. Number 7 said, being unconvinced, Boss, don't you really trigger me? You say, how to bet?
Chongliang smiled and said, Let's set 3 days as the limit. If that kid comes out these 5,000 divine essence stones, I'll take 4,000.
If that kid doesn't come out, these 1,000 divine essence stones, I don't want a piece and will even top you guys up 1,000 divine essence stones. You all take them and split. With Chongliang saying this, the brothers all laughed. Haha, boss, since you're so generous, then the brothers will kindly accept it. This wager you'll lose for sure. Don't talk about 3 days. Even if it's 30 days, he can't come out either. Number 7 said with a loud laugh.
Boss, when the time comes, you can't renege on your bet.
This wager, you lost for sure. Number 2 also said with a laugh. Boss, we've mingled around in this Wind den for so many years. When have you seen before an initial stage grotto profound can come out from the purple nether cave, this kind of place? What's with you today? Are you all right? Number 3 also laughed loudly and said. Chongliang just smiled and said nothing. He believed in his judgment. This person was meticulous. His vision was extremely sharp. It was precisely because so that he could bring the brothers and slip away from under the Wang family's hands. If it was another person saying one sentence wrong, and they would probably have to be silenced by the Wang family to prevent divulgence of secrets. Second brother, this Yin Den is so large, the terrain is extremely complicated. How do we find him? Wang Yugan was also made dizzy by the terrain here. Wang Yutao said solemnly, "Find some people and ask."
That kid is a new face, he's definitely very conspicuous.
I believe that for him to come here, it's impossible to find a place with nobody to hide. As long as we ask more people, there will definitely be someone who knows. Wang Yugan's eyes lit up, and he said, "Second brother is brilliant." Wang Yutao said, "The few of you, all spread out for me. Find the local hegemons here and inquire."
If somebody saw a new face, you must inquire clearly. Understand.
Big brother. Us brothers all save you a bit of face. This wager, shall we call it off? Waiting here is so boring, that kid definitely can't come out.
Number 7 said.
Yeah, I say, what's going on with Big Brother today? Normally, you aren't like this. Number 3 also urged. Facing the group of brothers' persuasion, Chongliang smiled without expressing approval nor disapproval and just said, "It's just been half a day, and you guys can't wait anymore? Heh. Big brother, we're saving face for you here," Number 7 said.
Chongliang smiled and said, "Please don't save face for me.
Even reckoning makes for long friends for us blood brothers. Since this wager was set, then let's continue all the way."
At this time, a voice sounded out by everyone's ears like a ghost.
"What are you guys betting on?"
Everyone turned around to look, their eyeballs immediately staring wide open one by one.
The one who spoke was precisely Yi Yuan.
"WWY, did you come out?" "No, wait, how did you come out?" Number 7's tongue instantly became unable to straighten.
The 6 brothers all had expressions like they had seen a ghost, sizing Yi Yuan up and down.
After that, they discovered that Yi Yuan's condition could not be any better, just like there were no evil spirits inside the purple nether cave at all.
Not just the 6 brothers, even Chongliang was dumbfounded too. He sensed that Yi Yuan was rather extraordinary, but he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually only used half a day and came out. Him saying 3 days' time was already overestimating Yi Yuan. He did not think that 3 days were too long for Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard Number 7's words, he could not help being tickled. "What are you saying?" "Of course I walked out. Or could it be that those evil spirits carried me out? But, there are quite a number of late-stage 1-star evil spirits in the purple nether cave," Number 7 said with an amazed look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, There are indeed some late-stage 1-star evil spirits in here, but the numbers were still too little. I wandered around for half a day and only ran into 7 or 8. There's still a long way from the total of 500.
"Are there places with even more? Bring me to go take a look."
Chongliang was startled and hurriedly said, Of course there are. I'll bring you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed behind Chongliang. The group of people headed even deeper into the Yin Den. The deeper in, the more the evil spirits they encountered. Furthermore, the more powerful.
But Yi Yuan's performance made their jaws drop. Evil spirits that the 7 of them could only finish off after exhausting their strength, Yi Yuan seemed to be like catching a chicken, grabbing with one hand.
Then, lightly pinching, it shattered. The Yin 7 heroes had mingled around the Yin Den for many years. There had never been anyone who killed evil spirits like this. Only at this time did the other 6 people believe how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. Finally, the 7 people escorted Yi Yuan to a second cave before the few people found a chance to talk.
Number 7 scooted in front of Chang Liang and wiped away his cold sweat as he said, "Luckily, Big Brother is wise. Otherwise, we'd probably already be like those evil spirits, pinched to death by him."
Chang Liang also felt lingering fear. If they really made a move previously, the Yin 7 heroes would probably have their names completely struck off the list today. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to crush them to death like crushing the evil spirits. For him to be able to easily deal with the evil spirits, that was all Dustless's credit.
But Yi Yuan's method of killing evil spirits made their hairs stand on end. The feeling that this kind of visual impact gave them was that Yi Yuan was very strong, very powerful. Chang Liang also had a bitter look as he said, honestly speaking, I also didn't expect that his strength was actually so great. Could it be that this guy concealed his strength? An initial stage grotto profound guy. How can he possibly be so strong? Number 2 said. Chang Liang shook his head and said, I don't know. Either way, we just have to earn these 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones, and it will do. The rest, better don't be busybodies. Oh, right, the matter of wagering, this brother won't be courteous. Talking to the back, Chang Liang had a bright grin. With this, he made a killing. For 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not a small sum to them. Deducting the normal expenditures, for Chang Liang to want to earn this sum of money, he needed at least 3 to 5 years. Seeing the smug expression on Chang Liang's face, the other 6 people felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. A cooked duck flew away just like this. 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Originally, each of them could be distributed 700 plus. But now, the 6 of them could only split the remainder 1,000 pieces. A big loss. Don't all have this expression, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Don't say that I, boss, am not righteous, I'll take another step back and only take 3,000. The remainder 2,000 you guys take and split, Chang Liang said. With this, everyone could not help being overjoyed, all thanking Chang Liang profusely. Chang Liang's thinking was more full of schemes compared to his other 6 brothers. Giving 1,000 more pieces of divine essence stone could make the 6 brothers submit more wholeheartedly. This transaction was too worthwhile. Another half a day's time passed, and then Yi Yuan came out of this cave. Except, he just devoured around 10 evil spirits this time as well. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with this number, and said to Chang Liang after coming out, Too few. Are there caves with more? Best if there's several dozen or 100 at once. That kind. Chang Liang was secretly dumbfounded. He seriously could not figure out how an initial stage grotto profound rookie dealt with those late stage 1-star evil spirits. But he still said, Have is have. It's just that the place is a little too dangerous. The few of us brothers don't dare to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, No worries, you all just have to bring me there. At that time, I'll clean up the evil spirits around the cave. That way, you guys will be safe. As for the deposit, I'll add another 2,000. Money could make the devil push the millstone for you. Chang Liang and the rest braving all kinds of danger in this wind den. Wasn't it still because of divine essence stones in the end? Yi Yuan giving such a large sum. How could they not be moved? Moreover, Yi Yuan said that he would clean up the evil spirits in the perimeter. This way, they would have no more worries. Chang Liang gritted his teeth and said, Done. Around 1,000 miles down, there's a ghost king cave. Not only are there many evil spirits there, but they are also very powerful. After your excellency goes in, make sure not to enter too deep, because there is a grand completion 1-star evil spirits inside there. Legends have it that in the Ghost King Cave's depths, there's even a 2-star evil spirit. It's just that no one has ever seen it before. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard that. If he really wanted to do this, then he would really have to be a little more careful. Grand completion 1-star evil spirit could still barely manage to deal with. But 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was still powerful to handle one currently. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Many thanks for the reminder. I'll be careful. Seeing Yi Yuan respond with a stern countenance, Chang Liang judged that grand completion 1-star might be Yi Yuan's limit. But this result was already sufficient for him to be astonished. They left Yi Yuan into the Ghost King Cave and waited outside themselves. But they did not expect that at this time, over 10 figures suddenly dashed in from all directions, directly surrounding the 7 of them in the center. Hoo-hoo! Searched for you all so bitterly. Didn't expect that you guys and that Yi Yuan punk are actually accomplices. The spectroscope breaking, this score will have to settle it properly. Wang Yutao's killing intent-filled words transmitted into the Wind 7 heroes' ears. The appearance of Wang Tutao and the rest caught the Wind 7 heroes by surprise. They were stunned too. But Chang Liang reacted extremely quickly, understanding what was going on virtually right away. At the same time, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Wasn't it said that the myriad treasure tower's alchemist was a cripple who could not cultivate? How could he have such formidable strength? The current Chang Liang already ascertained that youth who entered the Ghost King cave was precisely the myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist. It was Yu Yuan. This Chang doesn't understand what you mean? If this Chang has the capability to destroy the spectroscope, then I also wouldn't need to strive in this Yin den all year round, Chang Liang said with cupped fists. His mind flashed like lightning and knew that only by refusing to admit even unto death at present could he have a slim chance of survival. In reality, he really did not expect that Yi Yuan was the person the Wang family was looking for. But Wang Yutao sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "You don't need to quibble anymore. I only believe the truth I see with my eyes. We've already inquired clearly. After that punk entered the Yin den, it has always been you guys leading the way for him. Just based on this point, you all deserve death." Chang Liang groaned in secret, but his expression was in a daze as he said, "Your Excellency, this lowly one really doesn't know what you're talking about. There was a youth who offered 7,000 pieces of divine essence stones to have us lead the way. But this Chang also didn't know that that was the person your Excellency wanted to find." Wang Yutao said coldly, "No matter how glib your tongue, helping that boy is also a fact. Come, men, take them down for me. If there is resistance, capture and immediately execute." Wang Yutao's words thoroughly extinguished the last trace of Chang Liang's hope for a fluke. His expression changed, and he said gravely, "Brothers, enter the cave." At this time, the other three sides were all blocked off. The Ghost King cave at the back was the only retreat path. The figures of Chang Liang, the 7 of them, were like lightning speeding over towards the Ghost King cave. Seeing this, Wang Yutao snorted coldly. Raising his hand, it was a palm. A bunch of people who have no idea of life or death. Powerful divine essence instantly exploded. A terrifying air billow swept over towards the 7 people. Chang Liang revealed a horrified look and cried out, "Brothers, you all go in." He unleashed all of his strength in this lifetime, wanting to deal with Wang Yutao's blow. However, this was merely an ant trying to topple a tree. Facing the Grand Completion Grotto profound Wang Yutao, Chang Liang did not have the least bit of strength to resist. However, Chang Liang already made the resolve to die. He wanted to protect his brothers to enter the cave. Although the Yin 7 heroes were not some good people, when facing such an imminent disaster, adversity tests friendship. Boss Chang Liang blocked the spear for his brothers without the slightest hesitation. But right at this time, 2 figures suddenly dashed out, covering up Chang Liang's profile. "Big brother, live well and take revenge for us." It was number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang's eyes turned bloodshot, his 2 eyes scarlet red. But Wang Yutao's palm force already arrived. Even if he wanted to do something, it was too late as well. Boom! An enormous force directly blasted number 3 and number 7, together with Chang Liang, flying. However, the majority of the force was blocked by number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang vomited a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah. Number 3 and number 7 beside him had long ceased breathing already. Chang Liang was very decisive. He knew that now was not the time to be irresolute and hesitant. Forcefully crawling up, he headed over towards the Ghost King cave. Although this palm of Wang Yutao killed number 3 and number 7, Chang Liang also borrowed the force of this palm and arrived at the Ghost King cave's entrance. His figure speed burrowing straight into the cave. "Second brother, what do we do now?" Wang Yugan asked. "What else can we do?" "Go in and capture the people. Right now, we're catching turtles in a pot," Wang Yutao said without the least bit of hesitation. At this time, a martial artist said rather fearfully, "Why, Your Excellency? This place is the Ghost King cave." This martial artist was the guide that the Wang family found. Wang Yutao's face fell, and he said, "So what if it's the Ghost King cave?" The guide said, "The Ghost King cave is the most dangerous place in the Yin den. The evil spirits inside too many to count. Furthermore, the Ghost King cave's depths might have 2-star evil spirits existing. Once we startle the 2-star evil spirit, none of us can escape." Wang Yutao's expression also turned apprehensive when he heard that, but he became relieved very quickly and said with a cold snort, "What about that? I don't believe that brat dares to enter the depths of the Ghost King Cave. Go." That guide was helpless and could only enter the Ghost King Cave. Chong Liang 5 people had also never entered the Ghost King Cave before. This place was all human martial artists' forbidden area. So after entering, Chong Liang 5 people ran wildly without distinguishing the direction at all. But what made them surprised was that along the way, they actually did not even encounter a single evil spirit. No idea how long they ran either. They suddenly saw that there was a figure ahead, currently sitting cross-legged. "Big brother, it's that kid. If not for this boy, number 3 and number 7 wouldn't have died either. This score, we have to find him to settle it properly. Big brother, kill this kid. Take revenge for number 3 and number 7. These few people were almost in tears when talking. Clearly, the death of number 3 and number 7, they were all unable to accept it. They knew that they were forever not Wang Yutao's match. Therefore, they cast the anger onto Yi Yuan. Chong Liang's injuries were not light. Currently, he was forcefully holding onto a breath. Seeing the appearance of his group of brothers filled with righteous indignation, Chong Liang's expression was also ugly to the extreme. Brothers, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Number 3 and number 7 were killed by Wang Yutao. Want to settle this score, we also have to settle it with them. Us and Master Yi only did a transaction. Putting this score on his head isn't fair, Chong Liang said. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chong Liang with some surprise, and slowly opened his mouth to say, "The Wang family being so utterly devoid of conscience exceeded my expectations. But the one who caused the deaths of number 3 and number 7 wasn't me, but yourselves. If you all want to count the score on this Ye's head, this Yi will keep you company." Yi Yuan's words made the few people explode all at once. "We caused the death of number 3 and number 7? Brat, you don't make unfounded accusations. Don't think that by killing a few evil spirits you can scare us. You're merely a puny little initial stage grotto profound. I don't believe that you're really us brothers match." Chong Liang's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan's words made him regret to the max, but they heard Yi Yuan saying indifferently, "The 7 of you, each and every one of you had killing intent aroused towards this Yi before. Putting it bluntly, you're all just a bunch of robbers who murder and seize goods. If not because of this, perhaps this young master would have made a move to save previously and even brought you all into the Ghost King Cave." Yi Yuan's words made Chong Liang 5 people shocked inwardly. Turns out that their killing intent, Yi Yuan had long perceived it keenly. It was just that he did not expose it all along. Now, number 3 and number 7 died. It was a retribution for them having killing intent aroused. Not that they did not wish to kill Yi Yuan, it was just that Chong Liang detected the danger. That was why they did not make a move. Hence, Yi Yuan had no need to be responsible for their life and death. Between them was merely just a transaction. Also, if not looking on account of your brotherly affection, do you guys think that you can still live to see this young master?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Your Excellency, something seems to be not quite right. This Ghost King Cave is too quiet." The guide's expression was not too good as he said. Wang Yutao's face fell and he said, "Enough crap. You just have to care about leading the way. I don't believe that the kid can still overturn the heavens." No need the guide to warn. How could Wang Yutao not know that something was amiss? They had always been on guard after entering the Ghost King Cave. But along the way, they did not even run into a single evil spirit. Since the Ghost King Cave was one of the Yin Den's most dangerous places, then there should be a lot of evil spirits. Wang Yugan also felt all the hairs on his body stand on end as he could not resist saying, "Second brother, it's better to withdraw. As long as we guard the entrance, will we still be afraid that the kid doesn't come out?" Wang Yugan's suggestion made Wang Yutao palpitate with excitement as well. "If he risks his life and just hole up inside here and not go out?" Wang Yutao asked. The moment the guide heard that Wang Yutao was moved, he hurriedly said, "Impossible. Even Grand Completion Grotto Profound Powerhouse can only last at most a year here. Any longer, the Yin energy here will corrode the fleshy body and cause tremendous damage to the physical body. If mild,
it will damage the martial Dao foundation. If severe, one will become a Yin corpse.
Wang Yutao's expression changed, not expecting that this Yin Wind Den still had so many things to pay attention to.
Since it was like this, he could rest assured. Okay, we'll withdraw. Wang Yutao's heart was also somewhat pounding as he said. But just as they turned around and were about to withdraw, Yin Wind suddenly stirred up.
Woo!
Woo! All around, no idea where heaps of evil spirits emerged from either, all late-stage 1-star.
Looking at the numbers, there were probably no less than 1,000.
Such a scale of evil spirits, even Wang Yutao, this kind of powerhouse, felt his scalp tingle too.
Although Grand Completion Grotto Profound could casually crush late-stage Grotto Profound, it was not to say that Grand Completion Grotto Profound was invincible.
Evil spirits were more difficult to tangle with in the first place for martial artists.
With over 1,000 evil spirits jumping out all at once, even if Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan joined hands, they also did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed.
What's going on here?
Where in the world did these evil spirits emerge from?
Second Elder. What should we do? So many late-stage 1-star evil spirits. We're dead for sure this time. The faces of these Wang family second-generation powerhouses all turned green.
An aura of despair was spreading among them.
One late-stage 1-star evil spirit was already enough for them to suffer. 1,000 appearing all at once. How could they not despair?
All shut up for me. Shouting and wrangling, can it scare away these evil spirits?
All follow this old man. Kill the way out together. Wang Yutao still had overwhelming prestige. This shout instantly calmed the Wang family's people.
At the same time, he raised his long spear. A terrifying force struck toward the evil spirits ahead.
Howl! Howl! Miserable cries lingered incessantly by the ears. Late-stage 1-star evil spirits were still a little too tender in front of Wang Yutao.
Except, not only did Wang Yutao's overwhelming blow not frighten away the evil spirits, it made those evil spirits even more crazed, instead, pouncing over at the crowd.
Yugan, you cover the rear. I'll open up the path in front.
The others, take precautions on your own. Don't let those evil spirits break in.
Wang Yutao had clearly seen a grand spectacle before. Although alarmed, he did not panic, commanding with great composure. He and Wang Yugan, two great experts, protected the team one front and one back. The other people's pressure lessened drastically all at once. However, the number of evil spirits was seriously too many. Furthermore, each and every one of them was ferocious and did not fear death. They just did all they could to bite. Very soon, there was somebody who could not hold on anymore. Arg! A Wang family's guard whose strength was slightly weaker was suddenly brought down by 4 or 5 evil spirits. The evil spirits were seemingly sharks that smelled the scent of blood. Around 20 to 30 evil spirits instantly drowned him out entirely. Before long, that guard ceased breathing.
His divine soul was already divided and eaten by the evil spirits.
When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them felt a chill.
Maybe this was their outcome not long after. Those evil spirits, tasting the benefits, only tussled with Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan, while the focus of the attacks was placed on those Wang family members in the center.
Very soon, there was another Wang family's member who was taken down. Ling Qiu.
Wang Yutao's gaze turned bloodshot from anger. That person who died was his biological nephew.
Before coming, he never dreamed that employing the Wang family's power to come and hunt down an initial stage Grotto Profound brat, he would actually pay such a terrible price. Except sad was sad. He was completely powerless about the reduction in numbers when battling. 100 evil spirits pestered him. Even if his strength was any greater, he was too busy to care as well. A single mishap and he would even stumble himself. 2 late-stage Grotto Profound experts defending, this group of people gradually approached the cave entrance. It was just that miserable cries echoed incessantly in Wang Yutao's ears. His heart was dripping blood. Kill! A terrifying charge. Wang Yutao finally forcefully carved out a bloody path, charging out of the Ghost King cave.
The current Wang Yutao's eyes were blood-red, already unbelievably furious. One figure after another charged out. Finally, Wang Yugan also came out in the end.
Boom!
The evil spirits did not have the intention of letting these people off. Large groups rushed out of the Ghost King cave and continued to hunt down everyone. Wang Yutao was aggrieved to the extreme and could only lead everyone to continue fleeing. No idea how long they chased them either. There were finally no more evil spirits behind them. Everyone was all seemingly drained of energy, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily for air. Wang Yutao swept a glance over the remaining people, the joints of his fingers cracking. When they went in, counting in the guide, they brought a total of 17 people. But now, counting in him and Wang Yugan, there were only 5 people left. This in and out actually forcefully incapacitated 12 people. Apart from the guide, those Wang family's people were all the Wang family's elites. Quite a number of people were all Wang Yutao's sons and nephew generation. Among them, the majority were all late-stage Grotto Profound powerhouses. There were even a few who were middle-stage Grotto Profound. This trip directly cut the Wang family's elites by half. Yi Yuan, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, Wang Yutao, am lesser than a human. This old man swears an oath to heaven that I must cut you down in this wind den. Wang Yutao's eyes were blood-red, gnashing his teeth in hatred, already hating Yi Yuan to the max. He naturally would not think that it was actually them pursuing Yi Yuan all along. Either way, others killing the Wang family's members, that was all the other person's fault. Inside the Ghost King cave, Chong Liang 5 brothers were long dumbstruck with amazement already. They exchanged glances, all with an expression like they had seen a ghost. Big brother, what did we see just now? Oh, our eyesight wouldn't be failing, right? How did he do it? Those were 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits. He's actually able to command late-stage 1-star evil spirits. Chong Liang looked at the Yi Yuan currently in meditation, his gaze full of deep apprehension. Only this time did they witness Yi Yuan's true strength. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it was truly as easy as turning his palm over. Why, Your Excellency, previously we have affronted. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. Chong Liang cupped his fists and said respectfully. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, feeling palpitations of lingering fear and rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he did not become enemies with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the 7 of them brothers, the ones who died, would not be just number 3 and number 7. When 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits besieged Wang Yutao, they all, Chong Liang was watching from outside. That spectacular scene made it hard to forget all his life. Forget about it happening to Wang Yutao, even Chong Liang, the spectator, felt his scalp tingle. But seeing the Wang family's people fall one by one, Chong Liang was incomparably delighted in his heart. The Wang family's people were too overbearing, killing 2 of his brothers indiscriminately. Served them right to have this kind of end. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said nonchalantly, "Not to the extent of taking offense, but as long as you guys don't provoke this young master naturally won't go and find trouble with you all. Originally, I wanted to let you all run your own course without external interference, but seeing the feelings between you brothers run so deep, willing to help each other at the expense of your life, that's why I made a move." Dustless had constantly been monitoring every movement and action in the vicinity. The things that happened outside the Ghost King cave could not hide from him at all. Originally thought that the Wind 7 heroes, these greedy fellows, the feelings between the brothers were probably just like that. But he did not expect that Chong Liang, as well as number 3 and number 7, were actually so loyal. Yi Yuan felt a spur of the moment. That was why he let them in. After Dustless absorbed some evil spirits, his condition improved considerably all at once. His methods also made Yi Yuan secretly dumbfounded. Dustless simulated the undulations of a grand completion 1-star evil spirit with a secret at, commanding these late-stage 1-star evil spirits to besiege the Wang family's people. To a late-stage 1-star evil spirit, a grand completion 1-star evil spirit was an absolute sovereign. 1-star evil spirits did not have any intelligence. They acted entirely based on their own instincts. Hence, as long as Wang Yutao they all dared to enter the Ghost King cave, that outcome would absolutely be miserable. Yes, Your Excellency. Previously, the few of us were committing stupidity. The Wang family is too strong, the few of us brothers don't have hopes of taking revenge at all, that's why we would divert the hatred onto you. Hope that your excellency pardons it, Changliang said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, honestly speaking, I also didn't think that the Wang family would be so utterly devoid of consciousness. Just because you guys were a guide for me, they vented their anger on you all. But the Wang family, this young master will certainly purge their names from Jewel Hill City. If the few of you follow me, there will come a chance to take revenge for your brothers in the future. Chong Liang's eyes lit up and he said joyfully, for your excellency to be willing to take us in, it's our honor. The few of us brothers are willing to dash our brains onto the ground and follow your excellency to death. Chang Liang signaled his brothers with a look and prostrated. Yi Yuan nodded and said, you guys following this young master. This young master naturally won't dispense with your benefits. It's just that this young master can't tolerate any mistakes and transgressions. If you all still want to have any filthy ideas like before, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Chong Liang was alarmed and hurriedly said, dare not, dare not. The death of number 3 and number 7 taught this Chong a profound level. Currently, this Chang's only wish is to personally kill Wang Yutao, that bastard, and take revenge for number 3 and number 7. Yi Yuan was just about to open his mouth and speak when suddenly his expression turned grim. Chong Liang's expression changed as well. It was as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Around them, a series of powerful auras emerged, surrounding the 6 of them in the middle. Grand completion 1-star evil spirits. Your Excellency, this Sao? What to do here? Chang Liang exclaimed. The great battle previously finally still startled these powerful existences. Same as human martial artists, grand completion 1-star, this level of evil spirits were not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a strange vortex storm spread out with Yi Yuan as the center. Those late-stage 1-star evil spirits were involuntarily sucked into the vortex, finally being absorbed by Yi Yuan. 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits did not have the slightest bit of resistance, directly becoming dustless food. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Chong Liang and the rest stared like wide saucers. While controlling 1,000 evil spirits was beyond comprehension, Yi Yuan actually devoured 1,000 evil spirits. This was seriously too terrifying. Wasn't he afraid of stuffing himself to death? Chong Liang and the rest had run around here for no less than several hundred years, but they had never seen before someone who dared to deal with evil spirits in this way. Ordinary martial artists, even Grand Completion Grotto profound martial artists, did not dare to devour an evil spirit either. Chong Liang swallowed his saliva, discovering that this lord was truly too mysterious. The Wang family definitely went soft in the head. That was why they provoked such a terrifying foe. Somehow, Chong Liang suddenly was somewhat sympathetic for Wang Yutao. At present, the surroundings had roughly 20 to 30 grand completion 1-star evil spirits. These ferocious-looking evil spirits were actually incomparably wary of Yi Yuan at this time. Even though they surrounded everyone, all of them were fearful and did not go forward. These evil spirits all did not have intelligence. But it was precisely because so that they could faintly perceive the soul-suppressing pearl's terror. This kind of instinctive dread made them not dare to go forward. Myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Evil spirits were extremely powerful existences to human martial artists. But the soul-suppressing pearl was their nemesis. Only after seeing this scene did Chong Liang finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he was incredibly shocked too. In this Wind Den, human martial artists all made detours when seeing evil spirits. But today, he actually saw evil spirits feeling fear towards humans. Chong Liang felt that the events that happened today simply subverted his worldview. Seeing Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes, Chong Liang could not resist asking, Your Excellency, what should we do now? Yi Yuan ignored Chong Liang, but his gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. The depth was a stretch of darkness, unable to see anything. Since you came, why hide furtively? Yi Yuan said coolly. Chong Liang and the rest were stupefied with baffled looks on their faces. Didn't late-stage 1-star evil spirits already come out? Could it be that there were still others here? Just as they were wondering, a ghostly light emerged from the depths of the darkness. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Right away, when this person came out,
Chang Liang 5 people all palpitated endlessly.
The powerful aura made them unable to move even a muscle. This person was too strong.
With his strength, wanting to kill the 5 of them could probably be accomplished with a wave of a hand. How could there be such a powerful existence in the Ghost King cave? The arrival was a man, looking elegant and suave, like a fine and handsome young master. This figure was not much different from ordinary people. But looking closely, one could discover that his body was somewhat illusionary, appearing not so real. "You, human, are rather special," the man said with a smile. Hearing the meaning in his words, he was actually not a human. Facing this man's powerful aura, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Hearing that, he also smiled and said, "I also didn't expect that inside this Ghost King cave, there's really a 2-star evil spirit. Also, didn't think that a 2-star evil spirit was actually as refined as you." T2-star evil spirit? The faces of Chang Liang and the others suddenly changed, their gazes looking at that man in great terror. Although legends had it that there was a 2-star evil spirit existing in this Wind den, no one had ever seen it before. They never dreamed that this man in front of them, who was no different from a human, was actually the 2-star evil spirit. Less than 1 in 10,000 ordinary 2-star evil spirits were able to unlock intelligence.
What they had was just instinctive devouring.
Toward such a 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was really powerless to do anything, because they could only slaughter instinctively. But even Dustless also did not expect that the 2-star evil spirit in this Ghost King cave actually gave birth to intelligence.
The man did not deny it either but said, "There is
an aura that makes me very wary on you."
Actually, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He also thought that evil spirits were all that sort of neither human nor ghost appearance, malicious looking.
He did not think that 2-star evil spirits actually turned out to be like this. Moreover, the other party's perception seemed to be very keen.
Chang Liang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a face full of terror.
He simply did not dare to believe that a 2-star evil spirit would actually say such words.
One could say that if a 2-star evil spirit wanted to kill them, it just needed to move a finger and it would be enough. But facing the Yi Yuan, who was only initial stage grotto profound, he was actually so apprehensive. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Middle stage 2-star, strength isn't bad. I didn't expect that your intelligence can unlock to this extent. That saved me a bout of trouble." Chang Liang was shuddering with fear, listening by the side, wishing to turn tail and run. This Yi Yuan was too crazy. That was a 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan actually dared to talk like this.
"Hang on, middle stage 2-star?" Chang Liang felt incomparably flustered. What the hell was this? Within the grotto profound realm, a minor realm was a layer of heaven. Then heaven glimpse realm was naturally even more so. The disparity between initial stage and middle stage was even greater. Also, how did Yi Yuan able to tell that the other party was a 2-star evil spirit? The amount of information was too great. The 5 of them brothers felt somewhat unable to digest. But the man said, "How do you know?"
"I won't make a move against you?
"You're
too weak,"
Yi Yuan said with a smile. "If your intelligence isn't unlocked yet, then forget it. Naturally, we can't dispense with a fierce battle between us. But since your intelligence is already unlocked, then you don't have to move against this young master." Yi Yuan said it very assuredly and did not take the man's threat to heart at all. For him to dare say so, it was naturally because there was Dustless, this great divinity, there.
The might of an Empyrean spirit treasure, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Even though Dustless was a tiger that landed in the plains now, for the other party to want to kill Yi Yuan, it was likely really not so easy.
The man smiled and said, "Your esteemed self is too confident. For me to kill you is merely the effort of lifting a finger." Finish talking. A terrifying energy was suddenly released, locking onto Yi Yuan firmly. It was just that Yi Yuan did not feel anything. But Chang Liang 5 people were virtually frozen stiff already. They discovered to their dismay that they could not even move a finger anymore.
This 2-star evil spirit had yet to make a move and they already fell down. A surge of faintly imperceptible aura enveloped Yi Yuan up.
The wind automatically divided when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, blowing past towards the 2 sides. The man's pupils shrunk. Only then did he ascertain that Yi Yuan was indeed not simple. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Don't do this kind of pointless probing anymore. It's no use. This young master gives you a chance. Sign a heavenly Tao contract and serve me as your master. This young master gives you a lucky chance." While talking, Yi Yuan came before Chong Liang 5 people, extended a finger, and lightly tapped on the 5 of their foreheads. A burst of faint soul force undulation flowed out from his fingertips, instantly spreading through the 5 of their bodies. The 5 people trembled all over. That stiff feeling of being frozen to the bones instantly vanished without a trace. However, what they were shocked by was not this, but the words that Yi Yuan said. These words were too earth-shattering, resulting in that even though the 5 people were able to move, they still opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan blankly. What did he say earlier? Make a 2-star evil spirit that unlocked intelligence serve him as master? His Excellency? He wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? The man was also stupefied and immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "What a joke. An initial stage grotto profound youth actually dares to spout this kind of drivel. Is your esteemed self provoking my bottom line?" The rankings of the martial artist world were stringent. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. Saying these words was a great disrespect. Even if they had no ill feelings or enmity, just based on this sentence, the other party had sufficient reason to kill already. Yi Yuan just smiled and suddenly extended a finger, drawing something in the air. Chong Liang and the rest were uncertain what it meant, completely unaware of what strange ideas Yi Yuan was mystifying. It looked like some sort of talismans. He could not help looking in the direction of the man and discovered that the expression on the man's face was currently changing from disdain to thunderstruck and finally wild ecstasy. Only then did they know that these incomprehensible talismans that Yi Yuan drew were very extraordinary. Ghost Dao 100 runes. What? What you drew was the Ghost Dao 100 runes. The man's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Hoo, it looks like you recognize the Ghost Dao 100 runes. It saves this young master his breath." The man trembled all over and said in disbelief, "You? How can you, a human, possibly know the Ghost Dao 100 runes?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "How this young master knows don't need you to be concerned with. You just say whether you're willing to follow this young master or not. Don't have any strange ideas, you only have one chance." The man's gaze turned intent, a look of struggle surfacing on his face. Yi Yuan's warning made him become very conflicted. To an evil spirit, for them to be able to leech within a martial artist's body, it was equivalent to seizing possession, but also not the same as seizing possession. Because they were an independent body and did not need to rely on the fleshy body to survive. The strange idea that Yi Yuan said was actually referring to this. What flashed across at the first moment just now was indeed this thought. But Yi Yuan's words shattered his fantasy into smithereens. If it were others, he would seize possession without the slightest hesitation and forcefully plunder the other party's memories. But Yi Yuan was unusual. From the very beginning, Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. The aura that the soul-suppressing pearl faintly revealed made him extremely wary. At one side, Chong Liang 5 people did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were quietly waiting for the man's decision. They never dreamed that Yi Yuan's words were actually really going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. At least, the other party was moved. This lord was really becoming more and more mysterious. Just what kind of existence was he? Alchemy strength was exceedingly terrifying, martial Tao's strength unfathomable. Now, he was actually going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. Chongling felt that this world was really too crazy. Everything he had seen and heard today was simply even more exciting that his lifetime experiences added up. Time slowly trickled by, and the expression on the man's face flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for the other party's answer. He had full confidence that the other party definitely could not resist the temptation of the Ghost Dao 100 runes. "All right then, I promise you." Finally, the man opened his mouth and surrendered. The moment the contract happened, an inexplicable connection was established between Yi Yuan and the man. "Gue Yun has met master," said the 2-star evil spirit in submission. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, N. The function of the Ghost Dao 100 runes. I believe there's no need for me to say anymore. You just work for this young master contentedly, and I'll slowly impart them to you. If you can comprehend fully, becoming a Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor isn't impossible either. Gue Yun revealed a look of great elation and hurriedly said, Gue Yun, thanks, master. All right, I'll take you into my carry-on space right now. You don't resist it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Having some spatial-type magic treasure on a deity realm powerhouse was very normal. It was not to the extent of making Chang Liang and the rest overly surprised. Gue Yun did not feel anything off as well. It was just that when his figure appeared in the soul-suppressing space, he immediately felt the extraordinariness. When he saw Dustless, that feeling of beholding a great mountain appeared uncontrollably. Hoo-hoo, little ghost, your luck is pretty good. To be able to give birth to intelligence when at 2-star, and even ran into this old man, perhaps you'll be the next Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor, Dustless said with a smile. The dignified 2-star evil spirit became a little ghost when it reached Dustless's mouth. Senior, you are? Gue Yun said carefully. Dustless smiled and said, This old man is Dustless, same as you, serving Yi Yuan as my master. Gue Yun suddenly discovered that his apprehension toward Yi Yuan probably originated from this old man. Senior Dustless, what is this place? Why do I feel that this place is very unusual? Gue Yun said. This place is the inner space of an Empyrean spirit treasure. This old man is this place's artifact spirit. In the future, you'll live here together with this old man. As long as Yi Yuan allows it, this old man will naturally impart you the Ghost Dao 100 runes. Dustless said. Gue Yun's mind buzzed as if being struck by a bolt of lightning, turning blank. Senior, you're saying that? This place is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Gue Yun's tongue could not even be straightened when speaking. The astonishment that Dustless's words brought him was seriously too intense. This news was even more shocking than the Ghost Dao 100 runes. Empyrean spirit treasure with Gue Yun's realm, he was totally unable to imagine this level of existence. At this moment, he was incomparably thrilled that he did not carry out seizing possession on Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would really not even know how he died. If he carried out an attack against Yi Yuan's physical body, Dustless would really be powerless to do anything. But if he dared to seize possession of Yi Yuan, entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, then it was no different from seeking death. No wonder Yi Yuan said he would only give him one chance. He really did not bluff him. That's right, it's an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, it's a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Little ghost, that's why I said that you're very lucky. If this old man's strength recovers a little more, I probably won't take fancy on you anymore. Even if you wanted to be Yi Yuan's servant, there wouldn't be a chance either, Dustless said. 2-star evil spirits were really just a little ghost in Dustless's eyes. If not because he was a tiger that descended onto the plains presently, how could he take fancy on this kind of rookie? But Dustless's one sentence made Gue Yun nervous. His current strength was much higher than his master's. But if his master's strength advanced in the future and had no more use for him, would he kill the donkey the moment it had done its job? Dustless clearly saw through his concerns and said with a smile, You can put your heart back in place. Ikido values ties of comradeship immensely. As long as you work diligently for him, even if he enters the rankings of Heavenly Emperor in the future, he won't do anything to you either. He would even help you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. You won't believe it even if I say any more. You follow him and in the future you'll naturally know. Now, this old man will impart you the first Ghost Dao 100 runes. Ghost Dao 100 runes was a transcendent art for cultivating the Ghost Dao. As the name implied, Ghost Dao 100 runes was 100 runes. These 100 runes contained the transcendent Ghost Dao 100 runes of Ghost Dao, exceedingly extensive and profound. Legends had it that as long as one comprehended these 100 runes completely, they would be able to achieve the Ghost Dao Transcendent Heavenly Emperor, looking down upon the world. This appeal to Gue Yun was seriously too strong. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was one of the Heavenspan world's extremely powerful alchemists. He researched the Divine Soul Dao in detail. This Ghost Dao 100 runes was obtained from a Ghost Dao Empyrean which he killed in the past. The research was also very thorough. With Dustless's strength, teaching Gue Yun was naturally nothing difficult.
At the outside world, Changliang 5 people were utterly dumbfounded. The events did not develop in the direction that they expected at all. The result made their jaws drop. That was a 2-star evil spirit, an existence that could casually eradicate them with a twitch of a finger. It was actually subdued just like this? When they knew that Gue Yun was a 2-star evil spirit, they even thought that they were dead for sure this time. They did not expect that the final result reversed too quickly. This 2-star evil spirit actually became Yi Yuan's servant. Your Excellency, what was that you drew? Why did that 2-star evil spirit serve you as his servant the moment he saw it? Chang Liang plucked up his courage and asked. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You also won't understand if I said it. That's the thing that ghost Dao powerhouses cultivate. You just have to know that me taking him in is giving him a lucky chance. That's it. Since it's a fortuitous chance, what reason does he have to not serve me, becoming his master?" Chang Liang 5 people sighed from the bottom of their hearts and said, "Your Excellency, you're really too formidable. The 5 of us brothers are convinced." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop flattering. Weren't you all going to personally kill Wang Yutao? How you want to trample him now is up to you." Chang Liang 5 people trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of wild elation. Yeah, with a 2-star evil spirit by their side, this Wind Den, they could roam as they pleased. What did a mere Wang Yutao count as? Thud. Changliang 5 people knelt down collectively and Changliang said, "Your Excellency, taking revenge for the 5 of us, the 5 of our rotten lives will be sold to Your Excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Get up. The Wang family and I have already reached the point of irreconcilability. Even if not helping you all take revenge, Wang Yutao must die as well. Second brother, if they don't come out, could it be that we're really going to guard here for a year?" Wang Yugan asked. Even with their strength, they also felt very uncomfortable in this place where wind blew all year round. Wang Yutao said solemnly, "Otherwise, what can we do still?" No idea what kind of heretic skill that punk cultivated either to actually be able to control evil spirits. Really, damn it. No wonder he wanted to enter the Wind Den at all costs. It was probably in order to cultivate the heretic skill. Wang Yugan thought about it and said, "Second brother, why not? Invite big brother here. I feel that this kid is extremely abnormal. Continuing to guard like this isn't the way." Wang Yugan's suggestion made him very moved. But he shook his head again very quickly and said, "What kind of face do we have to go and meet big brother with our current appearance? Not killing that punk. It's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." "Oh? Second Elder wants to kill me so much? I wonder how this Yi provoked Second Elder to make you detest me like so." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice echoed in the cave. "Yu Yuan." Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan suddenly stood up, their gaze filled with killing intent. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caught Wang Yutao duo by surprise. But very soon, their figures moved swiftly, directly cutting off Yi Yuan's retreat. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. He did not speak, allowing them to act. "Don't be so nervous, relax a bit," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Wang Yutao's expression turned cold and he said, "Brat, you're really gutsy to actually dare come out and court death. You killed 11 of my Wang family's elites. Today, we'll settle this score properly." Seeing Yi Yuan, Wang Yutao's anger reached the limit all at once. Currently, he wished to swallow Yi Yuan's flesh raw. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Your Wang family chased this Yi from Jewel Hill City to the Wind Denver. Could it be that you still don't allow me to fight back?" Wang Yutao snorted coldly and said, "Want to blame, you'll have to blame yourself, and that you shouldn't have opposed my Wang family. This world is the world of the strong. If I want you dead, you have no choice but to die." Yi Yuan laughed. Chang Liang and the others behind him also laughed. Wang Yutao's face turned black, being deeply triggered by the few people's laughter. "You laughed? I hope that you all can still laugh in a while. This old man will let you know what's called a fate worse than death. Yugan, do it." Wang Yutao shouted coldly, rushing towards Yi Yuan with Wang Yugan one after the other. 2 mighty grand completion grotto profound experts making a move at the same time. That aura was truly astonishing. But right at this time, an even more terrifying aura emanated from Yi Yuan's body. A piercing cold wind stirred. Even those as powerful as Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan were also virtually frozen by this gust of wind.
The other Wang family members' strengths were lacking. How could they withstand such wind? Their divine souls were directly scattered to the wind. Slam! Slam! Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan fell straight down from midair, slamming severely onto the ground. The two people opened their eyes wide, their eyes full of disbelief.
How could such a terrifying wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? They only felt like their divine souls were about to be frozen at this time. This gust of wind was too powerful.
Seeing Yi Yuan approach step by step, Wang Yugan panicked inwardly.
He struggled, wanting to get up, but his entire body was blown numb by the wind. How could he muster up the strength in a short while?
What do you want to do? Wang Yugan said fearfully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, Do what?
What this young master is going to do, you should be even clearer than me, right?
Rest assured, this young master won't kill you right now. How to deal with you, Luo Jian has the final say. Finish talking. Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, directly sealing Wang Yugan's divine essence and hauling him up like holding up a dead dog. The numbing effects of the wind can last for roughly an hour. Act faster and catch up earlier, Yi Yuan said with Chong Liang. Chong Liang cupped his fists and said with a bow, Yes, Your Excellency. When us brothers finish venting this frustration, we'll catch up. Yi Yuan nodded his head, his figure moving, vanishing before the few people's eyes. Chong Liang 5 people looked at the dead dog like Wang Yutao, incomparably pleased in their hearts. Wang Yutao, you were so awe-inspiring earlier.
But now if I want you dead, you have no choice but to die. Ha ha.
Chong Liang mimicked Wang Yutao's words earlier, truly ironic to the max. A moment ago, Wang Yutao was still awe-inspiring.
A moment later, he became a dead dog.
Furthermore, saying this kind of words in front of Yi Yuan was simply ridiculous.
Wang Yutao was unable to move all over, but his expression was ugly to the extreme.
He had not figured out until now what in the world happened.
Why would such a horrifying wind emit from Yi Yuan's body?
Wang Yutao, didn't you want to kill us brothers?
Get up, Number 2 said with a cold smile. Poochie.
Number 4's blade stabbed into Wang Yutao's heart without the least bit of hesitation. When you killed Number 3 and Number 7, you definitely didn't think that retribution came so quickly, right? Number 4 gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, To a deity realm powerhouse, puncturing the heart would not be fatal. But that heart-gouging pain shot straight up to his head, making him anguished until he wished to die. Poochie. Another blade, Number 5 directly chopped off one of Wang Yutao's palm.
Just the likes of you are also fit to raise a hue with Lord Yi Yuan?
I ask you to raise a hue. Ask you to raise a hue. Number 5 said with a hideous grin. Ah! Ah!
A series of miserable screams lingered on in the air. Chongliang 5 people's torture made him hover between life and death. Chongliang 5 people were not some guys who had not seen the world before. They had mingled among the bottom-level martial artists all year round. Disregarding cruel and merciless, the methods of torturing people sprung up in endless variations too.
They were nice to their brothers, but toward enemies they absolutely would not show mercy.
The deaths of Number 3 and Number 7 made them hate Wang Yutao to the bones.
Si Chongliang, aren't you all afraid of the Wang family's revenge for daring to treat this old man like this? Wang Yutao endured the intense pain and shouted. Chongliang 5 people were thrilled the moment they heard and laughed mockingly as they said, "Ayo brothers, this old fart is threatening us right now. What do you think we should do?"
I'm so scared. Are you all scared or not?
Scared. I'm really scared of death.
Big brother, why don't we help this old fogey up and beg him for mercy? Number 6 said.
Chongliang chuckled and said, Yeah, second elder, spare the few of us brothers. All right? I know that we were wrong. Chongliang laughed as he stabbed Wang Yutao again. Wang Yutao's face was green with pain. He gasped for air as he said, Don't you guys forget. The Wang family still has my elder brother.
Chongling smiled coldly and said, using Wang Yuxiang that old fart to come and scare your father?
Let you be scared of your father. Let you be scared of your father.
The 5 brothers slashed one after another. Before long, they poked Wang Yutao into a sieve. Their blows were very appropriate, making Wang Yutao agonize to the point of wishing for death. But all these did not take his life. Under the 5 of their torture, Wang Yutao was almost breaking down. He seriously could not figure out where these few people got the confidence to actually not even place big brother Wang Yuxian in their sights. His elder brother, Wang Yuxian, was an initial stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. In this Jewel Hill city that was a top-of-the-class existence. Even Yang Rui did not dare to make light of him too. These few barbarians actually did not take him seriously. Not only did they make light of him, but also when he mentioned his elder brother, those few guys also became aggravated instead. Time passed, and in a twinkle an hour's time was almost up. Wang Yutao suddenly felt his body gradually recover a bit of strength. This discovery made him inexplicably thrilled, because he noticed that Chang Liang and the rest only cared about tormenting him and had forgotten about the time. As long as he waited a while more, in a short while their doomsday would be here. He was praying that Chang Liang and the rest really forgot the time. Have you recovered some strength? Do you feel that there's still a hint of hope? Are you thinking of how to sentence us to death? Hoo-hoo, your father will tell you very responsibly, you're thinking too much. Actually, we did it on purpose. Ha ha ha. Chang Liang's voice was like a devil, shattering the last glimmer of Wang Yutao's hope. Thud. Wang Yugan's body fell onto the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Yugan. Yuan, what's going on here? When Luo Jian saw the dead dog like Wang Yugan, a look of shock was written all over his face. With Yi Yuan's strength, how could he possibly turn Wang Yugan into this manner? But the reality happened before his eyes. It was not up to him to not believe. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to bother with what happened. I brought this guy to you to deal with. Want to kill or dismember? It's up to you." Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan as if he did not recognize the latter. Still being at the initial stage grotto profound, Yi Yuan's realm did not have the slightest hint of change. However, how in the world did he do it? Spare me. Yi Yuan. It was all this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to you and Luo Jian. As long as you let this old man off, this old man is willing to pay any price. Wang Yugan said feebly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said just now, everything is up to Brother Luo to decide. If he's willing to let you go, I have no objections either." The one who narrowly escaped death was Luo Jian. Yi Yuan would not make the decision on his behalf. The reason why he brought Wang Yugan here was in order to let Luo Jian vent his frustrations. Luo Jian was not a soft-hearted person. He would definitely kill this fellow. Luo? He had yet to start pleading for mercy when a streak of cold light flashed past. A powerful divine essence directly destroyed his life force. The high and mighty Wang Yugan died just like this. Luo Jian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him at all. With his personality, he would not be long-winded with the other party either. So much crap. This guy was still hoping for me to let him go? Really foolish. Luo Jian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "When people reach a hopeless situation, they always hope to live on. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't plead to live disgracefully." Luo Jian said coolly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How is it? Vented your anger yet?" Luo Jian nodded and said, "Thoughts are running smoothly. Vented the anger." Yi Yuan, how in the world did you do it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell you, but you must help me keep the secret. Even the Tower Lord can't be told. Can you do it?" Luo Jian's expression choked up and he shook his head and said, "Can't do it." "Forget it, you'd better not say. You, kid, are really a freak. Made me worry for nothing." Luo Jian was very broad-minded though. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan regarded him even higher. Yi Yuan could naturally perceive that Luo Jian very much wanted to know what in the world happened. But he did not wish to hide from Yang Rui too. Hence, he forcefully endured asking. As for Yi Yuan, he naturally did not have the need to hide from Luo Jian. It was just that he knew Luo Jian's temperament, that was why he did not tell him. After all, the current Gue Yun was Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. Oh right, Wang Yutao and Wang Yuman both came. Where are they? They wouldn't also have a Luo Jian suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Wang Yuman has already been killed by me. As for Wang Yutao, he must be savoring it greatly right now. Luo Jian's expression changed several times, and he said huffily, You, this guy, are really a freak. Before long, Chong Liang 5 people rushed over, directly kneeling down in unison when he saw Yi Yuan. Many thanks to your excellency for granting the wish, letting us take revenge for number 3 and number 7. From this day forth, the 5 of our lives will be sold to your excellency. If your excellency wants us to head east, we absolutely won't head west. If your excellency wants our lives, us brothers absolutely won't bat an eyelid. Chong Liang said. Yi Yuan said coolly, What would I want your lives for? You all take these medicinal pills, go back and cultivate well. Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually threw a small bottle to Chong Liang. Chong Liang received it and took a look and involuntarily shuddered all over, crying out in shock, Your Excellency, this is too precious. We can't accept it. Inside the small bottle was actually divine-grade divine essence pills. This kind of thing was originally a priceless item in Jewel Hill City. Having money could not buy it either. Yi Yuan's opening move was 10 pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, Just a few medicinal pills? It's not a big deal. Number 3 and number 7 being killed was caused by me in the end. These medicinal pills, just take it as compensation for you all. Chong Liang and the rest felt even more inexplicably grateful. He had already been stuck at middle stage Grotto Profound for many years and kept failing to break through. With this divine-grade divine essence pill, his breakthrough to late-stage Grotto Profound was already something that happened without extra effort. Not just him, these few brothers of his, by relying on these divine-grade divine essence pills, they would definitely have a huge advancement too. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Chong Liang 5 people were really on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan this time. What did you say? Say it again. At the Wang family's residence, Wang Lingbo suddenly stood up. He was yelling at a junior managing the ancestral temple. Family head, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, as well as the Wang family elites who were brought out this time. Their soul lamps are all extinguished. The junior was grief-stricken as if bereaved of his parents. The so-called soul lamp was lit with a trace of a martial artist's soul force, which could reflect the survival status of the martial artist. Once the soul lamp extinguished, the martial artist was either dead or trapped in some dangerous place. How is this possible? The 3 elders are all Grand Completion Grotto Profound powerhouses. Who in this Jewel Hill City can eradicate all of them in one go? Wang Lingbo's entire body trembled as he said. That junior said with a mournful face. Family head, I also suspected that I saw wrongly at first, but I checked several times. Their soul lamps are indeed all extinguished. Wang Lingbo plopped his bottom back down, his entire person seemed to have lost a soul. These 3 great elders were the Wang family's backbone strength. Once they died, the blow to the Wang family was seriously too great. There was even a possibility that the Wang family would never recover from this setback henceforth. They were to hunt down Yi Yuan. Could it be that they all died in Yi Yuan's hands? But how was this possible? Yi Yuan was just an initial stage Grotto Profound rookie. Even if he had Luo Jian protecting, it was also not possible to make the 3 great elders perish at the same time, right? Wang Lingbo could not figure out after racking his brains. After a long time, he said to the junior despondently, I got it. This matter must be kept secret. If you dare to leak a word, family punishment awaits. The junior hurriedly voiced his assent and took his leave. Wang Lingbo maintained that sitting posture, sitting the whole night. Ever since he received the position of family head from Wang Yuxian, it could be said to have been limitless glory. In the past, there had never been a moment where he was so helpless like now. Finally, at dawn, a haggard-looking Wang Lingbo got up and slowly walked into a secret underground room that was, Father! Wang Lingbo shouted using a dry voice. Before long, an aged voice came from inside the secret room. It's Lingbo, huh? Why? Encountered some issues? Wang Lingbo opened his mouth and really did not know how to speak up. This isn't like your style. Could it be that this time it was Yang Rui who personally took action, said the old man. After a long silence, Wang Lingbo finally plucked up his courage and used a close to teary voice and said, "Father, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, they all might have already fallen." Boom! The secret room's door directly exploded. A gust of strong wind blew out from inside. Late at night, a figure suddenly staggered into the myriad treasure tower. But when Hong Yin saw this figure, she was taken aback with fright. It was only to see that this figure was covered in blood from top to bottom. It was as if he was hauled out from a blood pool, looking incomparably grim. "Luo Jian, what's with you? Where's Sir Yi?" Hong Yin recognized the arrival and hurriedly forward and helped him up. This figure was none other than precisely Luo Jian. "Q, quickly help me to go and meet the Tower Lord," Luo Jian gasped. "Oh, I'll help you over right now," Hong Yin said. Right at this time, Feng Ping flashed out from the inner hall and exclaimed, "Luo Jian, why have you suffered such serious injuries? Quickly come in, I'll treat it for you." Luo Jian's face was deathly pale. Seeing Feng Ping, he said weakly, "Many thanks for Elder Feng's good intentions. But the matter is urgent. My injuries. Best treated afterward." Feng Ping's expression changed and he said, "Luo Jian, what in the world happened? Weren't you escorting Yi Yuan into the Yin Den?" "Where's he?" Luo Jian said, "The Wang family sent out 3 elders to hunt us down, surrounding us at the Yin Den. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had methods to control evil spirits. That was how he helped me to charge out of the heavy encirclement, making me return to seek help. The Wang family pursued Yi Yuan into the Yin Den's interior and I lost contact with him. I rushed back without stopping once to ask Tower Lord for help." Feng Ping's expression changed drastically and he said, This matter only the few of us know. So how did the Wang family get the intel?" Luo Jian shook his head and said, "Don't know. Now isn't the time to look into this matter. Continue to drag on, Yi Yuan will likely be a goner." Hong Yin, "Quickly help me to go see Tower Lord." Hong Yin was also worried about Yi Yuan's safety and hurriedly helped Luo Jian in. After the 2 people left, the expression on Feng Ping's face changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the myriad treasure tower, vanishing into the dark night. Yi Yuan is the myriad treasure tower's money tree now. Yang Rui definitely won't look on with folded arms. Once he makes a move, the lives of those 3 elders of your Wang family will be difficult to guarantee. Inside the Wang family study, Feng Ping's words were clearly somewhat anxious. But his words gave Wang Lingbo hope. He revealed a look of pleasant surprise on his face and said, "Is this true? My second uncle, they all are really still in the Yin Den." Feng Ping said urgently, "Why would I lie to you?" Just earlier, Luo Jian returned to the myriad treasure tower covered in blood. He already broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. You think about it, apart from your Wang family's 3 elders who can injure him until like that. There was no time for him to even treat his injuries, and he wanted to go and see Yang Rui. It can be seen how dangerous the situation is. I'm afraid that Yang Rui will beat you to it. So I come to inform you right away. You quickly get Lord Yuxiang to take action. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. This news was seriously too pleasantly surprising, sweeping Wang Lingbo's depressed mood clean. Wang Lingbo hurriedly said, "Okay. You go back first. Don't arouse their suspicions. I'll go and meet my father right now and invite his elderly self to take action." These 2 days, he didn't have any appetite for food over second uncle and their matter. Feng Ling nodded his head and hurriedly said, "Okay. I'll return right away." Not long after he left, a person rode a horse out of the Wang family, swift as lightning, galloping over towards outside the city. After Feng Ping came out of the Wang family, his entire person also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had the ability to control evil spirits, and was actually able to withstand the besieging of 3 mighty Grand Completion Grotto Profound powerhouses. It looked like he really underestimated him. But with Wang Yuxian making a move, Yi Yuan definitely could not escape his doom this time. Yo, it's the evening now. Elder Feng still has the leisurely mood to come out for a stroll. How pleasant. Feng Ping was currently pondering when a voice suddenly sounded out from behind him, making him jump in fright. Turning around to look, Feng Ping's eyeballs popped out. "Yi Yuan, why you? Why would you be here?"
Aren't you? Aren't. The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. When Feng Ping saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked until he was stumbling over his words. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ping with a smile that was not a smile and said smilingly, "Is Elder Feng trying to say, shouldn't I be trapped at the Yin Wind Den currently? Why would I show up here?" Feng Ping said in surprise, "Why yeah. Didn't Luo Jian say? Ah. It's great that you're fine. Haha." Feng Ping's reaction was fast too, hastily changing his tune. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder Feng, do you think the injuries that this Yi did to Luo Jian was still passable? It seems like even you didn't see through either." Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said in a grim voice, What do you mean?" "Heh, what do I mean? This is nighttime. Elder Feng is coming out of the Myriad Treasure Tower's sworn enemy's residence. I wonder what's the meaning of it," Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Monstrous waves stirred up in Feng Ping's heart. But he still harbored a hint of getting lucky and feigned ignorance and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Which I've your summy coming out of the Wang family." "Yi Yuan, you don't make unfounded remarks." "Make unfounded remarks? Heh. The ones who saw you come out from the Wang family wasn't just me alone," Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, several people appeared behind Yi Yuan. The one in the lead had an incredibly solemn demeanor. How could it be if not Yang Rui? Yang Rui's appearance shattered the last trace of hope in Feng Ping's heart. He finally understood that this play tonight was a total trap. Yi Yuan set up this trap in order to make him head to the Wang family, and he waddled over just like that. Yang Rui looked at Feng Ping and said with a look of pain, "When Luo Jian told me this matter, I still didn't believe it." Feng Ping. "I, Yang Rui, examined my conscience and feel that I didn't treat you shabbily. Why did you betray the Myriad Treasure Tower?" Feng Ping knew that there was zero chance of getting lucky today and said with a cold snort, "I didn't betray the Myriad Treasure Tower. I just want this boy dead. With this boy around, Feng Ping, will never come a day where I raise my head up here in the future. The Myriad Treasure Tower can only have one chief alchemist, and that is me, Feng Ping." Hearing these words, Yang Rui looked up at the sky and gave a long sigh, and he said, "Hence, you gave Yi Yuan's intel to the Wang family, and borrowed the Wang family's hands to kill Yi Yuan?" Feng Ping said in a solemn voice, "That's right. The Myriad Treasure Tower. There's no him if there's me. No me if there's him. Ever since this boy came to the Myriad Treasure Tower, have you looked me straight in the eye once?" Yang Rui was enraged until he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said solemnly, "You clearly know Yi Yuan's importance to the Myriad Treasure Tower. How could you actually still do such a thing?" Feng Ling smiled coldly and said, "So what? This boy's origins are unknown. His identity uncertain. You all actually used such a guy and paid no heed to me. I'm doing this all for the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower." "Heh. For the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower, so you even sold out your own bro? It's fine if you betrayed me, but Luo Jian has fought alongside you for so many years. How could you bear it?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Those who accomplish great things doesn't bother with trifles. Saying any more is pointless. Before dying, I only wish to know what in the world happened to those 3 old fellows from the Wang family," Feng Ping said. He was unresigned. He still did not believe until now that Yi Yuan could escape the Wang family's 3 great elders' pursuit. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "All dead. The Wang family sent out 16 people this time, and all of them are dead." "Impossible. With your strength, how can you possibly be those 3 old fellows' match?" "I don't believe it." Feng Ping's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He was more inclined to believe that Yi Yuan escaped the 3 of their pursuits and fled back to Jewel Hill City. Clearly, this explanation was much more reasonable. But Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "The reality is, I'm standing here right now while their soul lamps are already extinguished, haven't they? Wang Yuxiang will know whether the 3 of them were finished off or not if he goes to the Inwind Den to inquire." Wang Yuxiang was destined to leave with hope and return full of disappointment. Messing with the Wang family's people if he had nothing to do was also pretty good. When talking up to here, Yang Rui also could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, his gaze carrying some astonishment and confusion. He also could not figure out how in the world Yi Yuan, an initial stage grotto profound rookie, finished off those three great elders of the Wang family. Those three people were all grotto profound deity realms peak powerhouses already. Under Heaven Glimpse, virtually no one was their match. Unless Yi Yuan had Heaven Glimpse deity realm strength, otherwise it was very hard to dispose of all three of them. Moreover, they even brought a large group of the Wang family's experts. When he asked Luo Jian was also vague and did not speak in detail. This made Yang Rui even more uncertain. In Yang Rui's eyes, this guest alchemist became more and more mysterious. But what assured him was that Yi Yuan's conduct drew a clear demarcation between whom or what to hate or love. Even under the situation where Luo Jian was heavily injured and dying, he did not escape alone either. Everyone said that time revealed a man's heart. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were all in his sights. Since that was the case, then the more powerful Yi Yuan was, it was naturally not some bad thing for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Sigh, Elder Feng. You and I have worked together for many years but didn't expect that there would actually come such a day. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, Yeah, I slogged for the Myriad Treasure Tower all my life. But I didn't think that what it exchanged for was this conclusion. Only see the newcomers smile, but don't hear the old-timers cry. Heh. Why does Elder Feng say this? Even though this Tower Lord puts you Yuan in an important position, I touch my heart and feel that I didn't neglect you, right? Regardless of whether it is spirit medicines or salary, the Myriad Treasure Tower has never owed you before. Yang Rui said. Humph. Now that it came to this, no need to say any more. Want to kill or dismember? It's up to your preference. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said. When Yang Rui saw that Feng Ping refused to listen to reason, he could not resist letting out a long sigh. He also did not expect that, in the end, it would actually end up with such a conclusion. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said, Luo Jian. Luo Jian received the order, his figure shooting out like a ghost. Ah! Yang Rui, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Ping cried out miserably. Yang Rui still did not kill Feng Ping in the end, but wasted his divine C, making him become a cripple. Luo Jian escorted Feng Ping again. Yang Rui looked at Yi Yuan with an apologetic look and said, Young friend Yi Yuan, this time, I've made you suffer a shock. I didn't expect that my Myriad Treasure Tower actually produced a traitor. This was Yang's oversight, nearly causing a great disaster. This Yang apologizes to young friend Yi Yuan here. At this point, Yang Rui would not think that Yi Yuan was still that cripple who needed to seek help from the Myriad Treasure Tower anymore. Being able to annihilate the Wang family's three great elders, no matter what kind of trump card Yi Yuan had, he very likely already had means to protect himself. This trump card could even pose a threat to Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Tower Lord's words regard me too much as an outsider. This matter was all Feng Ping's fault. What has it got to do with Tower Lord? To really say sorry, that should also this Yi saying that. If not for this Yi, the Myriad Treasure Tower would not have gone so far as to have such a matter happen as well. Yang Rui waved his hand and said, Young friend, you don't need to be like this. Feng Ping has always been the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, with a high position and heavy authority. Hence, his nature was not exposed as well. Even without you, he'll be a hidden danger of the Myriad Treasure Tower eventually, with us not knowing when he'll erupt. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll have to thank Tower Lord very much. Tower Lord's grace towards this Yi is as weighty as a mountain. This Yi has no other strengths, only alchemy is passable. How about this? I'll refine a batch of divine-grade medicinal pills. Tower Lord can use this as a gimmick and attract Jewel Hill City's martial artists. Yang Rui was overjoyed the moment he heard and said with a laugh, Then I'll have to trouble young friend. Talking with smart people was effortless. Feng Ping being a cripple, Yang Rui still had to report this matter to upstairs and request upstairs to send an alchemist over again. In this period, he would naturally need Yi Yuan to take charge of the overall situation. Actually, even if upstairs sent a 2-star alchemy god over, he would not be as effective as Yi Yuan either. Could 2-star alchemy gods refine divine-grade medicinal pills? After all, Jewel Hill City, this kind of county, grotto, profound deity realm, martial artists and mortals were the population. In the following period of time, Jewel Hill City entered a relatively peaceful period. Outside of expectations, the Wang family maintained great restraint after sustaining such heavy losses. As for the Myriad Treasure Tower, they ushered in a period of rapid development. The rolling out of divine-grade medicinal pills raised Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation to the highest level. Of course, divine-grade medicinal pills were not what ordinary people could afford to consume, even if it was the lowest-level Tier 1 low-grade divine pill. But this did not hinder the rise of the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation. This period of time, the Myriad Treasure Tower's business virtually skyrocketed, snatching away more than half of the three great families' business all at once. The Myriad Treasure Tower's glory was unparalleled. While Yi Yuan himself entered close seclusion after preparing sufficient quantities of medicinal pills. His cultivation had already stagnated for very long. Previously, there was always no time to increase cultivation. Now that all of the dangers were already resolved, he could finally settle down and think about the direction of his cultivation in the days to come. Boy, you have to think clearly. Comprehending heaven and earth laws on the world-suppressing steel and creating a cultivation method that belongs to yourself, this is a prolonged process. Maybe you can comprehend a heaven-defying cultivation method. Maybe you'll waste massive amounts of time. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Dustless was doing his final urging. After all, the cultivation method that heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove left behind was already very heaven-defying. It could be cultivated all the way to peak Empyrean. This was a shortcut, but Yi Yuan refused to take it and insisted on taking a path of no return. Yi Yuan's gaze was firm as he said, "Senior, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I said before back when we were at the Immortal Grove region that I want to walk a path that belongs to me, no matter how arduous this path is." Dustless had been with Yi Yuan for a long time and had also figured out Yi Yuan's temperament and knew that saying any more was useless. He could only let out a long sigh and said, "You, this fellow, just like to walk one path till the end. I want to see whether or not you can also be heaven-defying in martial arts." Rumble. Inside the world-suppressing steel space, an enormous mountain rose straight from the ground, charging straight to the clouds. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. A surge of unfathomable aura hit him head-on. It turned out that this was the world-suppressing steel's main body. Ugh! Yi Yuan could not resist using divine sense to probe this large mountain a little, but he was struck by a tremendous force, instantly making his divine soul sustain serious injuries. "You, this punk, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great Tao concepts contained in this lesser heavenspan mountain are sufficient to exterminate heavenly emperor powerhouses, and you actually dared to offend it," Dustless said. "Lesser heavenspan mountain?" Yi Yuan muttered. A surge of gentle breath pervaded around Yi Yuan. Very soon, the injuries that his divine soul suffered became much better. Yi Yuan had obtained the world-suppressing steel for a long time and had yet to see before this appearance. When he faced this lesser heavenspan mountain, it was like when he was still at the Immortal Grove world facing heavenly Tao, that sort of feeling. Vast like the ocean, elusive and intangible. This lesser heavenspan mountain is the world-suppressing steel's main body, holding in store great Tao. Even a heavenly emperor won't dare to investigate it like you either. But you actually dare to profane heaven's prestige, Dustless said. Yi Yuan palpitated with anxiety and fear when he heard that. The rock brought down from the heavenspan mountain was indeed extraordinary. "Since that's the case, why did you remind me earlier?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know that you, brat, are so reckless? I was just about to warn you. But you had already made a move," Dustless also said crossly. Yi Yuan smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. He saw that this lesser heavenspan mountain was extraordinary just now and sent out his divine sense at the behest of supernatural powers, wanting to investigate it, but did not know that it was actually so dangerous. Seeing Yi Yuan shut up, Dustless continued, "The lesser heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove can only be for visualizing comprehensions, so one mustn't use divine sense to investigate it. This lesser heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove is unfathomable.
With Immortal Grove's realm, he's also unable to pry into 1/10,000th of it. He guessed that this lesser Heavenspan mountain might very likely be a supreme treasure inoculated by the Heavenspan mountain, containing this portion of Heavenly Dao's might. It's just a shame that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not break through to Heavenly Emperor realm. Otherwise, he should be able to pry into a trace of the lesser Heavenspan mountain's secrets. Yi Yuan's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed in shock, "This lesser Heavenspan mountain's background is so great? If I fully comprehend the Heavenly Dao contained inside the lesser Heavenspan mountain, would I be able to reach the realm of Dao Ancestor?" Dustless smiled coldly and said, "Heh, you're dreaming. Do you think that this Heavenly Dao is so easy to comprehend? Put away that unrealistic thought of yours. For you to visualize this lesser Heavenspan mountain, being able to fully comprehend the first-level cultivation method within 5,000 years is already very impressive. The cultivation of deity realm powerhouses was easily in the units of 10,000 years. Over 5,000 years, that was really not considered a long time. Dustless's words were already regarding Yi Yuan highly. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the Immortal Grove world, he entered Dao with alchemy, and even triggered the resonance of Great Dao. But in martial arts, he did not believe that Yi Yuan still had this kind of heaven-defying talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Got it, senior. I'll be starting now. If the outside world has any activities, wake me up in time." Dustless nodded his head and disappeared. Yi Yuan looked at the lesser Heavenspan mountain ahead and murmured under his breath, "Lesser Heavenspan mountain already has such power. I wonder how terrifying the real Heavenspan mountain is. Could it be that even Dao Ancestor, that level of realm, all have to comprehend Dao on the Heavenspan mountain?" Yi Yuan discovered that this world-suppressing steel was really a heaven-defying treasure. Disregarding that its potential was limitless, for others to want to go to the Heavenspan mountain to comprehend Great Dao, they must arrive at the Heavenspan mountain in person. But, as long as he possessed this lesser Heavenspan mountain, it was equivalent to Yi Yuan carrying along a heavenly Dao by his side, able to comprehend at any time. This kind of advantage, probably if anyone knew about it, they would all be envious to the extreme, right? Maybe even Dao ancestors would be moved too. Then Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang sending Kanhua into the Immortal Grove world, maybe the objective was precisely it. It was just that Yi Yuan felt that Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang probably only suspected and did not know the lesser Heavenspan mountain's true face. Otherwise, he probably would not send a puny little Kanhua over. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, he would absolutely make a move personally. His thoughts arriving here, Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed too. The treasures on him were more heaven-defying one after another. In the future, better be a little more careful and he mustn't spill the beans. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Especially this lesser Heavenspan mountain. Once exposed, what he would have to face would likely be the entire Heavenspan world's pursuit. Yi Yuan abandoned all distracting thoughts and started visualizing the lesser Heavenspan mountain. This lesser Heavenspan mountain was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. But how much one was able to comprehend still had to depend on the martial artist's comprehension abilities. Those with poor comprehension abilities, even if they obtained the lesser Heavenspan mountain, it was no use either, their accomplishments limited. But even if one's talent was any better, they also had to accumulate little by little. Ordinary martial artists relying solely on comprehension, they might not be able to break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm all their life. With the lesser Heavenspan mountain, this process was bound to be shortened by several times. Even if one was any dumber, cultivating to origin deity realm was not a problem too. However, what Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was not just heavenly Dao, but comprehending a set of cultivation methods that belonged to himself from the lesser Heavenspan mountain. This difficulty was immense. Put on some people, they might never be able to complete it all their lives. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was a complete cultivation system. He needed to comprehend heavenly Dao while perfecting the cultivation method all the way until this cultivation method did not have the slightest flaw could he start cultivating. With Yi Yuan's current realm, he would definitely be unable to immediately complete a set of cultivation methods. What he could do now was create the first level of the cultivation method so as to ensure that he could cultivate to grand completion Grotto Profound. In addition, he even had to leave behind scalability for the second level cultivation method,
laying down the foundation for him to create the cultivation method in the future.
This process did not allow the slightest bit of errors. Using a word to describe, it was hard. As hard as ascending to the heavens.
Therefore, that was why Dustless would become angry and disappointed. Moreover, creating whatever rank of cultivation method completely depended on the individual's comprehension ability.
Those with high comprehension ability could create very heaven-defying cultivation methods. Those with low comprehension ability, the cultivation method created might be hard to continue when cultivated to origin deity realm.
Hence, there was a possibility that Yi Yuan doing so would gain less than what was lost.
Dustless did not feel that Yi Yuan could create a more powerful cultivation method than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove.
After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method could be cultivated to transcendent Heavenly Emperor realm.
No matter how powerful, how formidable could it be?
Except Yi Yuan refused to believe in heresy. To Yi Yuan, rather than pinning his hopes on a Tao ancestor helping, it was better to realize it through his own efforts. He did not like that feeling of fate being grasped in the hands of others. Of course, Yi Yuan's ambitions were very big. But when he really started visualizing, Yi Yuan discovered that this was really very hard. Great Tao was boundless.
When Yi Yuan started visualizing, he felt like he was seemingly situated in an endless wilderness plain, unable to find the direction at all.
In front of Heavenly Tao, this deity realm powerhouse, did not even count as an ant.
Time passed day by day. Yi Yuan attempted many methods but was unable to find the entry point. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to find his own path, he must first find a correspondence point with Heavenly Tao.
Just like reeling silk from cocoons, without this correspondence point, Yi Yuan would forever not enter the door. It was just that talk was cheap, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Leaves fell without knowing autumn. In a blink, Yi Yuan spent 10 years' time inside the world-suppressing steel space. In 10 years, Yi Yuan attempted countless ways but was still unable to find this correspondence point. This result involuntarily made him somewhat discouraged.
Know how foolish you are, right? This path of yours can't work. Moreover, you can afford to wait, but can that little lass afford to wait?
By Yi Yuan's ear came Dustless's mocking. Wang family's branch, Wang Yuxiang, has seen Sir Su and Elder Xian. In the Wang family's hall, an old man and a youth were currently sitting in the middle. Even Wang Yuxiang, this Wang family's leader, could only stand in the hall. Wang Lingbo was even only able to stand behind Wang Yuxiang and did not even have the qualifications to speak.
Sir Su, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had a high and mighty appearance. Clearly, he did not place Wang Yuxiang in his sights. Wang Yuxiang, your Jewel Hills branch's recent performance has made the main family very disappointed.
A Wang family of such a size was actually almost pulled up by the roots by someone. Wang Su said carelessly. On the right-hand seats, cold sweat poured profusely on their foreheads when Wang Yuxiang and Wang Lingbo heard these words.
Jewel Hill City's Wang family was merely a branch of the Wang family.
The Wang family's main family was in Bright Rays City. The Heavenspan world did not have a number of messy forces. There was only one city after another. Heavenspan world cities were divided into a total of 5 ranks, namely, counties, capital cities, imperial capital, and great imperial capital. Counties were the lowest level cities. It was the city where powerhouses managed low-level martial artists and mortals. The numbers were abundant. Reaching capital city this level, it was not what the average person could enter.
Mortals were absolutely barred from entering capital cities.
Even deity realm powerhouses had to meet certain conditions too, before they had the qualifications to enter a capital city. The administrator of capital cities were at least all Divine Lord realm and above. Jewel Hill City and Bright Ray City were both counties, both belonging to Wu Meng capital city. It was just that Jewel Hill City was a part of the very weak counties, while Bright Ray City belonged to the stronger counties. 3 years' time had already passed since the Wang family's 3 great elders were killed by Yi Yuan.
In these 3 years, Jewel Hill City's Wang family was extremely low-key, drawing back all businesses waiting for this day.
Wang Yuxiang made a trip to the Yin Den, angering him until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. After a little inquiry, he learned that the Wang family's 3 great elders were all annihilated already. The news that Feng Ping brought was utter rubbish.
But Wang Yuxiang very quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Being able to wipe out all of the Wang family's elites regardless of what methods Yi Yuan used, it could not be underestimated.
Furthermore, the Wang family already suffered a great loss in vitality. They were already strong in will but lacking in strength to fight with the other families.
His thought reaching here, Wang Yuxiang decided to endure the humiliation and bear the burden, informing Bright Rays City's Wang family's main family about the matter on this side.
Jewel Hill City's Wang family would have to pay large amounts of benefits as tribute to the main family at Bright Rays City. What they were afraid of was the arrival of this day.
3 years had passed. The Wang family's main family finally sent Wang Su and Wang Xianfeng here.
This Wang Su was an outstanding member of the Wang family's younger generation. He was less than 500 years old and already a grand completion grotto profound level expert. Wang Xianfeng was even more remarkable. Not only was he a martial arts expert, but he was also even a 2-star alchemy god. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, business was business. Everyone had to observe the most basic rules of the game. Jewel Hill City's 4 great factions were originally balanced in strength. The Wang family was the strongest, the Lu and Lin Tu families followed, the Myriad Treasure Tower the weakest.
Now, the Myriad Treasure Tower rose domineeringly with divine-grade medicinal pills. For the Wang family to want to make a comeback, they had to use business methods.
Once martial strength got involved, the City Lord Manor would inevitably have to intervene. Although the Wang family's strength was even greater than Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor, what the City Lord Manor represented was Wu Meng capital city and could not be offended. Sir Su, the fault of the matter this time doesn't lie with the Wang family. That guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is really freakish to the max. We were caught off guard too, Wang Yuxiang said.
Although his realm was higher than Wang Su's, he did not dare to offend him.
This was a junior that the main family placed emphasis on grooming. His future accomplishments were limitless. Heh! An initial stage grotto profound turned your Jewel Hill City branch upside down. You guys are really promising. Don't failures always like to give excuses like that? Wang Su said with a cold smile.
What you heard may be false, but what you saw was true.
Wang Su was naturally aware of the news that Wang Yuxiang reported. But in his view, this was Jewel Hill City's Wang family being incapable, and not that their adversary was very powerful.
All these information were mere excuses.
Wang Yuxiang did not dare to refute and said to Wang Lingbo, Lingbo, present the thing and let Sir Su and Elder Xian take a look. Wang Lingbo handed over 2 boxes respectfully. Wang Su carelessly received it and gave a glance. His gaze was still just disdain.
Divine-grade divine essence pill?
Heh, what does lowest grade tier 1 low-grade divine pill count for? Don't you say so, Elder Xian, Wang Su said with a laugh. Elder Xian, who had been silent all along, smiled when he heard this and said, Oh, Yuxiang, just a mere tier 1 low-grade divine pill. It's nothing at all. With this old man around, his Myriad Treasure Tower has to coil even if it's a dragon too.
Additionally, when I came, the head elder told me Jewel Hill City's branch family has been conscientious and earnest these few years and have made great contributions for the main family.
Head elder specially permitted for Jewel Hill City's branch family to pick 3 elite disciples to enter the main family's Soaring Dragon Pavilion.
Wang Xuanfeng's words made Wang Yuxiang and Wang Lingbo tremble all over, their faces revealing a look of wild ecstasy. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion was the place where the main family specially fostered elite disciples.
Upon entering the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, one's future accomplishments would be limitless. The Wang family suffered heavy losses this time, but being able to let elite disciples enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion was also considered to have gotten a blessing in disguise.
Thank you very much, Sir Su, Elder Xian.
Thank you very much, Head Elder, Wang Yuxiang said agitatedly. Wang Xianfeng smiled and said, With this, Yuxiang, you don't have worries about attacks from the rear anymore, right?
These few years, Wang Su and I will be staying here. You guys put in more effort and squeeze the Myriad Treasure Tower out of Jewel Hill City. This is the main point.
Wang Yuxiang's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly said, Rest assured, Elder Xian, Jewel Hill City's branch family will definitely cooperate fully with the main family. Wang Yuxiang realized that the main family was finally going to seize this chance and make a move against the myriad treasure tower.
10 years, Yi Yuan did not obtain the slightest bit of progress.
Rather, Dustless mocked beside his ear non-stop.
Kid, give up. You only spent a year's time, you still have time to turn back now. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Senior, you and I have been together for a long time. You should understand my temperament a little already. I won't give up. Dustless said crossly, Boy, I acknowledge that your alchemy talent is exceedingly strong, but this martial Dao cultivation method is a completely different matter from alchemy Dao.
Yi Yuan suddenly trembled all over, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Slapping his head, he said, Yeah,
why am I so stupid?
Giving up a ready-made road and not walking, only caring about taking the roundabout way. Dustless froze, clueless why Yi Yuan was so excited without rhyme or reason. You kid, what did you think of again? Dustless said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said excitedly, Since it's creating a cultivation method that belongs to me, then it should be the cultivation method most suitable for me.
Don't you agree, Senior?
Dustless nodded woodenly and said, That is, of course. Then, Senior, what's my strongest path? Yi Yuan continued. Dustless said, Naturally, alchemy Dao.
And?
You want to use alchemy Dao as the correspondence point and create a cultivation method? This is also too ridiculous, right? Then the cultivation method created is specifically used to refine pills. Yi Yuan chuckled but did not say anything, stifling Dustless badly. In front of Yi Yuan were divine rank spirit medicines piled like a mountain. When refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill back then, it was a focus practice. All of the medicinal pills he refined was all for the sake of finally refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill.
And now Yi Yuan was going to cultivate initial rank 1-star alchemy god to the limits. In this aspect, the myriad treasure tower's powerful supply system became apparent. Under Yi Yuan's request, Yang Rui found a lot of very obscure divine rank spirit medicines.
Now, the spirit medicines piled in front of him were as many as several thousand kinds. Of course, this was not all of Heavenspan World's Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicine type. Yi Yuan also did not require all Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines. He only needed an opportunity to comprehend heavenly Dao. After the first decade, Yi Yuan started a long process of comprehending alchemy Dao. Every kind of spirit medicines, he would experience it diligently, comprehending their medicinal properties. This task Yi Yuan had once done before in the Immortal Grove world. Doing it now was not unfamiliar. It was just that the difficulty increased countless times.
Time passed inside the world-suppressing steel. In a blink, 120 years passed. In these 120 years, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the several thousand kinds of spirit medicine's medicinal properties.
Yi Yuan's path of alchemy was summed up into just 5 words. A solid foundation, diligent practice.
Expending 120 years and pouring all of their heart and soul into comprehending medicinal properties, this was an exceedingly dreary thing to others.
Even for alchemists, not many were able to withstand such loneliness either. Yi Yuan could. These 120 years laid down Yi Yuan's foundation of refining divine pills very solidly.
After 120 years, Yi Yuan finally started refining pills.
He refined pills differently from others. He was doing it carefree and unrestrained, and not rigidly bound to pill formulas. There were successes, there were failures.
This kind of incomparably dreary life, Yi Yuan consumed it pleasantly as if taking sugar plums.
Spring went and autumn arrived. Summer left and winter came. Time passed year after year. Finally, one day, a hint of insight flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. This trace of understanding was like a bolt of lightning that tore across the sky.
Hence, he put down the pill refining and started visualizing the lesser Heavenspan mountain in front of him.
The lesser Heavenspan mountain that had no activities all along emitted a blinding light at this time. These lights were resplendent with a myriad of colors, beautiful and magnificent. Yi Yuan, who was inside of it, was akin to have fallen into a wonderland.
He finally knocked open this door using alchemy Dao. However, this was just the first step to Yi Yuan. He did not want to create a cultivation method used for refining pills. All along, Yi Yuan cultivated all sorts of cultivation methods, martial techniques. They started rolling around in his mind nonstop. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Evil Extermination Sword Formula, 9 Characters True Word Formula. The current Yi Yuan was just like cooking a delicious dish. These cultivation methods and martial techniques were the ingredients, while the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was a large pot. Yi Yuan was immersed inside, completely forgetting the time. No idea how long had passed either. The elementary form of a cultivation method gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan revised it continuously, perfecting, then revising again and perfecting again. At this moment, at the center of the Heavenspan world, all martial artists' holy land, Heavenspan Mountain, it suddenly became incomparably berserk. A tsunami-like spiritual energy flooded down from the top of the Heavenspan Mountain. This wave of spiritual energy was too boundless, unable to absorb at all. The tremendous impact force directly sent the powerhouses currently comprehending Tao on the Heavenspan Mountain flying, miserable cries lingering on incessantly in the air. No matter how powerful their strength was, this was the true heaven and earth's might, not what human power could contend with at all. An incomparably gorgeous afterglow light halo wrapped around the entire Heavenspan Mountain, making the originally mysterious Heavenspan Mountain become even more unfathomable. After several breaths, the Heavenspan Mountain was already devoid of people. What happened to the Heavenspan Mountain? Who the hell knows what happened? Ouch, your father cultivated to the true God realm and has never fallen so badly before. Truly inconceivable. I've never seen before that the Heavenspan Mountain would actually give off such a terrifying heaven's prestige. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, numerous groups of martial artists had fallen into a disorderly mess, looking very wretched. But what they were even more astonished at was why the Heavenspan Mountain had such a change appear. Not good. The spiritual energy is flooding down. Quick, run. Suddenly, someone gave a shout. Everyone all kicked off the ground and sprinted wildly. This incomparably majestic spiritual energy descended from the sky like an avalanche. Once buried within the spiritual energy, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. They had never seen before such terrifying spiritual energy. Rumble. The spiritual energy hit the ground, gave off a massive rumble, and rippled out into the distance. I'm going to break through. I've been stuck at the bottleneck for several tens of thousands of years already. This time, I'm finally going to break through. I'm going to break through too. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that there will come a day when I break through to true God too. Ha ha ha. After the spiritual energy landed, it finally became thinner. Under the impact of this majestic spiritual energy, the martial artists cultivating on the Heavenspan Mountain obtained a blessing in disguise. Quite a number of people break through the bottleneck. Those who did not break through the bottleneck, their power also increased by a great deal. Not good. Can't break through now. Another wave of spiritual energy is rushing down. Right at this time, somebody shouted again. It was only to see on top of the Heavenspan Mountain the nearly materialized spiritual energy poured down like an avalanche once more. At this time, above the void where everyone could not see, several voices were communicating something. Life, among the few of us, you lived the longest. Can you tell us what on earth is going on? A deep voice said. Don't know. Since this old man attained Tao, I've never seen before such a violent Heavenspan Mountain, an aged voice said. The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent once more. Suddenly someone said, hang on, the feeling that the Heavenspan Mountain gives me this time is like it's celebrating something. Celebrating? Haha. Thunder Ancestor, are you joking? The Heavenspan Mountain is a dead object. Even though it contains the might of heavenly Tao, how can it be possible to have human emotions? Ha ha. This old man has no choice but to be in awe of your wild fantasies, retorted another person immediately. At this time, Tao Ancestor Life suddenly opened his mouth again and said, I feel that what Thunder Ancestor said makes some sense. You all look. This is the third wave of spiritual energy avalanche already. Once such boundless spiritual energy spreads out, who knows how many people will benefit and break through. The feeling that this gives me, is like benefiting all life? Tao Ancestor Life's words made everyone fall silent once more.
But, even if it's as you said, even you haven't seen the Heavenspan mountain like this before. Why would it suddenly become like this? Someone else questioned. Tao Ancestor Life slowly said, that's because the Heavenspan mountain has never encountered somebody or something that's worthy of it doing so. However,
apart from the few of us, who else is worthy of it doing so?
Another round of silence. After a long time, Tao Ancestor Life raised his head up and gave a long sigh, and he said, Heavenspan Mountain, oh Heavenspan Mountain, just what kind of existence are you? Just what is there above the mountain summit? What happened? I feel like
I'm almost unable to breathe.
What's the deal with this huge mountain? Why would such a giant mountain appear in the sky above Jewel Hill City? What terrifying pressure!
I almost can't resist kneeling down anymore.
It's the Heavenspan Mountain. This giant mountain is very similar to the Heavenspan Mountain. My God. What in the world is happening to Jewel Hill City? It
wouldn't fall down, right?
If such a large mountain were to drop down, the entire Jewel Hill City would probably be reduced to dust.
Just as the entire Heavenspan Mountain was in chaos when the Tao ancestors were forced out of the Heavenspan Mountain, the whole Jewel Hill City was similarly in a mess.
Above Jewel Hill City, an enormous mountain appeared bafflingly.
That pressure faintly contained the might of heavenly Tao, making everyone prostrate in worship.
Not just Jewel Hill City, the entire Wu Meng capital city's region. Everyone was able to see this giant mountain.
It was too big, boundlessly huge.
Elder Xian, let's hurry up and leave Jewel Hill City.
Once this giant mountain falls, none of us can escape. Wang family Wang Su's expression changed drastically as he said. In close to 30 years' time, Wang Su and Wang Xianfeng had always stayed in the Wang family, causing immense pressure for the myriad treasure tower.
It was just that seeing that towering Heavenspan mountain in the sky, he seriously could not sit still anymore. The pressure that giant mountain brought made his two legs tremble.
Wang Xianfeng also looked incredibly grim as he said, let's go. Looks like this Jewel Hill City can't be preserved.
After the two people conversed, they sped outside the city without even saying hello. Actually, it was not just them. The entire Jewel Hill City's martial artists were all fleeing outside the city. Currently, the city entrance was already blocked until not even a drop of water could seep through, all scrambling one after another. Even the city guards could not do anything about them either. Actually, there were quite a few city guards who also joined the ranks of escaping.
That pressure in the sky was seriously too horrifying.
How could the might of heaven and earth be what human strength could resist? At the Myriad Treasure Tower, Su Linpu and Yang Rui were similarly looking at that giant mountain in the sky, their expressions flickering incessantly. Tower Lord, aren't we going? Su Linpu said.
Yang Rui smiled bitterly and said, go? Can we leave? No matter how fast our movement techniques are, we can't possibly escape either.
What in the world is going on? Why is it Jewel Hill City? Su Linpu said with a belly full of puzzlement. Xianxia, the Heavenspan world has countless cities. Why would it appear at Jewel Hill City? Could it be that the entire Heavenspan mountain flew to Jewel Hill City? But how is this possible? Yang Rui muttered. In a twinkle, 30 years passed in the outside world. Yi Yuan spent 300 years inside the world suppressing steel.
However, right when the entire Heavenspan world was raging like a storm, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes.
Yi Yuan's eyes revealed rays of brilliant light, his entire person in a state of extreme excitement. His current state was excellent to the extreme. Opposite, the dustless in gray clothes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan.
Seeing him meet his eyes, he used an extremely peculiar expression and asked probingly, you kid, what the hell did you do?
With the cultivation method forming, Yi Yuan was currently excited. Seeing Dustless inquire, he said with a blank look, did what? Senior, haven't you been watching all along?
I was creating a cultivation method that belongs to me. Dustless himself was also in a state of dumbfoundedness. He was certain that the terrifying happenings in the outside world were absolutely related to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not understand what the hell Yi Yuan did to actually be able to trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity.
Do you know that right now, Jewel Hill City is already in chaos? The Heavenspan Mountain actually appeared above Jewel Hill City's sky. Dustless said in immense shock. N? Heavenspan Mountain? Yi Yuan currently had a blank look when suddenly, the mountains shook and the earth trembled. The Heavenspan Mountain above Jewel Hill City finally slowly landed. Rumble. A boundless pressure made the entire world changed colors. The grand array over Jewel Hill City was akin to paper under the Heavenspan Mountain. Arg! In Jewel Hill City, tragic cries linked up together. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flashed out from inside the world-suppressing steel space, his expression also becoming incomparably ugly. Senior, what's going on here? Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically as he talked. You're asking me? I'm asking you. Wasn't this thing summoned by you? Dustless said huffily. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and said, Me? No way, right? Hence I'm asking you, what the hell did you do to actually trigger such a heavenly punishment? Dustless's voice was almost shrieking. He was very certain that this Heavenspan Mountain was summoned by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said depressedly, I don't know either. I was really creating a cultivation method and just finished. Heh. Asked you not to mess around, you insisted on doing it. Now you blundered, right? I want to see how you take care of it. Dustless said with an angry and disappointed appearance. Rumble. The Heavenspan Mountain obscured the sun. The area it covered was not just Jewel Hill City. One small plot of land. Those people fleeing had no place to hide at all. In the midst of everyone's despairing screams, the Heavenspan Mountain landed with a loud bang. However, it was not like everybody imagined. The end of the world did not arrive. That incomparably huge Heavenspan Mountain dissipated into nothing just like that. What's going on again? Where's that giant mountain? Haha saved. I didn't die. I didn't die. Ha ha ha. Where did that giant mountain go? My God, it was too scary just now. At this time, Jewel Hill City was filled with rejoicing sounds of surviving the disaster. Except Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure flashing, returning inside the world-suppressing steel space once more. That instant he saw the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, a feeling of being connected by blood welled up in his heart. He discovered that the bottommost region of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, the color seemed to have become a little darker. Senior, I feel like I seem to have refined a small portion of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan used an extremely skeptical tone and said to Dustless. Dustless' gaze turned intent and he said doubtfully, Brat, you mustn't scare me. Immortal Grove obtained this lesser Heavenspan Mountain for millions of years, and also didn't dare to say he refined it. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his mind stirring slightly. The massive lesser Heavenspan Mountain was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, being placed above the palm by Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's eyeballs were almost popping out. Yi Yuan really refined it. How did you do it? Dustless said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I don't know either. Senior, you don't use this kind of expression to look at me, I really don't know. I just created the first level of the cultivation method, that's all. Dustless was similarly speechless and could not resist asking, just what kind of could not resist did you create? Yi Yuan said, I haven't thought of the name yet, but this cultivation method should be the most suitable for me. This cultivation method originated from the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, so I'll call it Chaos Heavenspan Cannon. Chaos Heavenspan Cannon? Dustless mulled over this name and muttered, could it be that this cultivation method you created called down the Heavenspan Mountain? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Who cares? Either way, isn't everybody fine right now? Senior, how long was I in seclusion? Over 300 years have already passed inside the world-suppressing steel. Dustless was still somewhat shaken from shock at this time. Before Yi Yuan entered seclusion, he said that Yi Yuan needed at least several thousand years. But now, Yi Yuan only used the outside world's 30 years and created the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon. Already been 30 years? I reckon that Tower Lord Yang they all are anxious again, right? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Without his medicinal pills, for the myriad treasure tower to want to stand out among the masses, it was really not too easy. Yi Yuan was just planning on leaving seclusion but was stopped by Dustless.
Hang on. Your current realm has already reached the peak of initial stage Grotto Profound. It's just one step away from being able to break through to middle stage.
This old man wants to see just how powerful this cultivation method you created is, Dustless said.
He was currently full of doubts, very curious about this cultivation method Yi Yuan created. What kind of cultivation method could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity from the heaven-span world?
Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, "What Senior says makes sense. It's not late for me to leave seclusion after breaking through."
Finished talking, Yi Yuan flicked his long sleeves. A pile of medicinal pills appeared before his eyes.
All of them were divine-grade divine essence pills. With Yi Yuan's present strength, refining divine-grade divine essence pills was not considered some remarkable thing anymore.
If outsiders saw Yi Yuan's extravagant cultivation style, they would definitely curse him for being a wastrel.
Divine-grade divine essence pills were hard to ask for in the outside world, with demand but no supply. But Yi Yuan ate it like broad beans. Actually, Yi Yuan was also very eager toward the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Although this cultivation method was created by him, this was just the cultivation method he derived from visualization based on the lesser Heavenspan mountain.
As for how the specific results were, even he was also uncertain himself. Therefore, Yi Yuan started consuming a divine essence pill and a salted middle stage Grotto Profound.
The medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Yuan refined it according to the Chaos Heavenspan canon he created.
Then Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. What wrong? Dustless asked rather nervously.
Yi Yuan himself also had astonishment written all over his face as he looked at Dustless and said, "Already refined." Dustless's eyeballs stared like wide circles, and he said in disbelief, "What did you say? Are refined?"
You're saying that you already refined the divine-grade divine essence pill. Yi Yuan nodded his head, similarly incomparably shocked as he said, "Yeah. I just revolved the cultivation method and the divine essence pills were refined into a wisp of divine essence entering the divine sea."
Hang on. The divine essence in my divine sea seems to have become lesser. With this, the two people were utterly bewildered.
Dustless also detected it. Just now, Yi Yuan was already just a step away from middle stage Grotto Profound.
But in this blink of an eye, he actually became a long way off. What the hell kind of cultivation method did you create? This is also too freakish, right?
Even if Dustless had lots of experience and vast knowledge, it was also his first time encountering this kind of situation.
Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Senior, although the divine essence became less, I feel that my divine essence seems to be much purer." Dustless thought about it and said, "Try refining a divine essence pill again." Yi Yuan nodded his head and started doing as said. As soon as the Chaos Heavenspan canon revolved, the divine essence pill was refined almost instantly. One had to know that for ordinary martial artists, even if their cultivation method was a very heaven-defying cultivation method, refining a divine-grade divine essence pill needed half a month to a month's effort too.
But Yi Yuan instantly refined it. This kind of refining speed was simply inconceivable.
Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence pill he refined it could not stir up even a trace of wave when it entered his divine sea. He simply grabbed 3 divine essence pills and stuffed them into his mouth, urging the Chaos Heavenspan canon once more.
3 pills were still too little.
Hence, Yi Yuan refined divine essence pills one after another.
Very soon, his divine essence pills were depleted fully. Close to 60-70 divine-grade divine essence pills were eaten completely by him like jelly beans.
By the side, Dustless was just dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He had never seen before someone cultivating like Yi Yuan. Those were 60-70 divine essence pills. If it were others, their divine sea would probably be stuffed till it burst. This is simply a bottomless hole. Your initial stage Grotto Profound currently, and the expenditure is already so great. When your realm is high, then the resources expended can be extremely horrifying to describe. Dustless sighed emotionally as he talked. Yi Yuan looked at Dustless with a guileless look and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like I can only earn money non-stop.
Otherwise, with my current appetite, it really can't fill me up." Dustless suddenly said, "You sense your divine essence, see if there's any changes or not." Yi Yuan nodded and said, and my divine essence seems to be way purer than before. Once I unleash martial techniques, the power should be able to increase several dozen%. Dustless nodded and said, then that's right. No wonder this cultivation method of yours was able to trigger heaven and earth abnormal activity, truly remarkable. I really didn't think that you, this brat, actually have such a heaven-defying lucky chance. Regardless of whether it was the essence energy Yi Yuan cultivated in the past or the divine essence he cultivated now. Martial artists' cultivation methods were different, resulting in the purity of the divine essence within their bodies to be different as well. The more inferior the cultivation method, the more impurities in the divine essence absorbed as well. Once the cultivation time increased, the divine essence in the divine sea seemed to already be filled to the brim, but in reality, the impurities accumulated became more and more. Once reading the cultivation bottleneck, the effect of these impurities would be infinitely amplified, affecting the martial artist's breakthrough from there. Some people were unable to break through a small bottleneck for all their lives. It was this reason. Pure divine essence also had many benefits, such as greatly increasing the power of the martial techniques released, such as even greater battle endurance. All in all, the benefits were too many to enumerate. A powerful martial technique could allow multiplication of the martial artist's combat power. But a cultivation method determined how far this martial artist could walk in the end. If Yi Yuan cultivated Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method, then it would be absolutely impossible for his accomplishments to surpass Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. What Yi Yuan wanted was not just Empyrean or Heavenly Emperor realm. Regardless of whether or not there was a possibility of reaching the Tao Ancestor realm, he had to give it a try. Hence, that was why he thought of creating a cultivation method belonging to him. Looking at it now, the effects were still pretty good. Looks like wanting to break through to middle stage Grotto Profound, it still needs several hundred divine-grade divine essence pills. Right now, the divine essence pills are already depleted fully. Got to go out and refine anew, Yi Yuan said helplessly. According to this degree of consumption, it was simply unimaginable in the future. When Yi Yuan showed up at the Myriad Treasure Tower, he discovered that inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was stark empty, the business seemingly very bleak. This situation made Yi Yuan very surprised. Even if his seclusion time was a little long, it was not to the extent of the Myriad Treasure Tower becoming like this either, right? Before he came, the Myriad Treasure Tower even contended with the other three great families. Hong Yin, what's going on here? Why isn't there a single customer in the Myriad Treasure Tower? Yi Yuan said to Hong Yin, who was currently snoozing. At the Immortal Grove world, currently, a storm was arising. Traces of profound power were flowing between heaven and earth. The already decrepit Fang Tian suddenly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. Senior. Bang. Fang Tian's door was directly burst open by someone from outside. Teng Yun's figure appeared in front of him. It was only to see Teng Yun having a look of wild ecstasy as he said, Senior, do you feel it? We're finally able to break through to the deity realm. Fang Tian smiled and said, that's right. Divine Tao laws have finally returned. The Immortal Grove region gained a new lease of life and came back to life. Most importantly, we've confirmed that Yi Yuan is still alive now. Just earlier, Fang Tian distinctly sensed that his realm that was unable to break through for several tens of thousands of years finally had a trace of loosening up. Over the years, he had long already seen through the secular world and severed that trace of thought. He never thought that right on his deathbed, the opportunity to become a deity actually descended upon him. To Fang Tian, breaking through to the deity realm was just lightly striding out the distance of a small step. This Immortal Grove region, he was bound to be the first martial artist to break through to the deity realm. Teng Yun said excitedly, haha. Yes. Not only is Yi Yuan alive, but he's also living very well. Truly can't imagine. It's been less than 50 years, and he already regained heavenly Tao for the Immortal Grove region. Fang Tian had a look of relief and said, yeah. These few years I've always been worried about Yi Yuan's safety and never thought about being able to break through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan really gave me a huge surprise. How could Fang Tian not be surprised? Once he broke through to the deity realm, his longevity would increase greatly. Living another 50,000 years was absolutely no issue. More importantly, with his cultivation realm comprehensions, breaking through to the heaven glimpse deity realm was also something sooner or later. At that time, his lifespan would still have an even greater increase. Yi Yuan really gave him a massive gift. Right at this time, a terrifying aura surged towards the sky. An overwhelmingly powerful divine beast pressure swept across the entire law enforcement hall. Fong Tian's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "It's Senior Sky Distant. Come, go out and take a look." Up above in the sky, an enormous black tortoise divine beast blocked out the sun and covered the sky. A horrifying pressure spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Ha ha ha. Divine Tao laws finally returned. The thing that heaven took away from me back then finally still came back. Ha ha ha. Skydistant's unbridled laughter was akin to waves of rolling thunder, rippling out, startling countless powerhouses. To others, even if heavenly Tao returned, it was also impossible for them to break through to the deity realm right away. But Skydistant was originally a deity realm powerhouse. Heavenly Tao returning, he virtually returned to deity realm at the first moment. Furthermore, it was grand completion heaven glimpse deity realm. White light, it's really great. Big brother Yuan he's all right. The Lear, who had always been cool and quiet, was also somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. These few decades, she was practically worrying about Yi Yuan every minute and second. All the way until today, a large boulder in her heart finally landed. White Light also had an excited look and said, "Heh, we have to step up our cultivation. Otherwise, when we reach the Heavenspan world, we'll be dragging Big Brother down again." Heavenly Tao returning anew. I believe Big Brother's strength probably advanced by leaps and bounds in these few decades. Leah nodded her head, approving immensely in her heart. These few decades she really did not cultivate properly before. Not that she did not want to, but that she was unable to calm her heart down all along. Now she wished that she could enter closed seclusion straight away and cultivate, striving to break through to deity realm as soon as possible. At the Godsfall mountain range, land of exile, the ancestor here was the same as Sky Distant, also returning to the deity realm. "Junior, you really gave birth to a fine son. I truly didn't expect that he actually really did it. Looks like him lifting the curse and letting the clansmen walk out of here is also just a matter of time," said the ancestor. But Ao Jun sighed slightly and said it's been hard on him these few years. Ancestor smiled and said, "You don't let your imagination run wild now. Heavenly Tao returning, you have to cultivate well. When you break through to the deity realm, you'll be able to resist a portion of the curse's strength, your lifespan increasing greatly. Otherwise, when Yuana returns and discovers that his mother is already gone, wouldn't he poke a hole in the sky?" Ao Jun giggled, being tickled by the ancestor too. Nodding, she smiled and said, "What ancestor said is right. With his temper, he might really do that." While at this time, Kunwa looked in the direction of the world-locking gate and murmured, "That boy really made it there safely. However, what on earth did he do there? It's just been 50 years, could it be that he already broke through to the Divine Lord realm? That's impossible." Sai, really envious of Dustless, that old fart, to be able to follow there. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan had to reach Divine Lord realm before he could deliver Heavenly Tao and Mystic Qi to the Immortal Grove world through the two great Empyrean spirit treasures. But it had just been 50 years, and Yi Yuan did it. Only 50 years to break through from initial stage Grotto Profound to Divine Lord realm, this was simply nonsense. "Ah, Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion." Hong Yin was startled, only then realizing that it was Yi Yuan. She was extremely surprised. The closed seclusion this time reached a critical moment, so the time was a bit long. "What's wrong with the Myriad Treasure Tower? Why isn't there a single customer in this hall?" Yi Yuan asked. "Isn't it still the Wang family?" Ever since Sir took care of the Wang family, they were very low profile the first few years, low-key until they were almost non-existent anymore. But later on, they invited a 2-star alchemy god from Bright Ray City's main family, snatching away the Myriad Treasure Tower's glory all at once. These few years, our Myriad Treasure Tower was jointly suppressed by the City Lord Manor and Wang family. "We are already almost unable to hold on anymore," Hong Yin said urgently. 2-star alchemy god?
The Wang family really played a big move to actually even move out a 2-star alchemy god. It looks like we were still too benevolent previously, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. With Yi Yuan's temperament, after the incident last time, he would have destroyed the Wang family. However, Yi Yuan considered Jewel Hill City's situation and knew that once he made a move against the Wang family, the City Lord Manor would definitely have to intervene, so he let them off.
He did not expect that they did not repent and correct their mistakes. It went from bad to worse instead.
Sir Yi, that 2-star alchemy god of theirs is very formidable. Not only did he push forth divine-grade divine essence pills, he even rolled out heaven-grade tier 1 middle-grade divine pills. They are trying to exterminate us once and for all, Hong Yin said indignantly.
Inviting a 2-star alchemy god already broke Jewel Hill City's unspoken rules. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally could not fend off. Yi Yuan said curiously, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. Since the Wang family invited a 2-star alchemy god, why doesn't Tower Lord Yang invite a 2-star alchemy god from the higher-ups?
Hong Yin said helplessly when she heard this. Sir doesn't know this. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is very weak in the entire Wu Meng capital city area. Not only do we have to bear extremely heavy taxes, but there are also even all kinds of restrictions. Hence, 2-star and above alchemy gods are all scarce resources. Normally, they are all allocated to some larger counties. These few years, Tower Lord has also requested from them, but Jewel Hill City, this kind of small place, the higher-ups simply just turned a blind eye and let us run our own course. Although he had long guessed a little, the Myriad Treasure Tower being so miserable still made Yi Yuan very surprised. The Myriad Treasure Tower was a heavenly emperor's business. To actually perform so miserably. So, we can only rely on our own efforts? Yi Yuan said.
Hong Yin nodded helplessly and said it's this logic.
But, they have a 2-star alchemy god. We can't win this battle, no matter what.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, a 2-star alchemy god sounds impressive, but in Jewel Hill City, those that can use up to 2-star divine pills and can afford to use them, how many are there?
Hong Yin said. But the Wang family's tier 1 middle-grade divine pills quality are all very high. They already squeezed us to the point of death.
Yi Yuan said with a nod, tier 1 middle-grade divine pills are indeed a problem. Looks like I'll have to break through earlier. Hong Yin was stupefied, somewhat uncertain what it meant.
Yi Yuan said with a smile. All right, I'll go and meet Tower Lord. Oh, right, is Miss Wanru still all right? Mentioning Miss Wanru, Hong Yin smiled and said, couldn't be better.
Miss Wanru's martial arts talent is really very incredible. Her strength already surpassed mine now.
Yi Yuan's brows shot up, and he said, she improved so quickly? Liang Wanru breaking through to the deity realm was also just a matter of these few decades. But Hong Yin was a deity realm powerhouse long ago.
In a short few decades, Liang Wanru surpassed Hong Yin. This kind of improvement speed could be described using terrifying. Hong Yin suddenly changed to a wistful expression and said, yeah, I'm already no longer Wanru's match now. I say, sir, you saved Wanru and also discarded her to one side without caring. It doesn't seem to be too good to her, right?
Our Wanru thinks about you every day until she's infatuated. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, shook his head, and said, don't talk nonsense. This Ye's heart is long committed already. I saved Miss Wanru just because she's my savior and didn't mix in the feelings of men and women. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and left, leaving Hong Yin behind with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan felt his head swell too. His own affairs had yet to be sorted out, did not expect to leave behind a love debt again here. It was just that Liang Wanru was his savior. Yi Yuan could not sit by idly and remain indifferent no matter what.
He owed Lear and Mu Lingxue too much and could no longer accommodate others in his heart.
Looks like I'll have to reduce contact with Miss Wanru in the future. Otherwise, she'll probably fall deeper and deeper. Yi Yuan muttered to himself helplessly.
When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing a bright light in the darkness.
Oh my! Younger brother Yi, if you still didn't leave seclusion, our Myriad Treasure Tower would have to close down shop for good. Yang Rui pulled Yi Yuan and said, under this situation currently, Yi Yuan was his only hope. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Tower Lord need not worry. The myriad treasure towers matters. I've already learned from Hong In there. Yang Rui's gaze glinted. At first it was a pleasant surprise. But very soon, it was doubt again as he said, "You really have a way? But it seems like there's still a very long way to go from the middle stage grotto profound. Want to refine Tier 1 middle grade divine pills? One naturally required their strength to reach the middle grade grotto profound first. The disparity between deity realm powerhouses was too great. Wanting to leap realms and refine divine pills, that was virtually something impossible. After Yi Yuan cultivated the Chaos Heavenspan canon, his realm did not increase, but fell instead, looking almost the same as before he went into closed seclusion. Therefore, Yang Rui expressed doubt toward Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord, rest assured. You just send the word out. Our myriad treasure tower is going to roll out a brand new Tier 1 divine pills. The effects are double compared to the essence increasing pill, the price unchanged. Additionally, this kind of medicinal pill is available in all varieties, from low grade to divine grade. Every time Yi Yuan said a word, Yang Rui would be a degree shocked in his heart. Essence increasing pill was a medicinal pill that middle stage grotto profound used to cultivate. The medicinal efficacy was even greater than the divine essence pill. When martial artists took divine essence pills until it had no more effect, they would normally choose to buy essence increasing pills. The journey of cultivation without the assistance of medicinal pills, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Not many had Yi Yuan's heaven-defying means to be able to refine divine-grade medicinal pills unceasingly. Hence, they could only purchase higher-level medicinal pills. Talking solely on medicinal effects, the medicinal effects of divine-grade divine essence pills were about the same as high-grade essence-increasing pills. However, divine-grade divine essence pills were much more expensive than high-grade essence-increasing pills. The reason was that divine-grade medicinal pills could be consumed limitlessly. It was just that to the vast majority of martial artists, divine-grade medicinal pills were just of little help. Even if they could afford divine-grade divine essence pills, it was also not possible to consume it long-term. Therefore, divine-grade medicinal pills were generally just a gimmick. Those who really purchased them were actually not many. After Wang Xianfeng came to the Wang family, he rolled out several kinds of heaven-grade Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, which were naturally very popular. Jewel Hill City's alchemists purely had to hit the jackpot to refine heaven-grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan actually said that he was going to launch a brand new kind of Tier 1 divine pills. This made Yang Rui shocked until his jaws dropped. "Younger brother Yi, you can't joke around with me, right? Double the effect of the essence increasing pill? Why have I never heard of such a medicinal pill before?" Yang Rui felt that Yi Yuan must be joking. Even in Wu Meng capital city, the cultivation medicinal pills that middle stage grotto profound used were also essence increasing pills. He had never heard before what kind of medicinal pill's medicinal properties was double that of the essence increasing pill. Furthermore, the price was even the same as the essence increasing pill. This was truly too fantastical. Yi Yuan said with a smile. "It's also very normal for Tower Lord to not have heard of it before. This divine pill's name is called Essence Cultivating Pill. This Yi saw this medicinal pill in a very ancient classic record. If Tower Lord feel worried about this Yi, then Tower Lord can also promote it again after waiting for this Yi to refine it." Yi Yuan giving Yang Rie a heads up right now was naturally in order to garner eyeballs and let the essence cultivating pill's temperature heat up first. This way, it was naturally beneficial to the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. If launching it after refining, they would naturally lose the initiative in terms of time. Actually, this essence cultivating pill was not what Yi Yuan saw in some records. It was not even taught to him by Dustless. This essence cultivating pill was a pill formula Yi Yuan created when he entered Tao with alchemy. Yi Yuan never adhered rigidly to pill formulas when refining pills. The majority of alchemists, when refining pills, all of them refined according to pill formulas, familiarizing with the medicinal properties through pill formulas. But Yi Yuan's focus was always on the spirit medicines, comprehending pills formulas with spirit medicines as the foundation. If not for so, he would also be unable to create the Tao-defying pill, that kind of heaven-defying pill formula. When at the Immortal Grove region, he already created numerous pill formulas.
Now, Yi Yuan entered Dao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. This cultivation method, his understanding toward alchemy Dao also became even deeper. Coupled with that, he already fully grasped those several thousand kinds of Tier 1 spirit medicines' medicinal properties. Creating a few pill formulas was nothing much to Yi Yuan. The essence cultivating pill was one of them. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, this brother doesn't mean that, don't you misunderstood me. It's just that younger brother's words are too shocking. That's why this brother would be so astonished." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord don't have to stand on ceremony. For this Yi to be able to have today, it was all thanks to the Myriad Treasure Tower. This Yi isn't someone who shows ingratitude for kindness. Why would I get angry because of this small matter? Did you guys hear? The Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the word. They are going to launch a new kind of medicinal pill called what again? Essence Cultivating Pill. Right. It's Essence Cultivating Pill. Goodness gracious. It's remarkable. I heard that this Essence Cultivating Pill's medicinal effects are double that of the Essence Increasing Pill. You believe that too? Do you think that it's selling cabbages at the market? Do you know what kind of concept double is? Makes sense. I reckon that it's the Myriad Treasure Tower can't sustain anymore, deliberately coming up with this gimmick to attract customers. Honestly speaking, our Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is indeed a little weak. But in order to compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Wang family benefited us, these bottom-level martial artists. Whether or not the Myriad Treasure Tower can stir up any wave, we'll just wait and see." The word that the Myriad Treasure Tower let out continued brewing in Jewel Hill City. But the majority of the people were not optimistic about the Myriad Treasure Tower. Essence Cultivating Pill, this medicinal pill, nobody had heard of it before at all. At least, within the entire Wu Meng capital city's area. No one had heard of such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Even when Yang Rui heard Yi Yuan's words, he had a look of disbelief, let alone these ordinary martial artists. At the Wang family's residence, numerous high-level members were all scoffing at this matter. "Elder Xian, in your opinion, how great are the chances of the Myriad Treasure Tower being able to bring out this essence-cultivating pill?" Wang Su asked. Wang Xianfeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying disdainfully, "In my view, not even 10%. The essence-increasing pill's formula has been circulated in the Heavenspan world for no less than 100 million years. It had long been developed to the limits already. How can a medicinal pill even stronger than it possibly appears? Take 10,000 steps back, even if that kid really has the ability to defy the heavens and improve the pill formula, increasing 5% on top of the current foundation is already reaching the acme of perfection. Double the medicinal efficacy, nonsense." Hearing Wang Xuanfeng's words, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts also dissipated into nothing. "Since that's the case, then it's the Myriad Treasure Tower that's at the end of its ropes?" Wang Yuxiang said. Wang Xianfeng smiled and said, "I think they should be failing already. All these years, they have probably reached the limit already." Wang Xuanfeng's words made everyone heave a long sigh of relief. This fierce battle that had lasted for close to 30 years could finally end. Finally, it still ended with the Myriad Treasure Tower's defeat. Wang Yuxiang said joyfully, "Squeezing away the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was all thanks to Sir Su and Elder Xian. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower leaves, Sir Su and Elder Xian's cultivation resources will be fully covered by Jewel Hill City's branch family." "Hoo, Elder Yuxiang don't need to be courteous. Jewel Hill City's branch family and Bright Ray City's main family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill," Wang Su said with a laugh. Wang Yuxiang was slightly fearful in his heart, secretly alarmed by this Wang Su's experience and cunningness. These words sounded like it was refusing and also like accepting, leaving you scratching your head. It was equivalent to not saying anything, but not saying was equivalent to saying it. Bright Ray City's main family's young generation. The competition was very fierce too. For Wang Su to want to charge out of the heavy encirclement, it inevitably could not dispense with the support of resources from all around. Therefore, saying these words were actually equivalent to accepting Jewel Hill City's branch families drawing closer. Wang Yuxiang was a figure who became shrewd with age as well. He naturally would not fail to discern the meaning of Wang Su's words. Sir Su, Elder Xian, once the myriad treasure tower falls, our Jua Hill City branch family's grudge can be avenged. A glimmer of cold light flashed across in Wang Yuxiang's eyes. Wang Xianfeng smiled and said, "That is, of course. That kid is merely a guest alchemist. With the two of us around, Yang Rui won't dare to be impudent too." Once the myriad treasure tower withdrew, Yi Yuan would be a rootless duckweed. How he was to be needed, wasn't it still up to others? The Wang family had two mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Wasn't dealing with a Yi Yuan capturing with ease? Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, he could not help jumping in fright, an expression like having seen a ghost. "You? How did you break through?" Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a long way off from middle stage Grotto Profound. Half a month later, he broke through? This kind of speed was also a little too fast, right? Ordinary martial artists cultivating, from initial stage Grotto Profound to middle stage Grotto Profound, it needed several thousand years no matter what. Even geniuses with exceedingly good talent, extremely powerful cultivation methods under the accumulation of large quantities of medicinal pills, it also needed to expend several hundred years' time. Before leaving seclusion the last time, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not so astonishing yet. But this time it was truly a bit too fast. Breaking through in 15 days, could it be that there was no bottleneck? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Had some enlightenment during the previous closed seclusion. The closed seclusion this time broke through the bottleneck in one shot. Tower Lord knows it. Not only do I have divine-grade divine essence pills on me, but also there are even divine-grade essence cultivating pills." Yang Rui trembled all over, and he said in surprise, "You really refine the essence cultivating pill?" Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Could it be that Tower Lord really thought that I was joking with you? You look." A small medicinal bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Upon opening, medicinal fragrance overflowed. Such plentiful medicinal strength. Yang Rui received the medicinal pill with pleasant surprise and examined it carefully. When laying eyes on this essence-cultivating pill for the first time, Yang Rui was incomparably certain in his heart that the myriad treasure tower would survive. Even though it was impossible to judge the strength of the medicinal strength from the appearance, that abundant medicinal strength filled him with confidence. "Younger brother, can I try it?" Yang Rui asked with some agitation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you can." Yang Rui sent the medicinal pill into his mouth with a slight fluster. Once the medicinal entered the mouth, a surge of majestic medicinal strength instantly filled the whole body. He clearly felt his divine essence that had not moved for a long time actually have a slight trace of increase. This discovery made Yang Rui incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, with his realm, this level of medicinal pill was already completely useless to him. Even if Yi Yuan claimed that this medicinal pill's medicinal efficacy was double of the essence-increasing pill. But that sort of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. His divine essence really had a slight trace of increase. When the Su Linpu by the side saw that the expression on Yang Rui's face was extremely fascinating, he could not resist asking, "How is it, Tower Lord?" Yang Rui ignored him, but turned towards Yi Yuan with a look of wild ecstasy and said, "Younger brother Yi, you're really exceptional. I can be sure that as soon as this medicinal pill is rolled out, probably the entire Heavenspan world will go crazy because of it. This essence-cultivating pill truly brings benefits to the entire Heavenspan world's bottom-level martial artists." Su Linpu's expression changed, sighing with amazement. The weight of Yang Rui's words were too heavy. Benefiting the entire Heavenspan world, it could be seen that this medicinal pill was absolutely heaven-defying to the max. This evaluation was too high. But Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a jade slip, saying with a smile, "This is the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, I'll give it to Tower Lord. These few years, he received the myriad treasure tower's great grace. I have nothing to repay it with. I'll use this essence-cultivating pill's pill formula as payment." Yang Rui's entire body trembled, using an extremely skeptical gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, "Younger brother Yi Yu. You aren't joking, right? Do you really not know what this essence-cultivating pill means?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's precisely because I know it. Hence, that's why I'm giving it to Tower Lord." Yang Rui gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and found that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile. He was startled inwardly and understood very quickly why Yi Yuan did it. This boy has such meticulous thoughts. Gifting pill formula. This move is simply beautiful to the extreme. Yang Rui praised Yi Yuan in his heart. Even Yang Rui could discern the significance of this pill formula, so how could the others not perceive it? Once this essence-cultivating pill spread out, it would definitely be like a plague spreading throughout the entire heavenspan world. That way, the essence-cultivating pill was not only not a good thing to Yi Yuan, but it also became a hot potato instead. So much so that it would invite a fatal disaster. But, if the Myriad Treasure Tower possessed the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, it was completely different. The Myriad Treasure Tower was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. People who dared to have ideas on his business were really not many. Even those true powerhouses would not find trouble with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure because of a measly little tier 1 middle-grade pill formula either. This first point was Yi Yuan's wise and discreet self-preserving move. The second point, just as Yi Yuan said himself, it was in order to repay the kindness. It was just that this big gift was a little too heavy. Once the essence-cultivating pill is released, the Myriad Treasure Tower would definitely be able to sweep across Jewel Hill City like crushing dead leaves. And Yang Rui contributing the pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower would definitely obtain the upper echelon's substantial rewards. This favor could not be said to not be big. Of course, Yang Rui understood that if it was in order to keep discreetly out of harm's way, Yi Yuan could completely not take this pill formula out. As long as he did not take it out, everything had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This way, it was sufficient to see that Yi Yuan was someone who valued relationships greatly. He only took out such a bombshell in order to save the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yang Rui sucked in a deep breath and said, "Younger brother Yi, I understand. In the future, we'll address each other as brothers. This favor, elder brother, I received it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll be haughty and call Brother Yang." Brother Yang, this essence-cultivating pill's refinement is rather difficult. If Elder Song has any areas he doesn't understand, you can have him come find me. Yang Rui nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Elder Song was the new one-star alchemy god that upstairs sent. It was just that after he came, it did not change the Myriad Treasure Tower's predicament at all. "Fuck me, came late again. You bunch of animals, it's also too early, right? The Myriad Treasure Tower is going to release another batch of essence-cultivating pill today. Not coming earlier. Can't even drink a mouthful of soup. Damn it. I'll give you 50 divine essence stones. You give your place to me. How's that? Screw off. Want to buy my place with just 50 divine essence stones? 500, not a single piece fewer. Furthermore, after you buy the essence-cultivating pill, you must share with me one. I'll buy at the original price. Go to hell, you." As soon as the essence-cultivating pill rolled out, it was immediately like a tornado, instantly sweeping across the entire Jewel Hill City. The Myriad Treasure Tower's door was almost burst open. Yi Yuan made use of that half a month's time and refined a large batch of essence-cultivating pills. The rest, he did not care. In operations, Yang Rui and Su Linpu were clearly much more experienced than him. The two people formulated a series of promotion tricks, recruiting 3 groups of martial artists outside to test the pill for free. In the first batch, quite a number of people harbored doubtful attitudes. Those who really came to test the pill were not many. But it was precisely after this first batch of people tested the pill, the essence-cultivating pill's reputation blew up in one go. The essence-cultivating pill was a brand new kind of medicinal pill. Consuming this medicinal pill the first time, the effects were the most apparent. Even though everyone doubted the essence-cultivating pill's medicinal effects, the people who paid attention were a lot. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the big talk. But after the few people testing the pill consumed the essence-cultivating pill, the results were immediate, their auras surging immensely on the spot. This kind of effect was absolutely what the essence-increasing pill could not attain. The people who tested the pills were like having picked up a treasure, all incomparably excited. With this, it stirred up everyone's appetite. Hence, the slots for the second batch and third batch of pill testing, everyone went crazy. Someone auctioned it off at a high price when they obtained the slot to test the pills. It was said that the highest price was auctioned at 10,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. After 3 batches of pill testing, the Myriad Treasure Tower's sales immediately became explosive to the max. A never-before explosive. Same price, but medicinal effect was double of the essence-increasing pill. Who would still go and buy the essence-increasing pill? Hence, not just the Wang family, inside the Liu family and Lin family's shops, it virtually became completely deserted overnight. Wang family. Everyone all became ants on a hot pan, all going in circles anxiously. Elder Xin, didn't you say that it was absolutely impossible for the essence-cultivating pill to exist? Now, we don't have any response measures at all, and are very passive. Wang Su grumbled. Wang Xuanfeng's face was also very ugly. Of course, even more, it was an embarrassment. He said with certainty previously, declaring that it was absolutely impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to refine whatever essence-cultivating pill. Now, this face was smacked resoundingly loud. In reality, Wang Su knew that even if the Wang family responded in advance, facing the essence-cultivating pill's powerful offensive, they were still at a complete loss as to what to do. This can't blame me either. Do you all know what this essence-cultivating pill's appearance means? Wang Xianfeng said. It means that our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't hold on anymore. Wang Su said crossly. These few decades, in order to challenge the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Wang family's expenditures were tremendous too. They were originally planning on dominating Jewel Hill City after exhausting the Myriad Treasure Tower to death. But they did not expect that they did not exhaust the Myriad Treasure Tower to death, but instead, let the Myriad Treasure Tower deal a head-on blow. This blow was too vicious. It might directly smack them to death. Wang Xianfeng smiled coldly and said, Foolish, Wang Su, your horizons are too shallow. How can you take on major responsibilities in the future? In my view, this essence-cultivating pill's appearance is going to affect the entire Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure will make use of this medicinal pill to amass countless riches. Wang Su smiled coldly and said, Hey, Elder Su, do you think I haven't considered this point? It's just, do you feel that that boy named Yi Yuan will hand over the pill formula? This pill formula's value simply can't be estimated. Facing such huge profits, who would easily spit it out? Wang Xianfeng froze. He did not think of this layer. Wang Su looked at Wang Xianfeng and continued. Therefore, this kid is digging his own grave. Don't look at how they are rejoicing right now. Before long, that boy and the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely lose all decorum. When the time comes, heh. Hearing Wang Su's analysis made Wang Xianfeng and the rest kindle hope once more. Wang Yuxiang said, Then Sir Su's meaning is, we continue to hold until they fall out. Wang Su nodded his head and said, That's right. Wang Yuxiang's expression was ugly as he said, But our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower's vast wealth after all. These few years we've already depleted all of our resources. Continuing to stall, I'm afraid that the Myriad Treasure Tower hasn't fallen, and our Wang family will collapse first. Wang Su had stayed in Jewel Hill City for several decades and naturally had an understanding of the Wang family's financial resources. He thought about it and said, These 2 days I'll ask for help from the main family, have them support Jewel Hill City's branch family. The war is already fought until now, just see who can last longer. Elder Feng, how is it? You refined it. The one asking was Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's Han Tian. The old man opposite him was the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, 3-star alchemy master, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, This old man has cultivated alchemy Dao for tens of thousands of years. I've never thought that I actually can't even refine a tier 1 middle-grade divine pill. Han Tian's shock was by no means insignificant, and he said, Failed? This isn't possible, right? A mere tier 1 middle-grade divine pill, even you, this peak 3-star alchemy god, actually can't refine it. Half a month ago, Han Tian received the essence-cultivating pill formula that Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower transported over through back channels. After receiving Yang Rui's intel, Han Tian immediately realized a huge business opportunity. Hence, he started mobilizing Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists and started refining the essence-cultivating pill according to the pill formula.
But he discovered very quickly that he was too naive. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was short on manpower, there were still some 2-star alchemy gods. But among these 2-star alchemy gods, there was actually not a single person capable of refining the essence-cultivating pill. In amazement, Han Tian found a 3-star alchemy god to refine. The result was still the same. In the end, Han Tian, who was out of options, finally engaged 3-star alchemy god, Xiao Feng. But what astonished him was that even Xiao Feng actually failed. Was this essence-cultivating pill so hard to refine? Xiao Feng let out a sigh and said, "This pill formula seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. If without extremely deep comprehensions toward alchemy Tao, it's impossible to refine one. This old man is still lacking some level of attainment. Actually, he was already very close to success. It was just too bad that no matter what, he could not break through that final checkpoint." When Han Tian heard these words, he could not help losing heart. When he just obtained the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, he even thought that he picked up a treasure. But looking at it now, it was purely of little value. If it could not be refined, what could be done even if this pill formula was any more impressive? "I didn't expect that it was actually drawing water with a sieve." Sigh. Han Tian said helplessly. Xiao Feng thought about it and said, "Tower Lord, I have an idea." Han Tian said listlessly, "What idea Elder Feng has? Feel free to say." Xiao Feng said, "I wish to make a trip to Jewel Hill City." Han Tian froze and hurriedly shook his head and said, "This isn't appropriate, right? Elder Feng, your status is exalted. How can you condescend your exalted self to that kind of secular place? You want to meet that guest alchemist called Yi Yuan, right? If you wish to meet, I'll just send people to fetch him here." To them, Jewel Hill City, this sort of place was not worth them heading there at all. But Xiao Feng shook his head and said, "That's not right, Tower Lord. As it goes, those who reached first can teach. Since that Yi Yuan already refined the essence-cultivating pill, it indicates that his understanding of alchemy must be deeper than mine. At least on the refinement of Tier 1 divine pills, I'm inferior to him. This kind of figure is bound to surpass this old man in the future. We should give him adequate courtesy. Such a genius, once employed by our Myriad Treasure Tower, he'll definitely be a pillar of the Myriad Treasure Tower in the future." Han Tian thought about it and said with a nod, "Elder Feng's words make sense. Then, I'll have to trouble Elder Feng to make a trip. If possible, you must bring him to Wu Meng capital city." Xiao Feng said, "Hoo, not a trouble at all. I have a feeling that perhaps this trip is a lucky chance for me." Half a year's time passed in a twinkle since the Myriad Treasure Tower launched the essence-cultivating pill. In this half a year's time, the shops of Wang family, Lin family, and Lu family were all completely devoid of people. The launch of the essence-cultivating pill was a virtually catastrophic blow to them. The Lin family and Lu family were still a little better, but the Wang family was already spending more than they earned. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan split that Wang Su said with certainty. They kept failing to see it. This half a year's time, Yi Yuan spent it very cozily. Apart from refining a batch of essence-cultivating pill every day, it was cultivating inside the world-suppressing steel space, comprehending concepts. This half a year also made Yang Rue crazy with delight. The Myriad Treasure Tower could be described with the saying bringing in bushels of gold daily. Every day, Yang Rue was immersed in the midst of shock. He had a score in his heart. The divine essence stones that the Myriad Treasure Tower earned in this half a year could virtually be placed in the same category as Bright Ray City, that kind of large county. Finally, the Wang family could not sit still anymore. At this time, Wang Su was currently at Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor. "Hoo, younger brother Wang Su, how have you been? I heard that your brother, Wang Song, already broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse, right?" City Lord Chen Yongyan said with a laugh. Wang Su smiled and said, "Brother Chen's intel is very up-to-date. His breakthrough was also a thing of last year." Chen Yongyan said with an envious look, "Wang Song's talent is exceedingly high and also has the Wang family as a backer. Unlike us impoverished people, we have got to be busy with secular affairs every day." Wang Su smiled and said, "Brother Chen, you're the lord of a city, wielding great power in your hands. Other people are all too envious." Chen Yongyan chuckled and said, "Younger brother Wang Su coming this time, It's not for no reason, right? Wang Su silently cursed this sly old fox, but he still had a smile on his face as he said, "That is, of course, but the matter of cultivation, Brother Chen doesn't have to worry either. As long as Jewel Hill City's Wang family pulls through this crisis, Brother Chen's cultivation will be covered by Elder Yuxiang. Don't you agree?" Wang Yuxiang by the side hurriedly said, "That is, of course. In the past, it was our Wang family who couldn't do it. We hope that City Lord, Your Excellency, is magnanimous enough to forgive us. This time, our Wang family prepared a slight gift. Just take it as an apology."
Wang Yuxiang's heart was dripping blood. Even if the Wang family tides over this disaster, the largest share of their income in the future would probably have to be used to pay tributes.
Wang Su, Wang Shenfeng, and now, throwing in another Chen Yongnian, this expenditure was too great. Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists were still a little better. But Wang Shenfeng and Chen Yongnian were both Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm martial artists. Their expenditure, to the Wang family, the pressure was still huge. But compared to the Wang family collapsing entirely, clearly this result, he could still accept.
All of this was brought by Yi Yuan, that punk.
Wang Yuxiang had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones in his heart. This Chen Yongnian was Wu Meng Academy's same-year students with Wang Su's elder brother, Wang Song. Wu Meng Academy was Wu Meng capital city's government-managed school. The students that graduated from here were mostly dukes or princes of a region, representing the various major counties managed by Wu Meng capital city. After the two people came out of Wu Meng Academy, one came to the remote Jewel Hill City to be City Lord, while the other became Deputy City Lord at Bright Ray City.
Although one was head and one was deputy, because the cities were different, their statuses were naturally different too.
Wang Song, this Deputy City Lord, had a higher position and more authority compared to Chen Yongnian, this City Lord. Furthermore, Wang Song broke through to the late-stage Heaven Glimpse first. Later on, he might even be placed in an important position in Wu Meng capital city. To talk about this Chen Yongnian, he was also an extremely shrewd and wily old fox.
The myriad treasure tower and Wang family's struggle, he naturally took it into his sights. Abate his time all along, waiting for the Wang family to come and find him.
Now, the Wang family indeed could not hold on anymore. Even though he was the city lord, the various major families' taxes, he had to turn it over to higher authorities. The city lord manor still had enormous expenditures. What he could have from the leftover was naturally not much. Hence, that was why he would use this kind of method to make the Wang family take the initiative to pay tributes to him.
These were filling his own pockets.
Hoo, Elder Yuxiang is too courteous. You all coming to find this city lord this time? Is it because of the myriad treasure towers matters? Only now did Chen Yongnian lay his cards on the table. A banquet with hidden dangers.
Yi Yuan, this banquet, you mustn't go, Yang Rui said solemnly.
At this time, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan both received an invitation in their hands. These two invitations were issued by City Lord Manor. The four families fought for so long. City Lord Manor had always remained silent.
This time, they were finally making a move. It was just that Yi Yuan received an invitation too. This made Yang Rui very uneasy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just go. Why shouldn't I go?"
They are aiming at the essence cultivating pill. If I don't go, this matter will probably never end.
Yang Rui naturally knew that they were aiming at the essence cultivating pill. But if Yi Yuan went, he felt uneasy.
Those going this time were all experts. He could not protect Yi Yuan by himself.
I know, but
I'm afraid that this invitation will be detrimental to you, Yang Rui said. No way, right? This time, it's the city lord coming forward personally. No matter how courageous their few families are, they also don't dare to act wildly in front of the city lord. Right? Yi Yuan said puzzledly.
Yang Rui sighed and said, "You don't know this. That Wang Su, who came from the Wang family's main family, his elder brother came out of Wu Meng Academy with City Lord Chen Zhangyan. Before you exited seclusion, the City Lord Manor actually suppressed us directly and indirectly. The intentions are already very obvious."
Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said, "You're saying that they are acting in collusion? All targeting us?" Yang Rui nodded and said, "If barring no accidents, it should be so. Hence, for the sake of your safety, you'd better not go." The complexity of Jewel Hill City's situation exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. However, this could not scare him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since they are already riding on top of our heads, we can't avoid it no matter what. Not going today, they will always have a way to come and find trouble again. Rather than that, might as well take this opportunity. Everybody lay it out on the table, that's better." Yang Rui said anxiously, "Goodness, why are you so obstinate? That city lord Qin Zhongnian is a middle-stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. Once he steals his heart to deal with you, I can't stop him." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Tower Lord is overly concerned. Even if they have that layer of relationship, I think the city lord won't make a move without careful consideration too. After all, his identity is placed there." Unable to persuade Yi Yuan, Yang Rui still brought him over. He could only place his hopes that Qin Zhongnian could have misgivings about the myriad treasure tower's prestige and not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan. The city lord manor's main hall was very large. The banquet was very sumptuous too. That young city lord on the seat of honor also wore a broad smile. He looked like he had a good relationship with everyone. It was only after 3 rounds of drinking had passed did Qin Zhongnian bring up the topic. "Thank you all for giving this city lord this face, to be able to come to the city lord manor and get together. Everyone, all present here are my Jewel Hill City's pillars of strength. Everyone says that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Doesn't everyone agree?" Qin Zhongnian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. Everyone immediately felt immense pressure. Even Yang Rui felt tremendous pressure too. "City Lord, Your Excellency is right," Lu family's old head said with a smile. That's right. Everyone says that amiability brings wealth, haha." Lin family's old head also concurred. But Wang Su smiled faintly and said, "What Brother Chan says is right. Jewel Hill City is everybody's, not one family's. It's not good to be overbearing." Chen Yongyan looked towards Yang Rui and said with a smile, "Tower Lord Yang, what say you?" Yang Rui's expression was rather ugly as he smiled slightly awkwardly and said, "This?" He was very reluctant. When the Myriad Treasure Tower was about to go out of business back then, why didn't you, Qin Zhongnian, say so? Now that the Wang family was collapsing, you came forward to posture? Except the pressure that Chen Yongyan gave him was too great. He had no choice but to lower his head. Strength was one aspect. More importantly, what Chen Yongyan represented was Wu Meng capital city. Yang Rui's words reached the tip of his tongue, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. Delicious. Too delicious. TSK. City Lord Manor is indeed not an ordinary place. The taste of this dish is excellent." Yi Yuan smacked his lips, enjoying it greatly. In this situation, the Lin family's family head, Lin Zitian, Lu family's Lu Jinghao, as well as Wang Lingbo could only stand at one side. But Yi Yuan was sitting carelessly to Yang Rui's right, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Chen Yongyan's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan directly ignored him and only cared about his eating. Qin Zhongnian felt his fist land on cotton, feeling very uncomfortable. Even the initial stage heaven glimpse Yang Rui yielded. This punk actually deliberately came out to cause trouble. "Yi Yuan, could it be that you have objections towards this city lord's words?" Chen Yongyan said with a frown. It was only after hearing his name being called did Yi Yuan raise his head. He looked towards Chen Yongyan, saying with a blank look, City Lord, Your Excellency, did you say something just now? Your dishes are too delicious. I didn't hear. Pretend. Carry on feigning." When he spoke just now, the entire main hall could hear. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not hear it. But got to say, Yi Yuan was a very crucial figure today. Otherwise, he would not specially give him a seat either. Qin Zhongnian reined in his temper and said, "This city lord said earlier everyone is in the same city and meet frequently. If enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it." "Don't you say so?" Yi Yuan was thrilled the moment he heard and said with a smile, "Enemy? Who's the enemy?" "My enemy one is Drunken Wind in's Little Red. Could it be that City Lord knows this he likes this and called her here too?" Drunken Wind Inn was Jewel Hill City's largest brothel. This Yi Yuan still knew. But Little Red was him talking nonsense. Qin Zhongnian was nearly angered until he had internal injuries.
This guy was clearly inserting dialogue for comic relief on purpose. Yang Rui sweated profusely as he listened by the side, while Wang Su and the rest had gloating faces. Offending the city lord in Jewel Hill City was not some wise move. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, but said to Yang Rui, "Tower Lord Yang, this city lord only hosted this banquet on account of everybody's contributions to Jewel Hill City for many years, and let everyone bury the hatchet. Is this your myriad treasure towers attitude?" This cold snort, Chen Yongnian used the aura of middle stage heaven glimpse. The impetus was very shocking. Yang Rui's expression changed and he was just about to speak but was intercepted by Yi Yuan, who said, "Haha, turns out what city lord is talking about is this. Say it earlier." "You don't say, how would I know? Burying the hatchet is good. I wonder what brilliant idea city lord, your excellency, has." Chen Yongnian was just about to suppress Yang Rui with ruthless means and force him to submit. But having Yi Yuan cause a disturbance like this, he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan brought him around a roundabout and circled back again. Wasn't this messing with him? However, Chen Yongnian did not wish to make things too unpleasant either. It was true that he was targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower today, but he would try his best not to make a move to the best of his ability. To actually employing martial strength was a problem too. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not to be trifled with as well. This was a heavenly emperor powerhouse's business. Chen Zhongnian endured his anger, snorted coldly, and slowly said, "I have an idea. Everyone, we discuss it a bit, see if it works or not. Tower Lord, if there's money to make, everybody should earn them together. Don't you think so? Your Myriad Treasure Tower's essence cultivating pill is too tyrannical. This way, everybody doesn't have means of subsistence anymore. Why not you all take out the essence cultivating pill's selling rights and share some with the Wang, Lin, and Lu three families? Bullying people too far." The moment Chen Yongnian's voice faded, Yang Rui quickly stood up, with a look of unrestrained rage. This request was seriously too much. Today, this was clearly a treacherous plot. Chen Yongnian brought the three great families to force an abdication. "Tower Lord Yang, don't get agitated. Sit down. Sit down and talk." Seeing Yang Rui did not sit down, a surge of powerful aura released from Chen Yongnian's body, oppressing Yang Rui. In an instant, Yang Rui felt immense pressure. The strength of middle-stage Heaven Glimpse was much stronger than initial-stage Heaven Glimpse. Yang Rui did not have any leeway to resist in front of him at all. Just as Yang Rui could not bear the pressure and was about to plop his bottom down, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. A wave of faintly discernible aura slowly rose. Chen Yongnian's face changed, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan with astonishment. This aura of Yi Yuan's was not cultivation realm suppression but contained a kind of Tao concept. Under Yi Yuan's surge of aura, Chen Yongnian's aura actually had a feeling of imminent collapse. Chen Zhongnian was greatly astonished. If the standoff continued, his Tao heart would collapse. Chen Yongnian withdrew his aura. The pressure on Yang Rui's body suddenly eased up, but his gaze turned toward Yi Yuan in astonishment. "City Lord, Your Excellency, things can be talked through. Overwhelming people with power like this isn't good, right?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. A middle-stage grotto profound actually made a middle-stage Heaven Glimpse's aura give a wide berth? This was truly too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan's aura originated from the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It also originated from the Chaos Heavenspan Canon. Yi Yuan's cultivation method was a terrifying existence that triggered the entire Heavenspan world's abnormal activity. Using cultivation realm pressure in front of him, wasn't it looking for a pummeling? This city lord making him sit down, isn't it in order to discuss properly? It was Tower Lord Yang who got agitated on his own. This city lord convened everyone together in order to discuss a good countermeasure. Chen Zhongnian found a way out for himself. However, this could not conceal his inner shock. Only then did he know that this middle-stage grotto profound boy in front of him seemed to be even more troublesome than Yang Rui. Yi Yuan gave Yang Rui a look, motioning for him to sit down. He then smiled and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, don't blame this Yi for saying unpleasant things. It's truly that you're demanding an exorbitant price.
The profits of the essence cultivating pill, everybody is aware. Their 3 families don't need to do anything and want to have a piece of the pie. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Heh, we also didn't say do nothing. What conditions there are, you all feel free to state them. Otherwise, if you really press the 3 of our families, the Myriad Treasure Tower's business can also forget about operating any further. Wang Su said coolly.
These words were rather shameless.
Use ones but to think, and the person would also know that what Wang Su was referring to was definitely some despicable methods. The meaning was, if I have a hard time, you all can also forget about having a good time. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, that's more like it. Since you want to negotiate, you naturally have to bring out sufficient sincerity. As long as you all are willing to offer enough price, it's also not like this essence-cultivating pill can't be given you all. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. Of course, apart from Yang Rui.
Yi Yuan, Yang Rui said anxiously.
The reason why the Myriad Treasure Tower could run a monopoly was because of the essence-cultivating pill's advantage. If they gave the selling rights to the other 3 families, their advantage would be all gone. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely would not agree. Yi Yuan gave him a look, indicating for him to hold his horses.
Wang Su forcefully suppressed the wild elation in his heart and said calmly, what conditions there are, feel free to list them. As long as it's not too overboard, I believe everyone won't refuse.
Everyone is all in Jewel Hill City. Mutual benefits and coordinate development is the right path.
Half a year passed, the essence-cultivating pill's reputation already gradually spread to other places.
Right now, many other cities' martial artists would also rush to Jewel Hill City without paying heed to the distance, in order to buy the essence-cultivating pill. At present, the essence-cultivating pill's price rose again and again. But the people coming to buy the medicinal pill were still going after it like a flock of ducks. This medicinal pill's profits were too great.
How could Wang Su not be delighted?
Not just him. The other 2 families' old heads also revealed expressions of wild ecstasy on their faces. They never thought that Yi Yuan actually agreed so easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, my condition isn't overboard at all. To you all, it's merely a matter of lifting a finger. Hearing these words, the 3 families' hearts eased up. It seemed like the Myriad Treasure Tower was still afraid of the City Lord Manor in the end.
Yi Yuan paused for a bit, but his gaze looked toward Wang Lingbo and said indifferently, his life, exchange for the essence-cultivating pill's selling rights.
How is it?
It's a good deal, right? The rest were still okay, but the Wang family's people's faces all changed drastically. Wang Lingbo even pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, brat, what do you mean?
Wang Su's face fell, and he said, are you making a fool out of our 3 families? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, this is already my greatest sincerity. At the Yin Den, the Wang family's 3 great elders hunted Luo Jian and me down. Don't tell me that this wasn't your idea. Every injustice had its perpetrator. Every debt its debtor. It's already my greatest benevolence to not let the Wang family be buried in death. Previously, Yi Yuan was afraid of breaking Jewel Hill City's balance and made things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower. That was why he would spare Wang Lingbo's life. With his temper, directly exterminating the Wang family back then was also not impossible.
But now, these few families were already riding on top of his head. How could Yi Yuan possibly show mercy to him?
Heh! Make my Wang family be buried in death. Your esteemed self has such high-sounding sentiments. With just the likes of you, a middle-stage grotto profound. Wang Yuxiang said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan. Everyone said that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Even though the Wang family sent people to hunt you down back then, you're safe and sound right now, while their elders are all dead. This is also considered evening up. Give this city lord face and drop this matter at that. All right? Qin Yongnian finally spoke up. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, the essence cultivating pill's profits. There's no need for me to say no more. I just have this one condition. Agree. Everything can be discussed. Disagree. Then there's no need to discuss anymore. Yi Yuan's casual sentence sealed off all of the retreat paths. The atmosphere instantly fell to a freezing point, becoming peculiar.
Yang Rui was expressionless, but in his heart he prostrated in admiration toward Yi Yuan.
This move was played too beautifully, directly kicking the ball back to the other party. Wang Lingbo's weight was not light nor heavy, just nice.
If it were Wang Yuxiang, then it would appear too insincere.
Wang Lingbo was merely a grotto-profound realm martial artist and did not count as much. But he was also the Wang family's present family head, his status being extraordinary. At this time, all of the focal points were gathered onto Wang Lingbo. Especially Lu and Lin, two families' old heads. Their gazes faintly looked towards him.
What was even more damnable was that Wang Su's gaze also wittingly or unwittingly flitted over.
Clearly, he was very conflicted. Who was Wang Lingbo? How could he not perceive the current situation?
Wang Su, what's the meaning of this?
Could it be that you're going to kill your own clansman because of this boy's one sentence? Wang Lingbo's expression changed and asked him. Cough, cough, elder brother has misunderstood. How can this Wang have this kind of idea? Wang Su said, rather awkwardly. One had to admit that Yi Yuan's suggestion indeed made him tempted.
Wang Lingbo, this level of martial artist, could easily be found among people in the main family. Losing one to exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights was still very worth it.
But this sort of words could not be said no matter what. Those who accomplished great things did not bother with the trifles. He was already weighing it over in his heart, whether or not to dispose of Wang Lingbo in secret, and then find Yi Yuan for peace talks.
Wang Yuxiang's expression was also very ugly. That faintly imperceptible look of Wang Su's just now, how could he not tell?
Making him use his son's life to go exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights. He was not willing even if beaten to death. He would rather fight it out with the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan's condition made the banquet's atmosphere become delicate. Wang Yuxiang's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, we came with sincerity. Can you also show your sincerity? Sincerity?
Where's the sincerity? Hoo-hoo, pardon this ye's eyes for being blind, but I don't see it. You all don't have sincerity, but this he came with the greatest sincerity. Wang Lingbo took action against me back then, he should have today's reckoning, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile.
Wang Lingbo was angered until he gnashed his teeth in hatred by the side. He knew that right now, apart from his father, probably everyone wanted him dead. City Lord, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is clearly borrowing a knife to kill people. Don't accept his provocation. Even if we really kill my son, what if their myriad treasure tower reneges? What to do? Wang Yuxiang said solemnly.
Qin Zhangnian fell silent. His attitude made Wang Yuxiang's and Wang Lingbo's hearts sink to rock bottom. With this city lord around, I believe the myriad treasure tower won't go back on their word, right? Qin Zhangnian looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said.
Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word but did not answer. Wang Lingbo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, City Lord? What do you mean? Chen Yongnian said coolly. What do I mean?
Everybody is doing business in Jewel Hill City, each relying on their own ability. But you sent people to hunt down the other party, it already overstepped the boundary.
The moment Old Man Lin heard these words, he immediately concurred. Yeah.
Everyone is clear about the cause of this matter. Wasn't this all caused by that shameless younger sister of yours? It was your Wang family's wrongdoing to begin with, and then you guys still wanted to exterminate everyone.
It's too much.
Old Man Lu also said the martial path has the martial path's rules, while business has business rules. Wang Lingbo, you doing this has greatly ruined the rules of business.
Wang Lingbo's expression turned deathly pale. He finally knew what was called everyone kicks a man who was down. You all, shameless. Wang Lingbo was angered until he could not even speak. Before coming today, he was still very excited.
But he never dreamed that this play today would actually ring the funeral bell for him. Now, this situation everyone already wanted to kill and be done with it.
Even the fellow clan member, Wang Su, was also sharpening his knife. Wang Yuxiang was extremely furious too and rebuked. You two old fogies, shut up for me.
You all are really shameless to the extreme. Qin Zhangnian said coolly, what they said is right too.
Wang Lingbo, since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Are you doing it yourself? Or do you want the city lord to take action? Chen Yongnian seemed to be talking about a very dull matter, his voice not carrying a trace of emotion.
Wang Lingbo trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he could not escape his doom today. His gaze suddenly looked towards Wang Su, seemingly grasping the last strand of life-saving straw, saying urgently, "Sir Su, we're close relatives of the same clan. Could it be that you're also going to be subjected to the sowing of dissension by these despicable villains?" He knew Wang Su's status. If Wang Su opened his mouth, Chen Yongnian might not be unscrupulous and brazen. Wang Su looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to give him a glance at all. The matter already developed to this kind of extent, he already had no need to protect Wang Lingbo anymore. "Elder brother, it's not that Wang Su isn't saving you. It's truly a situation where the evil we bring onto ourselves are the hardest to bear," Wang Su said emotionally. Wang Su's words became the final straw that brought down the camel, shattering all of Wang Lingbo's fantasies. Suddenly, Wang Lingbo's figure moved, speeding outside of the main hall. "Humph! Courting death!" Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, directly reaching a claw out. Wang Lingbo's figure abruptly stopped. But right at this time, Wang Yuxiang also made a move. There was no way he could watch his son be killed unfeelingly. Chen Zhongyan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Overestimating your own ability." While talking, Chen Yongnian turned his claw into a palm. A surge of immense force emerged in full force. Bang! Just one palm. Wang Yuxiang's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out backward. In front of Chen Yongnian, Wang Yuxiang was weak until he did not have any strength to retaliate. Following that, Chen Zhongnian turned his palm into a claw once more. Wang Lingbo's figure was actually directly burst open by a powerful essence energy, while from start to end, Chen Yongnian just sat still. With a wave of a hand, one dead and one injured, the aura that looked down upon the world was displayed in its entirety. At this time, Wang Yuxiang was still lying on the ground, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. His gaze, when looking at Chen Yongnian, was filled with killing intent. The pupils of Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, also shrunk, looking at Chen Yongnian with incredible shock. They also did not expect that Chen Zhongnian was actually powerful to this kind of extent already. It seemed like he was also merely a step away from late-stage heaven glimpse. Chen Zhongnian killing Wang Lingbo with ruthless means and bringing down Wang Yuxiang also had the intention of establishing prestige. He already had not displayed his strength in front of the public for many years. Now let them take a look that he, this city lord, was not someone to be provoked. Of course, the most important was still shocking Yi Yuan, making him realize his promise. The Yang Rui by the side was long dumbstruck with amazement already. Before coming, he never thought that Yi Yuan's casual few sentences would make the alliance of the three great families and city lord manor to fall apart. Now Wang Lingbo was dead, and Wang Yuxiang severely wounded. The Wang family was virtually crippled already. Not only was this youth's talent extremely high, these means and resourcefulness were also exceedingly formidable. Truly terrifying. Except, after witnessing Chen Yongnian's means, Yang Rui no longer had thoughts of getting lucky. Looks like Yi Yuan also knew that the essence cultivating pill could not be protected anymore. Hence, that was why he would maximize the role of the essence cultivating pill, using it to knock dead the Wang family father and son. Clearly, he succeeded. Yi Yuan observed all of this from the sidelines the whole time. These people all posed as people of high morals, but they disowned all relatives and friends in front of benefits. Truly laughable. Putting it bluntly, they were a bunch of despicable people who only sought profits. Finished doing all these, Chen Yongnian used an indifferent gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, "Wang Lingbo broke Jewel Hill City's business world order. Even death cannot atone for his crimes. Tower Lord Yang. Yi Yuan, what to do next will depend on you all." "Depend on us? Depend on us what?" Yi Yuan switched to a smiling face and asked with a smile. His words made everyone's faces changed. Could it be that this boy was going to go back on his word? Chen Yongnian's face fell and he said, "The condition that you raised, I've already promised you on behalf of their three families. Now it's time for you to realize your promise." Yi Yuan's smile was very radiant as he said, "Promise? Did I say anything? Did City Lord, Your Excellency, hear wrongly? Ha ha, what a joke. Truly laughable."
Far away came Wang Yuxiang's mocking and dispirited laughter. At this point, how could the rest still not know that they were tricked by Yi Yuan?
From the very beginning, Yi Yuan never planned on giving them the selling rights of the essence cultivating pill. It was just in order to let them fight in the nest.
Their group of people was despicable villains in vain, unexpectedly letting Yi Yuan watch a good show on one side.
Wang Su's face was grim as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dare to go back on your word and toy with us?"
Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Keeping one's words is reserved for gentlemen. You all, a bunch of despicable people, what integrity is there to speak of? Giving you all the sales rights today, you all will come and annex the Myriad Treasure Tower in the future. But this play just now was still really exciting, letting this Yi see the faces of you all, this group of people, clearly. Heh. Yi Yuan's words were like the emperor's new clothes, tearing off their disguise without any mercy. Their performance previously was like a clown fooling around.
Good, very good.
Boy, you're using your life to provoke this city lord. Since you did so, then you should have some awareness, right? Chen Yongnian said with an incredibly grim look. Yang Rui suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. What do you all want to do? Chen Yongnian, I'm warning you. Yi Yuan is the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. If you dare to touch him, that's going against the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yang Rui said solemnly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so straightforward, playing this move with the other party. Now, satisfying was satisfying, but it also incurred public wrath.
None of these guys were good people. It was impossible for them to let Yi Yuan go so easily.
Chen Yongnian sneered coldly when he heard that and said, Yang Rui, are you scaring me?
This place isn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's territory. It's no use for you to pull out this tiger skin. As long as the city lord doesn't kill you, I don't believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower can do anything to me.
Yang Rui's expression changed and he said, if it were before, there's naturally nothing if you killed him. But he handed the essence cultivating pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower now. Do you think that upstairs will still sit by idly and remain indifferent? Yang Rui's words made Chen Yongnian and the rest greatly shocked.
They all thought that right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower was relying on Yi Yuan and that the essence cultivating pill formula was still in Yi Yuan's hands.
But they never thought that Yi Yuan actually handed over the pill formula. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though this place was not Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower's power absolutely could not be overlooked. Otherwise, Chen Yongnian also would not be so apprehensive and not dare to kill Yang Rui. Brother Chen, today this punk has to be killed no matter what.
Things have already come to this point. If we let him swagger his way out of the City Lord Manor, what face does our three families in the City Lord Manor still have to carry on living in this Jewel Hill city? Since he isn't willing to hand over the essence cultivating pill, that's the outcome of fighting to the death. Nobody can benefit. Wang Su said solemnly right at this time. Chen Yongnian thought about it and felt that what Wang Su made a lot of sense. Today, this city lord's face was considered utterly lost. If he did not kill Yi Yuan, how would he still rule Jewel Hill City in the future? He nodded his head and said, what you said is right. Even if really killed, it's also not Myriad Treasure Tower's turn to come and punish the city lord. Humph, Yi Yuan. Today, you're dead for sure. Not just Chen Yongnian. The Liu and Lin, two families' old heads, also went forward to surround unknowingly, enclosing Yi Yuan duo in the center. This move of Yi Yuan had offended everyone present. Wang Su smiled coldly and said, boy, do you think that by handing over the pill formula, everything will be fine? This place is Jewel Hill City, it's Brother Chen's territory. You can't overturn the heavens.
Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, you guys think too highly of yourselves.
Don't think that you can dictate anything. In reality, you all can't dictate anything.
Finished talking. Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward the front door. Humph! Blind, reckless fool. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly shooting out, speeding over towards Yi Yuan. When killing Wang Lingbo and wounding Wang Yuxiang, Chen Yongnian did not get serious. But against Yi Yuan, he was really enraged.
This opening move was a lightning quick blow.
Yang Rui's face revealed a look of astonishment.
feeling like a great mountain was crushing over towards him. At virtually the same time, another surge of powerful aura billowed to the sky, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Wang Yuxiang. Brat. Not killing you today. I'm less than human. Wang Yuxian roared. Two great experts teaming up for a pincer attack. Even if Yang Rui had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not stop it either. Just as he was going to risk it all, a gust of piercing cold wind suddenly started howling inside the main hall. An additional figure appeared beside Yi Yuan at no idea when. The moment this figure appeared, it gave people a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. Who could this figure be other than Gue Yun? It was only to see him flick his sleeves. A gust of bone-piercingly cold wind howled toward Wang Yuxiang, following which, he pointed a finger out, meeting this palm of Chun Yongnian's. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone did not react on time. Wang Yuxiang was seriously injured to begin with. This attack was completely hanging on with one breath. This flick of Gue Yun's, Wang Yuxiang's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning. His figure abruptly stopping, already unable to move when it brushed past halfway. This force wind froze all the blood in his body. When looking again, he was actually completely lifeless already. While Chun Yongnian this side had a frontal exchange with Gue Yun. Boom! An explosion sounded out, powerful wind spilling over. Chun Yongnian's figure retreated explosively, even faster than when he came. All the way until his body hit a stone pillar did he barely manage to hold steady. Chun Yongnian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He felt like his whole body was petrified, unable to move a muscle at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly revolved divine essence before purging this frozen feeling. 2-star evil spirit. Qin Zhongnian's gaze turned intent. His gaze when looking at Gue Yun was full of dread. That blow just now, the superiority was immediately established. Very clearly, he was not Gue Yun's match. These few years, Gue Yun's strength advanced by leaps and bounds under Dustless's guidance. The Ghost Dao 100 runes, he already thoroughly grasped the first 2 runes. Although he had not broken through realm yet, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Chun Yongnian was not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Gue Yun's opening move was similarly 1 death and 1 injured, thoroughly stunning everyone. Turns out that this was Yi Yuan's trump card. This evil spirit's strength made all of them feel appalled. Master, want to kill them or not? Gue Yun gave a bow toward Yi Yuan respectfully, seeking his opinion. This sentence made a chill run down everyone's spine. They did not doubt in the slightest that Gue Yun had the strength. Messing around for a long time, this group of people were merely clowns jumping around. Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan did not place them in his sights at all. Yi Yuan's confidence was never some essence-cultivating pill, but this middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Chen Yongnian. He said with a faint smile, "City Lord, today's banquet was pretty good. Putting aside the delicacies, there was even a good show. Now, this Yi is going to leave. I wonder if you still have any objections." Bang! In his rage, Chen Zhongnian's one palm smashed the few case files in front of him into fine powder. The humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him today was something that he had never experienced before. "Brother Chun, this Yi Yuan is really too much. You're the exalted city lord, he actually didn't give you any face at all." Wang Su fanned the fire by the side. Truthfully speaking, he also felt an immense threat of death just now. He clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze sweep over toward him, imperceptibly. That look seemingly saw through everything. However, Yi Yuan still did not attack in the end. Maybe he was wary of the Wang family behind him. The Wang family was a second-to-none great family clan in Bright Ray's city. The experts in the clan as abundant as clouds. His elder brother, Wang Song, was even Bright Ray's city's deputy city lord. Thinking up to here, Wang Su felt proud of himself in his heart. One shouldn't look at how that punk had an appearance of fearing nothing and no one. He was still somewhat apprehensive in the end. Humph! Not avenging this grudge. I, Chun Yongnian, am less than human, Chun Yongnian said with a livid expression. Wang Su had an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back by the side. Qin Zhongnian immediately understood and said to the Lu and Lin, two family heads, today's matter, I hope that only the few of us know. I don't wish for it to spread to other people's ears. Lu and Lin, the two family heads, were startled and hurriedly said, City Lord, rest assured. Even if you lend us several galls, we wouldn't dare either. Chen Yongnian waved his hand impatiently. The Lu and Lin, two family heads, hastily took their leave. They knew that Chen Yongnian and Wang Su were probably going to plot to harm Yi Yuan. But they did not have any objections towards this. After all, their faces were also utterly lost today. They originally thought that they could reap a huge deal. They did not expect to almost lose their old lives here. After the four people left, Wang Su said, Brother Qin, that punk has a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit guarding. Wanting to kill him in Jewel Hill City probably won't be easy anymore. Although Qin Zhongnian had unwillingness in his heart when he heard that, he also knew that what Wang Su said was the truth. What brilliant ideas do younger brother you have? If this boy doesn't die, this Qin will probably be unable to cultivate in peace anymore. Qin Zhongnian said and gnashed his teeth in hatred. The corners of Wang Su's mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile and said, This boy has a great sense of propriety when doing things. He had a good pretext for killing Wang Lingbo and Wang Yuxiang. We really can't do anything to him. But, Wang Su whispered a few words in Chen Yongnian's ear. Chen Yongnian similarly revealed an odd smile. Hey, younger brother. You're indeed a resourceful person. It's just that, this way is truly a bit too vicious, right? Chen Yongnian said. A small mind makes not a gentleman. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. As long as we can kill this boy, what does this count as? Wang Su said without a care. Now, even the Wang family was declining. The Liang family had naturally lost its former glory. These few days, Wang Pianran brought her daughter, Liang Wanrong, back to her parents' home for a distraction. Suddenly, she received a message passed on by a servant, saying that the main family's Sir Su invited her to make a trip over. Wang Pianran came to the Wang family's main hall without knowing the inside story, but she discovered that inside the main hall was long packed full of people already. Dividing the crowd, Wang Pianran saw a piece of shroud placed on the ground. Below the white cloth, it was uncertain who was dead. Wang Su said on the seat of honor, his expression grim. Wang Pianran was not a dumb person. Her heart thumped, immediately sensing something off. Sir Su, what's going on here? Wang Pianran could not resist asking. When Wang Su saw her, he slowly stood up and said with a sorrowful look, Everyone is here. Now Wang Su has something to tell everybody. Finished talking, he bowed deeply towards everyone and said, Wang Su is incompetent and failed to protect the family head and elder Yuxiang. While talking, he pulled away the shroud. That frozen corpse of Wang Yuxiang's appeared before everyone's eyes. Dad! That shrill voice of Wang Pianran's instantly spread throughout the entire Wang family. Dad! Why have you gone? Who struck this vicious blow? You tell Pianran. Pianran will definitely wreak vengeance and redress hatred for you. Wang Pianran shrieked and howled, but she was also pouring out her true sentiments. All along, she was a missus being spoiled by her father and big brother. Now, her backing had collapsed. How could she not be mournful? When the rest of the clan members saw the Wang family's biggest backer die just like this, all of their faces were grief-stricken. Sir Su, my father was still fine in the morning. Why did he pass away? Where is my big brother? After a bout of bitter crying, Wang Pianran pulled Wang Su and asked this question. Wang Su was disgusted with this fat sow, but at this moment, it was inconvenient for him to have a fallout with her. At once he said mournfully, Elder brother, he suffered a vicious blow too. His corpse no more. Wang Pianran's entire body trembled, nearly passing out. Sir Su, who was it? Just who in the world was it? I'm going to kill him. At this time, Wang Pianran's entire person was only left with rage. Wang Su said with a sorrowful face, It was the myriad treasure tower. Wang Pianran's gaze revealed an extremely vicious look as she gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, Myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan. You all just wait. I'll definitely make you all die a horrible death. Seeing Wang Pianran's fury, a hint of an imperceptible faint smile flashed across Wang Su's face. Yi Yuan. You offended all of Jewel Hill City's major forces this time. Yang Rui sighed and said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Why? Does Tower Lord blame me for being meddlesome?" Yang Rui was stupefied and scolding laughingly. "You punk? Checkmating me, is it? If it's done, it's done. Would I, Yang Rui, be that kind of person who fears to get involved? Today was originally they all going overboard. You doing so was naturally a great satisfaction. It's just that Chun Yongnian and Wang Su are both not people to mess with. I'm afraid that they will be detrimental to you." But Yi Yuan said without care. "Heh, it's fine if they don't come and provoke me." "Come and provoke me again, it wouldn't end carelessly like this today." Yi Yuan's careless killing intent faintly exuded out, giving Yang Rui a shock. He had always thought that Yi Yuan was just an alchemist harmless to man and beast, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan still had such decisiveness in going for the kill side. "Furthermore, I already can't stay for much longer in this Jewel Hill city. If they want to find me to take revenge, they also got to be able to find me," Yi Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Yang Rui was first stunned. Following that, his expression changed and he said, "You're leaving?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Jewel Hill City is too small after all. If I want to become strong, I must walk out." "Hoo-hoo, Brother Yang, rest assured, I believe your Myriad Treasure Tower's high-level alchemy god is already on the way. When I teach him how to refine the essence cultivating pill, there naturally won't need to worry about a situation where the essence cultivating pill lacks continuation." Yang Rui was stunned again and said, "High-level alchemy god? Coming to Jewel Hill City? This isn't possible, right?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Do you think that this essence cultivating pill is really what anyone can refine? I reckon that your Myriad Treasure Tower has to send a 3-star alchemy god over at the minimum." Yang Rui drew a cold breath when he heard that. All along, they only cared about selling essence-cultivating pills and really did not know how great the refining difficulty of this medicinal pill was. But hearing Yi Yuan say so, it was also overly exaggerating things to raise the alarm, right? Refining a Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill needed a 3-star alchemy god to come and learn? Yi Yuan, if you want to become strong, why not officially join the Myriad Treasure Tower? You're also aware, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. He is the wealthiest among all of the Heavenly Emperors. As long as you join the Myriad Treasure Tower, there definitely won't be any issues with cultivation resources," Yang Rui said. "Many thanks for Brother Yang's good intentions, but this Yi already has his own plans," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yang Rui could not help being disappointed. With Yi Yuan's alchemy talent, he was bound to be able to be put in an important position in the Myriad Treasure Tower. However, Yi Yuan had his own plans. He could mobilize the Myriad Treasure Tower's spirit medicines. Firstly, Yang Rui was open-minded. Secondly, it was because what he mobilized were all Tier 1 spirit medicines. Even the Immortal Grove region in the Divine Tao era, Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines were not to say they were everywhere, but at the very least they were not lacking. But the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan's pill refinement required in the future, Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower could not afford it. The Myriad Treasure Tower upstairs probably would not give in to his endless demands either. Yi Yuan did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower was a monolithic block. Where there were people, there would be the Jianghu. In the future, if somebody tripped him up, the Myriad Treasure Tower's identity would be a burden instead. Just in this Jewel Hill City, didn't Feng Ping appear? Yang Rui's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Since younger brother, you're not willing to join the Myriad Treasure Tower, why not go to the Wu Meng Academy?" "Wu Meng Academy?" Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. "That's right. Wu Meng Academy is Wu Meng Capital City's official academy. Chan Yongnian and Wang Su's elder brother, Wang Song, were from Wu Meng Academy. That place has over half of the young geniuses within Wu Meng Capital City's boundary. Furthermore, there are cultivation methods capable of cultivating to grand completion origin deity," Yang Rui said. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan understood very quickly. Wu Meng Academy was equivalent to Wu Meng Capital City's talent reserves. The various major counties' city lords probably all came from the Wu Meng Academy. This way, Wu Meng Capital City's control over those counties below would be very secure.
As for cultivation methods, Yi Yuan did not really care. He already made up his mind to walk his own path. Ordinary cultivation methods, he naturally held in contempt. Rather, over half of the young geniuses gathered here. This made Yi Yuan very moved. The rise of a powerhouse could not dispense with sparing with other powerhouses. Shutting oneself in a room to make a cart made it difficult to take its place in higher circles. Oh? Then how does one join this Wu Meng Academy? Yi Yuan asked. Yang Rui said, Wu Meng Academy recruits a batch of students every 100 years. As long as the martial artist's strength reached Grotto Profound Deity Realm, a skeletal age under 200 years old, they all can join the entrance test. As long as one passes the test, they will be able to become Wu Meng Academy's outer court disciple. 3 years later, it's just nice the period for Wu Meng Academy to recruit students. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that there are no less than 1,000 counties under Wu Meng capital city. How many people are going to participate in the entrance test? Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists could be said to everywhere in the Heavenspan world. Even if one county just produced 100 people, that was 100,000 people too. In reality, even Jewel Hill City, this kind of small city, the Grotto Profound martial artists under 200 years old were far from 100 people too, let alone those large counties. Yang Rui smiled and said, Indeed, each time Wu Meng Academy recruits students, there are no less than 500,000 taking part. However, those able to pass the first round of assessments are only less than 10%. Those able to pass through all 3 rounds of assessments are also merely around 100 people. Among these, the vast majority are all late-stage Grotto Profound martial artists. There is even a small portion that is Grand Completion Grotto Profound Realm. Yi Yuan said in surprise, So difficult? Yang Rui nodded and said, Hence, those able to pass through the test are all geniuses among geniuses. In the past, at its lowest number, it was just over 30 people passing the assessment. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan also felt immense pressure. Of course, even more, it was anticipation. Truly, as Yang Rui said, this Wu Meng Academy, he had to go. Without comparing with other geniuses, he would forever not know where his shortcomings lay. Being able to cultivate to late-stage Grotto Profound before 200 years old, even Grand Completion, it could be said that everyone was exceedingly talented. Yi Yuan crushed everyone when at the Immortal Grove world. But in the Heavenspan world, he really did not have this confidence. Yi Yuan's skeletal age was merely over 100 years old, but he cultivated for several hundred years' time in the world suppressing Steel's space. Just on this aspect, he already lost to many of Wu Meng capital city's young generation. Furthermore, this was even just in the Wu Meng capital city's territory. In the Heavenspan world, capital cities like Wu Meng capital city were goodness knows how many. Among them, there was probably no lack of some heaven-defying to the extreme genius martial artists. Hearing Brother Yang says so, I'm really looking forward to this Wu Meng Academy very much. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed thick fighting intent. Clearly, he was very interested. But Yang Rui smiled and said, Younger brother, this brother has a presumptuous request. I hope that you will agree. What is it, Brother Yang? Feel free to say. Yi Yuan said, If you're unable to pass the test, how about joining our myriad treasure tower? How's that? Yang Rui asked profoundly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed and said, Hoo-hoo. It turns out Brother Yang is waiting for me here. Done, this is not an issue. The two people exchanged a glance and started chortling with laughter. Not that Yang Rui was pessimistic about Yi Yuan, but wanting to pass the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination, the difficulty was indeed very high. The two people were currently chatting fervently when suddenly outside the myriad treasure tower fell into chaos. Coming out to take a look, they discovered that the fat-headed and large-eared Wang Pianran actually came to shout abuses in the streets again. But this time, she and all of the Wang family's people wore mourning dresses and came to hurl abuses. Wang Yuxiang's corpse was placed in front of the myriad treasure tower's front door. It was just that all of them had doleful looks and expression like their parents died. It indeed made people's countenance change visibly. By the side, quite a number of people were whispering. The myriad treasure tower is also too much. Currently, They already crushed the Wang family until like this. They actually still want to drop a rock down the well, killing Wang Yuxiang father and son. Yeah. Didn't expect that the myriad treasure tower actually dared to be so brazen. Why doesn't the city lord manor come out and manage it?
I didn't expect that the once glorious Wang family actually fell into such a plight.
Wang Pianran was a venomous woman. The words she cussed were very nasty. All in all, it was splashing dirty water on the myriad treasure tower. When Yang Rui said this scene, he was angered until he was livid with rage.
The myriad treasure tower had always cheated neither the old nor the young. But how could they stand such slandering from Wang Pianran?
There's really not a good thing among the Wang family's people.
This ability to turn black to white is really first-rate. I'll go and chase them away, Yang Rui said furiously.
He was just about to move but was stopped by Yi Yuan.
Brother Yang, calm your anger. Wang Pianran is merely a puppet. The more you chase them away, the more this matter can't be explained clearly. If they want to scold, just let them scold to their heart's content, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he said, but at this rate, how will the myriad treasure tower's business still carry on?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Yang, rest assured. Calculating the time, it should be about time. 10,000 miles away from Jewel Hill City, two figures were riding two flying dragon colts, currently speeding in the direction of Bright Ray's city like the wind. Wang Su, it isn't good for you to be like this, right?
No matter what, Jewel Hill City's branch family is also a branch of the Wang family, members of the same clan, Wang Xianfeng said.
Jewel Hill City's branch family is already crippled. So just treat it as a cripple and make use of it. Not doing so, on what basis do we get the main family to send people over to eliminate that punk? Wang Su said without a care. Wang Xianfeng heaved a sigh and said, but this method is also a bit too vicious.
Wang Su said nonchalantly, those who accomplish great things don't bother with trifles.
How can someone with the benevolence of a woman make it in the world of martial artists? Enough talk. Better hurry on the way.
Wang Xianfeng gave him a glance but did not say any more.
The two people were currently pushing on with their journey when suddenly, a gust of sinister wind howled past. The two people only felt a blur before their eyes. There was actually an additional figure ahead. Wang Su's pupils constricted. His expression changed drastically as he said stammeringly, Why would you show up here? That profile ahead was none other than precisely Gue Yun.
Gue Yun said coolly, Master ordered me to follow you all. As long as you all leave Jewel Hill City, I'll stop you guys. Now follow me back.
Wang Su's face was ashen pale, a look of despair. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so cautious, sending this evil spirit over to follow them.
Yang Rui, Yi Yuan, if you all don't give me an explanation today, it's not over between us.
If you have the capability, kill me, Wang Pianran. Either way, you guys have already killed my big brother and my father. I want to see who else will buy your myriad treasure towers things in the future. Wang Pianran shrieked at the top of her voice, drawing more and more people over.
Seeing this scene, Yang Rui became more anxious. At this rate, the myriad treasure tower's reputation would be utterly ruined.
Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, Brother Yang, hold your horses. Since they are taking the road to ruin themselves, that's also up to them. Yang Rui said in puzzlement, Do you know some things?
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Don't know, merely just took some extra precaution. Fighting with this bunch of despicable villains, how can one not pay a little more attention? With Yi Yuan saying so, Yang Rui did not have confidence in his heart anymore.
Right then, a gust of wind suddenly howled at the myriad treasure tower. Everyone all could not resist shuddering. Thud.
Two figures were thrown into the crowd by no idea whom, falling heavily onto the ground. Yi Yuan looked at the Wang Su struggling to get up and said with a faint smile, Wang Su, didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon. But isn't it somewhat unfair for you to leave without bidding farewell?
At this time, Wang Su and Wang Xianfeng, the two people's divine essence, they were sealed by Gue Yun. They could not even kill people even if they wanted to. Seeing Yi Yuan, Wang Su's expression became incomparably ugly.
Yi Yuan, what do you mean?
It's not enough that you killed Jewel Hill City's Wang family's Wang Yuxiang father and son. Now, you even want to provoke our Bright Ray City's main family, Wang Su said with a cold snort. Being framed by Wang Su, Yi Yuan was not worried either, saying with a faint smile, "If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I'll definitely won't spare them. It was you all who provoked me time and again, so how did it become me provoking you all? Heh heh. This ability to confound black and white. You guys are truly invincible under the heavens." Seeing that look of Yi Yuan that saw through everything, Wang Su's heart involuntarily felt somewhat nervous. But upon thinking of his identity, he calmed down a little again. With the Wang family's strength, what did a mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit count as?
If he dared to touch him, he was dead for sure.
His thought arriving here, Wang Su involuntarily plucked up his courage again. Heh, confounding black and white? You guys don't dare to admit it after doing it.
Wang Yuxiang's corpse is placed here. Could it be that you dare say that he wasn't killed by you? Wang Su said with a cold smile.
That's right. Wang Yuxiang was indeed killed by me. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said nonchalantly. Wang Su was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would deny it outright and had long thought of his choice of words already.
But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually admitted it very shamelessly.
This made the words that he thought of become useless all at once. Not just Wang Su, everyone present was in an uproar.
They did not think that the myriad treasure tower really used shady means and killed the Wang family's head elder, Wang Yuxiang.
Heh, since you admitted it, then everything can naturally be discussed.
I want to see how you'll give an account to the Wang family how you explain to Jewel Hill City's martial artists. Wang Su said with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, "Explain?"
Explain what? Want to give an account, it's also you who gives it. What happened in the City Lord Manor, you're aware of it yourself. Wang Su said with a cold smile. Of course I'm aware. You plotted with Yang Rui, killing the Wang family father and son with a venomous scheme. Does this matter still need to be explained? The myriad treasure tower is so insidious and vicious. Everyone, make sure not to buy things here anymore in the future.
Otherwise, you might die without even knowing how you died.
Wang Su fanned the fire there, immediately obtaining many onlookers' response.
After all, Yi Yuan himself admitted it, this matter was equivalent to being set in stone.
Yi Yuan, I'll fight it out with you. You caused my family to be ruined, its members dead.
Even if I die today, I'll drag you to be buried in death too.
By the side, Wang Pianran already could not hold back long ago, finally erupting, pouncing toward Yi Yuan with a body full of excessive flesh. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her, kicking a foot over, sending the body of fatty flesh flying out.
Such a tyrannical Yi Yuan made everyone give a sidelong glance even more.
For a moment, the myriad treasure tower's image fell to rock bottom in everyone's mind. Seeing this kind of situation, Wang Su was incomparably thrilled in his heart.
What he wanted was this effect.
Yi Yuan looked at Wang family with a smile that was not a smile, walked over towards him, and said while walking, "Are you secretly taking delight in your heart? Do you feel that with the Wang family as backing, I won't dare to do anything to you?
Do you think that I need to borrow your mouth to explain anything to everyone?" Wang Su had goosebumps break out being stared at by Yi Yuan's gaze, his figure involuntarily falling back.
You, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, my big brother is Bright Ray City's deputy city lord.
You, this bumpkin, definitely don't know how powerful the Wang family's strength is. If you dare to touch me, you'll die without a burial ground. Wang Su said as his face turned pale while backing away.
Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Wang Su, I really pity you. You think that you're smart, thinking that everyone fears the Wang family's strength. Very sorry, I don't care.
Since you aren't willing to say the truth, then there's no need to say it anymore either. While talking, Yi Yuan suddenly attacked, destroying all of Wang Su's vitality with one palm.
Wang Su did not even get to scream and died until he could not die anymore.
Seeing this scene, everyone was even more dumbstruck with amazement. The current Yi Yuan was simply a murderous demon king in their eyes, killing people with a word of disagreement.
The Yang Rui by the side was also startled inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so decisive in going for the kill, and actually really killed Wang Su. With this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. You dared to kill Wang Su.
Wang Xiafeng was also stunned by the scene. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan was such a lunatic without any sense of judgment to really dare to make a move and kill people. Yi Yuan looked at him, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Now it's your turn. Are you saying it or not? It's fine if you don't say anything. I can go and get the Lu family and Lin family, those two old fellows, here to tell it." Bean-sized sweat beads seeped out on Wang Xuanfeng's forehead. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's words in the slightest. Originally, their understanding of Yi Yuan was an alchemist harmless to men and beasts. Now, the gentle image of Yi Yuan's had long collapsed with a loud bang already. A smile of his currently gave people a feeling of terror. Everyone knew the terror of Bright Ray City's Wang family, but Yi Yuan killed Wang Su without the slightest hesitation. This guy was too crazy. I'll say. Wang Xianfeng could not withstand Yi Yuan's oppression, finally loosening his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Remember to swear a heavenly Tao oath." Wang Xianfeng nodded his head helplessly, the last trace of hope leaving with it too. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath, Wang Xianfeng said everything that happened in the City Lord Manor, making everyone fear-stricken. The reality was totally opposite of what Wang Su said. The City Lord Manor allied with the three great families to coerce the myriad treasure tower and sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor, simply shameless to the extreme. It was just that they did not expect Yi Yuan actually had such strength and did not fear their coercion at all. Only at this time did people know why Yi Yuan was so calm and collected. Not doing things that went against one's conscience, one did not fear ghosts knocking at the door. The Wang family courting death themselves, so how could others be blamed? Moreover, the Wang family even sent 3 great elders to hunt Yi Yuan down previously. This enmity was long sowed already. Yi Yuan taking revenge was perfectly justified. Nobody dared to say anything. Rather, when that Wang Pianran heard finish these, her entire person stood transfixed there. She completely did not dare to believe that the truth of the matter was actually like this. Disregarding that Wang Su joined hands with Chan Jiangnian to kill her father, they even wanted to instigate her group of people to come and frame the myriad treasure tower. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said to Wang Xiefeng, "Is that all?" Wang Pianran, "This fat woman, coming here, it's probably not just splashing dirty water so simple, right?" Wang Xuanfeng's entire body trembled. He deliberately left a segment unsaid just now, out of fear of inciting public wrath. The heavenly Tao oath he swore was also very clever, only saying that events that happened at the City Lord Manor on that day. He even thought that he could hide from Yi Yuan, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually detected it keenly. And no more. The stammering Wang Xianfeng immediately aroused everybody's suspicions. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Really no more? Since there's no more, then you have no value in being alive anymore as well. I'll send you on your way here." Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, staring at Wang Xianfeng sternly. Wang Xianfeng trembled, and he said stammeringly, Still have. Wang Su and Chen Jiangnian came to an agreement to send people to exterminate the entire Wang family tonight, then count this score on Yi Yuan's head. This way, Bright Ray City's main family will have sufficient excuse to send a punitive expedition and forcefully kill Yi Yuan. Wang Xuanfeng's words were even more bone-piercingly cold than that gust of Yin wind Guiyun brought just now. This Wang Su was simply utterly devoid of conscience to actually want to exterminate his branch family. It was not too much for this kind of person to die 100 times. When Yi Yuan killed people just now, they still felt that Yi Yuan killed people without batting an eyelid. Looking at it now, well done. Liberating. Wang Pianran was quivering at one side, afraid, but even more so, it was anger. Not only did this Wang Su deceive them and make use of them, he even wanted to exterminate every last one of them. Her father requesting help from their main family was simply inviting a wolf into the house. Wang Su's actions made her have a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. I said all that I know, so you can let me go? Wang Xianfeng asked weakly. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Since you've restored my innocence, you can naturally go." Wang Xianfeng felt akin to being granted amnesty and was just about to leave, but had the exit blocked by the Wang family's people. The Wang family's people all wore mourning attires, glaring at Wang Xianfeng. The Wang family's people were long burning with rage already.
They were sold by Wang Su and even had to help him count the money.
This feeling of being cheated, this sense of humiliation already made them lose their reason.
Unfortunately, Wang Xianfeng had his divine sea sealed currently, unable to utilize divine essence at all.
Wang Xuanfeng's expression changed, falling back several steps, but discovered that the path to the rear was already blocked by people.
What are you guys trying to do?
Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor.
All of this was done by Wang Su. It had nothing to do with me. If you all let me leave, I'll tell the main family and let them come and assist you, Wang Xianfeng said with a fearful look.
Humph.
Let you leave. Then bring a group of people to come and eradicate our Jewel Hill City's branch family.
Even if this thing was done by Wang Su, you're an insider. You didn't stop him from doing so as well, it's tantamount to acquiescence.
You're a member of Wang family too, passively watching members of the same clan killing each other. Your conscience is eaten by dogs. The Wang family's people were all furious to the extreme, wishing to swallow Wang Xianfeng whole. Wang Xianfeng was a lamb awaiting slaughter at this time. He shouted to Yi Yuan in despair. Yi Yuan, I already said everything I know. You promised to let me go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already let you go. Right now, it's the Wang family not letting you go. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Xianfeng howled in despair. Yi Yuan, you're despicable, Yi Yuan said coolly. Compared to you all, this bit of so-called despicable is really child's play. Alright, today's farce is over. Everybody, all scatter. Just as the Wang family's people said, even if Wang Xianfeng did not take part in the planning, he was an insider at the very least.
He could completely stop Wang Su, but he did not.
This kind of utterly devoid of conscience person, Yi Yuan did not plan on letting him go at all. Finally, the Wang family's people directly hauled Wang Xianfeng away. When they left, they even did not forget to bring along Wang Su's corpse. As for how to deal with Wang Xianfeng in the end, that was the Wang family's business. Presumably, he did not have any good ending too. It was night. A series of heart-wrenching cries came from the Wang family's manor, lasting a whole night before ceasing.
The second day, quite a number of people circled around the Wang family's manor curiously but discovered that the Wang family's front door was wide open, inside long devoid of people already. The bold ones entered to take a look and directly vomited out stomach acid. Wang Xuanfeng's death state need not be said, even Wang Su, this dead person, was also rendered without a human form.
The Wang family's members' wrath could be imagined.
But what made people surprised was that the Wang family seemed to have disappeared into thin air, thoroughly vanishing from Jewel Hill City.
Yi Yuan, you were too reckless.
You killed Wang Su, buried Wang Xianfeng alive. Bright Rays City's Wang family definitely won't let this matter go. I heard that Wang Song isn't to be trifled with, Yang Rui said to Yi Yuan in earnest. But Yi Yuan said without a care, the grudge is long sowed already. You saw it too. Even if I don't kill him, he won't let me go either. This kind of person will never know to be grateful. Yang Rui sighed and said, makes sense. But this time, the Wang family is considered to have thoroughly stumbled.
Really didn't expect that they actually had such courage, mobilizing the entire clan. It's just, I can't figure it out. The Wang family's formidable people are all dead. Who presided over this exodus? Leaving the city. One has to know that they did not even startle the city lord manor. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, it's probably that fat woman. Yang Rui said in surprise. Wang Pianran? How is that possible?
Hoo-hoo, people will grow up. That woman isn't stupid. In the past, there were Wang Yuxiang and Wang Lingbo protecting her. She could act arbitrarily and recklessly. But yesterday, outside the Myriad Treasure Tower's door, I noticed that the expression in her eyes changed. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bang!
The teacup in Wang Song's hands was directly crushed into fine powder by him. Yi Yuan? Good. Very good. There's actually really someone who dares to climb on top of my head. I'll let you know what's called blood debts will be paid in blood. Wang Song gnashed his teeth in hatred, his two eyes virtually spitting fire.
If rage could kill, the Yi Yuan 10,000 miles away would have long been burned to death by him countless already.
He had just received intel from Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor that his younger brother, Wang Su, and the Wang family's two-star alchemist, Wang Xianfeng. Both died at the hands of a boy called Yuan at Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower.
This news made Wang Song tremble with rage.
Wang Song was much older than Wang Su. To him, it could be said to be like a brother and father. The two brothers had very deep feelings. Over 30 years ago, the family received Jewel Hill City's Wang family's request for help. It was even him who suggested to the family to let Wang Su bring Wang Xianfeng over to assist.
This kind of small matter, he felt that letting Wang Su go and temper himself, it was to take over the position of family head in the future. He did not expect that it claimed his brother's little life. As for him, his ambition did not lie in Bright Rays City. A tiny little Wang family could not trap him, this dragon hiding in deep waters.
Come, men! Wang Song roared furiously. My lord! A manservant entered and answered carefully. Prepared a flying dragon divine colt for me. Right now? Immediately. At once. The manservant's expression changed, and he repeatedly voiced his assent. The flying dragon divine colt was a divine beast, its speed several dozen times faster than the flying dragon colt, incomparably precious. Even in the entire Bright Rays City, there were only less than 5. 3 of them belonged to the City Lord Manor. Wang Song asked for the flying dragon divine colt straight away. Could be seen how furious he was at this moment. Before long, a person and a mount galloped, akin to a sharp sword, rushing out of Bright Rays City. After the Wang family disappeared from Jewel Hill City entered a strangely peaceful period. City Lord Manor was abnormally low-key until it was as if it did not exist. Regarding the matter of Wang Su being killed, they did not even let out a fart. Of course, they did not have the face to let it out either.
As for Yi Yuan, he entered a state of closed seclusion once more.
Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan was currently assaulting late-stage Grotto Profound in full force. In a blink, it was half a year's time. However, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that this was not an easy matter. The essence-cultivating pills were not enough for him to consume at all. The essence-cultivating pills consumed by his cultivation alone could virtually be put on par with the essence-cultivating pills sold by the Myriad Treasure Tower.
The spirit medicines to refine the essence-cultivating pill were naturally much more expensive than the divine essence pill.
Even if backed by the Myriad Treasure Tower, this kind of major faction, it was also not possible to supply Yi Yuan's limitless consumption.
In desperation, Yi Yuan could only rely on absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate. It was just that this way, the progress was undoubtedly much slower.
Just what kind of cultivation method did I create?
This is simply a bottomless hole. No matter how many divine essence stones, it also can't afford this kind of expenditure. After cultivating, Yi Yuan said to Dustless with a bitter smile.
Dustless was long numb already and said coolly, "Stop showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap.
Once this cultivation method of yours circulates out, the entire heavenspan world is bound to be shocked. It can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter. Right now, even if you absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate, the speed is also 10 times faster than others." Yi Yuan said, although it's like that, this consumption is truly too costly as well. It looks like the majority of my effort in the future will still have to be placed on earning divine essence stones. Dustless nodded and said, that's true. As long as there are sufficient resources, your cultivation speed is simply outrageous to hear. The things that other people use 1,000 years to be able to accomplish, you only need 100 years and it's enough. Yi Yuan said helplessly, looks like you have to go to Wu Meng capital city as soon as possible. Jewel Hill City is too small. Even if one has divine essence stones, they can't buy so many resources either.
Dustless also said, it's time to leave. However, that Liang family's little lass, how do you plan on handling this? Yi Yuan froze, thought about it and said, bring along then. I've offended all of Jewel Hill City's major factions. I can't rest easy leaving her behind here. With Chun Yongnian's personality, he might vent the anger on her. Dustless said, may as well. That lass's looks are pretty good. If you like, taking her in works too. Us cultivators, what does a few more Dao companions count as? Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, not saving Lingxue. This Yi won't marry for life. Senior, don't say this kind of words anymore. But Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile, "Then if come one day, you really bring that girl back?" Yi Yuan could not help choking when he heard that, falling silent. This question he had never considered it before. Perhaps he was unwilling to consider. Boom!
Myriad Treasure Tower's front door was blasted by someone with one punch.
"Have Yi Yuan scram outside for this city lord?
Otherwise, I, Wang Song, will tear this Myriad Treasure Tower down today." Half a year already passed, Wang Song finally rushed to the Myriad Treasure Tower.
His actions immediately drew countless people to surround and watch.
Wang Song's aura billowed to the sky, the strength of late-stage heaven glimpse erupting without a doubt. He was so simple and crude. He did not need any reason at all.
He was here to kill people. Blood for blood.
Who is this person?
What powerful strength. Yeah, this person is late-stage heaven glimpse realm. Even stronger than City Lord, His Excellency.
When did the Myriad Treasure Tower provoke such a powerful existence again?
Ah, I remember.
Wang Song, isn't he that Wang Su's elder brother?
He's here to take revenge. Wang Song did not hide anything. Very soon, someone guessed his identity and was extremely shocked.
Bright Rays City's deputy city lord actually rushed straight to Jewel Hill City.
Bright Rays City and Jewel Hill City were extremely far away. Even riding a flying dragon colt, one trip also needed 2 to 3 years' time. Now, just half a year passed, Wang Song actually rushed over already. Wang Song stirring up such a huge commotion. It naturally alarmed the Myriad Treasure Tower's people. Very soon, Yang Rui appeared. His brows furrowed and he said solemnly, "Wang Song, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you think my Myriad Treasure Tower is easy to bully?"
Wang Song said coolly, "The Myriad Treasure Tower isn't easy to bully, but Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is very easy to bully."
"You're Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's Tower Lord, right? Hand over Yi Yuan. Otherwise, this Wang will demolish your lousy tower today."
Wang Song's aura was threatening, not putting Yang Rui in his sights at all.
Yang Rui's bit of strength was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Yang Rui was livid with rage and said grimly, "If I don't hand over the person?" Wang Song's eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed past. Raising his hand, it was a palm.
Yang Rui did not expect Wang Song to attack at once. Caught unprepared, he only felt a surge of power that toppled mountains and overturned the seas crush over towards him.
Bang! Virtually without the least bit of strength to retaliate, Yang Rui was smashed flying. Wang Song was brimming with killing intent as he said solemnly, "This palm is considered a lesson. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. In front of me, you're no different from an ant. Even if I really kill you, what can the Myriad Treasure Tower do to me?" Wang Song was incomparably overbearing, not putting the Myriad Treasure Tower in his eyes at all. Indeed, with his identity, he did not need to fear the Myriad Treasure Tower at all. Wang Song was still somewhat fearful of Yang Rui's identity in the end. That was why he did not deal a killing blow. Except, he was backed by the Wang family, his talent and strength outstanding. He could really not take Yang Rui seriously. His overbearingness made everyone give a sidelong glance. Yang Rui struggled to his feet and glared at Wang Song as he said, "If you have the capability, kill me." Wang Song did not expect that Yang Rui was so steadfast. But Yang Rui's steadfastness triggered Wang Song's killing intent even more. "Heh, gutsy.
Are you challenging my bottom line?
Then,
as you wish." Wang Song took one step at a time, walking into the Myriad Treasure Tower.
The powerful aura simply made people unable to look right at him.
Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out, blocking at the entrance. Wang Song's brows furrowed, and he said disdainfully, "A middle-stage grotto profound also dares to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot?
Scram for this city lord."
A single scram sounded like a great bell crushing over towards Yi Yuan. A hint of a mocking faint smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, accepting the sound wave attack very calmly. What a joke! Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon god was God knows how many times more profound than this. For a mere sound wave to want to make Yi Yuan avoid it, it was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Seeing Yi Yuan's cool and collected appearance, Wang Song finally looked squarely at this middle-stage grotto profound in front of him. "Who are you?" "Those who bar me die." Wang Song said coldly.
Yi Yuan said coolly, "Aren't you here to kill me? I'm already standing in front of you, and you don't recognize me?" Wang Song's expression changed. Rage instantly filled his chest. "You're Yi Yuan? Indeed have some skill, but you're too weak," Wang Song said with a cold snort.
Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Your opponent isn't me." While talking, a gust of wind howled past. Gue Yun's figure appeared at Yi Yuan's side. Wang Song's pupils constricted but did not reveal a look of surprise.
Chun Yongnian already told him in the message that Yi Yuan had a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit by his side. His strength uncommon.
A mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit.
Do you think that this city lord can't do anything to you? Today you're dead for sure, Wang Song said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shot a glance at Yang Rui, who was not far away. His voice gradually became cold as he said, "The Wang family's people are indeed all unreasonable when doing things.
However, Brother Yang's enmity, this you will note it down today.
There will come a day where you'll pay the price."
Wang Song chortled with laughter and said, "Ha ha. That will also have to wait until you have this day."
"Do you think that you can still survive past today?" Amidst the laughter, Wang Song's aura suddenly erupted. The divine essence of middle-stage heaven glimpse instantly surged between heaven and earth.
Tai True Dipper Fist.
"Die for me!" Wang Song roared, smashing a fist towards Gue Yun. It's actually the Tai True Dipper Fist. This is one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 supreme skills. Its power boundless. This Wang Song is indeed not what that incompetent young brother of his can compare to. Those able to cultivate the Tai True Dipper Fist are all elites of Wu Meng Academy.
Late-stage heaven glimpse versus a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Even using such a powerful martial technique, this simply has no suspense.
The moment Wang Song's Tai True Dipper Fist was unleashed, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations in the crowd.
As Wu Meng capital city's highest academy, Wu Meng Academy naturally had countless cultivation methods and martial techniques.
But there were 6 great skills that were the most famous among them. This Tai True Dipper Fist was one of them. This was not some secret within the Wu Meng Academy's jurisdiction. Many geniuses entered the Wu Meng Academy aiming for these 6 supreme techniques. But, even if they enter the Wu Meng Academy, those able to learn these 6 great techniques were also just the minority. However, Wang Song actually learned the Tai True Dipper Fist. His status in the Wu Meng Academy could be imagined. This fist of Wang Song harbored the intention of directly crushing Gue Yun. Hence, he went all out. That power was simply dreadful. When had Jewel Hill City's martial artists seen such a powerful martial technique before?
All dumbstruck with amazement, Gue Yun's gaze turned intent. Flipping his hand, there was an additional soul-beckoning streamer. It was precisely the Myriad Soul Flag.
Ever since Yi Yuan obtained the Myriad Soul Flag, he basically never really used it. He did not lack divine artifacts. This Myriad Soul Flag was not too suitable for him as well. Hence, he saved it all along. All the way until he met Gue Yun, did he hand him this profound divine artifact.
With Gue Yun's strength, using this Myriad Soul Flag was just nice.
Through a bout of refining, the Myriad Soul Flag already recovered to its peak period strength. Facing this powerful strike, Gue Yun's expression turned solemn, directly bringing out the Myriad Soul Flag.
Ghost Dao 100 runes.
Night parade of 100 ghosts.
Immediately, whimpering sounds echoed out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it.
The screams of countless ferocious ghosts sounded out. Countless ghostly silhouettes dashed out from inside the Myriad Soul Flag, meeting this punch of Wang Song's. Boom!
The fierce punch directly scattered these ferocious ghosts, shocking Gue Yun back several steps.
But Gue Yun was perfectly unscathed. The powerful Tai True Dipper Fist was actually stopped by Gue Yun.
Wang Song's expression changed and he said solemnly, "Profound divine artifact."
This result made everyone incomparably astounded. Actually blocked it. How is this possible? How can this middle-stage 2-star evil spirit strength be so powerful?
Looking at this appearance, if other late-stage Heaven Glimpse martial artists came, they might not even be that evil spirit's match.
No wonder Yi Yuan had no fear.
Other people provoking the Wang family, this existence would have long run. But he kept on waiting here for them to visit.
Late-stage heaven glimpse versus a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. This was virtually an overwhelming strength. Furthermore, what Wang Song used was even the Tai True Dipper Fist, this kind of powerful martial technique. Even so, he still failed to take Gue Yun down. This scene was even more astonishing than Wang Song using the Tai True Dipper Fist.
How could these people know the Ghost Dao 100 Runes prowess?
That was a Ghost Dao pinnacle cultivation method containing the maxim of Great Dao. Even though Gue Yun only comprehended one ghost rune, borrowing the power of a profound divine artifact, he could already forcefully clash with Wang Song, this kind of powerhouse.
Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan sit here and wait to die?
Wang Song's face was livid. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan's 2-star evil spirit strength was actually so strong. Just now, he still pledged in all solemnness to make Yi Yuan die. But now, he discovered that he was thinking too much. Gue Yun, this hurdle was not easy to clear. This city lord doesn't believe that a mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit can really block my Tai True Dipper Fist. I want to see how many fists of mine you can block. Wang Song's face fell, mustering up the Tai True Dipper Fist once more, crushing over towards Gue Yun. Gue Yun's expression changed. The myriad soul flag attacked once more. Halt! Right at this time, an even more appalling aura suddenly intercepted in the middle, directly sending Wang Song and Gue Yun flying. Who is it, to dare ruin this city lord's good thing? Wang Song got up and said angrily. An old man parted the crowd and slowly came between Wang Song and Gue Yun. Everyone used a surprised gaze to look at the old man. To be able to flick Gue Yun and Wang Song flying so casually. How terrifying was this old man's strength? Seeing the arrival, Wang Song's expression involuntarily changed, and he exclaimed, "Teacher, why are you here?"
The old man furrowed his brows, clearly not recognizing Wang Song for a moment.
"You're a student of Wu Meng Academy?" said the old man in puzzlement.
Wang family went forward to bow and said, "Student Wang Song, Bright Rays City's Wang family's disciple and Inner Court Earth Camp student. I was fortunate to have attended Teacher Zhao's alchemy lesson before." The old man came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is. Looking at your appearance, you should be carrying out a mission outside, right?
Why did you get into a conflict with the Myriad Treasure Tower?" Wang Song could not help being alarmed when he heard and hurriedly pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Teacher, don't misunderstand it. I didn't get into a clash with the Myriad Treasure Tower. But that punk killed my younger brother. I came to find him to take revenge. He's Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist, and not considered a member of the Myriad Treasure Tower. He knew that this one in front of him was Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist."
This old man was precisely Xiao Feng, who came from afar. He ran to the Myriad Treasure Tower to kill people and just happened to get caught by him in the act. How could he not explain clearly?
This one's status in Wu Meng Capital City was too high. Even Wu Meng Academy hired him to be a guest teacher. Him dealing with the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was fine if his teacher did not encounter him. However, the latter happened to come across him. Wang Song was currently talking and discovered that Xiao Feng's expression became very ugly, and even though that his teacher was outraged on his behalf, he could not help feeling pleased with himself inwardly.
He believed that his teacher would stand on his side.
After all, Yi Yuan was not considered the Myriad Treasure Tower's people, while he was considered as Xiao Feng's student. "Is his name Yi Yuan?" Xiao Feng asked with a solemn face. Wang Song was currently talking, suddenly being cut off by Xiao Feng. He could not help choking up and said with a nod, "That's right. He's called Yi Yuan." Xiao Feng's expression changed and no longer bothered with Wang Song. He hurriedly came before Yi Yuan and said joyfully, "You're Yi Yuan, little brother Yi?" Everyone was collectively petrified.
An origin deity realm powerhouse called Yi Yuan as little brother Yi?
The most shocked was none other than Wang Song. Other people did not recognize Xiao Feng, but Wang Song knew his status in Wu Meng Capital City. Even the city Lord Manor had to look to him for help. In Wu Meng Capital City, origin deity realm powerhouses were not easily found, but there were still always some around. But peak 3-star alchemy gods could be counted on one's fingers. Even Wang Song himself held this teacher in esteem too. But now, his teacher actually addressed Yi Yuan as his brother. This was too subverting. In that tone, it even carried a trace of respect.
That was right? It was respect.
Yi Yuan did not know Xiaofeng and could not see through his depths either. He just said coolly, "You're the 3-star alchemy god that the myriad treasure tower sent?"
Xiaofeng froze and said, "You knew that I was coming?" This old man is Xiaofeng, the myriad treasure tower's chief alchemist.
I'm also Wu Meng Academy's guest teacher.
Seeing Yi Yuan's gaze swept toward Wang's song, Xiaofeng supplemented a sentence.
He was very astonished. When Yi Yuan saw him, there was no surprise in his gaze at all, as if everything was within expectation.
A 3-star alchemy god, even an ordinary 3-star alchemy god, also rarely condescended to capitulate their standing and come to Jewel Hill City, this kind of place.
Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Are you carrying healing medicinal pills on you?"
Xiaofeng froze again, but seeing the heavily injured Yang Rui, he understood very quickly. He fished out a medicinal pill, handing it to Yi Yuan.
If the medicinal strength of 3-star divine pills, he definitely can't withstand it. I only have this 2-star high-grade divine healing pill on me. The medicinal strength might be quite strong, so let him take half, Xiaofeng said rather embarrassedly.
Xiaofeng, as a peak 3-star alchemy god, why would he carry that many 2-star medicinal pills on him?
That was also too deigning.
A 2-star divine healing pill was already the lousiest medicinal pill on him.
Yi Yuan received that divine healing pill and broke the medicinal pill into 2 halves for Yang Rui to consume before saying, "Thank you very much, Master Xiaofeng." This scene made everyone endlessly envious. That was a 2-star high-grade divine pill. Even if one had money, they could not buy it in this Jewel Hill City too. What background does this Yi Yuan have? That old man is the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist. Such a major figure is actually so courteous toward a junior. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is really incomparably mysterious. A puny little middle-stage grotto profound actually subdued a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yeah, there's even the essence cultivating pill. Do you guys think this old man wouldn't be here for the essence cultivating pill, right? Very likely. This medicinal pill is too incredible. It's impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to not be moved. Heh, the Wang family's people were arrogant and domineering. With this, they kicked a metal plate. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, guessing close to the mark as well. It was just that they never would have dreamed that Xiaofeng coming to find Yi Yuan was actually to learn how to refine the essence cultivating pill from him. A peak 3-star alchemy god finding a 1-star alchemy god to learn pill refinement. No one would believe it even if it was spread out. The expression of Wang's song by the side was incomparably ugly. He knew that Yi Yuan could not be killed today. But Xiaofeng being here, he did not dare to leave either. It was truly unbelievably awkward.
What was laughable was that he still said that he wanted to demolish the Myriad Treasure Tower previously and kill Yi Yuan. Now, the big talk was utterly too big and could not be taken back. The medicinal pill that Xiaofeng refined was indeed powerful. The injuries on Yang Rui's body took a turn for the better very soon. He struggled to get up, and then he respectfully gave a deep bow toward Xiaofeng, saying, "Jewel Hill City's Tower Lord, Yang Rui, pays respects to Elder Xiao." He was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. He was previously still half dubious, half believing of Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that upstairs actually sent Xiaofeng, this big shot, here. Yang Rui knew that Xiaofeng was Wu Meng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower's pillar. He was still secretly speculating in his herd. It wouldn't be that even Elder Xiao could not refine the essence cultivating pill either, right?
It was very likely. If Elder Xiao could refine it, upstairs probably would not send people over. The more he thought, the more astounded Yang Rui got.
"And it's been hard on Tower Lord Yang."
Toward Yang Rui, Xiaofeng just nodded his head nonchalantly. This was still looking on account of Yi Yuan's face. Normally, Yang Rui did not have the qualifications to meet him at all. Xiaofeng turned to Yi Yuan again and asked, "Little brother Yi, I wonder what's with this incident here today." One was his student, one was the Myriad Treasure Tower. He naturally had to figure things out properly and not deal with it casually.
Yi Yuan said coolly, "The right and wrong, the entire Jewel Hill City is all very clear. His younger brother's death is nobody's fault but his own, can't blame others. Finished talking, Yi Yuan briefly recounted the matter of the Wang family, making Xiaofeng frown heavily. Xiaofeng shot Wang Song a glance and said, furrowed brows, Wang Song, I wonder if you have anything to say? Wang Song's expression was very ugly. Chun Yongyan did not say so detailed in the message. He just said how cruel Yi Yuan was, killing his younger brother. Anger rushed to his head, and he immediately rushed over. But he did not expect the whole story of the incident was actually like this. However, in his heart he did not feel that Wang Su did anything wrong. His younger brother wanted to kill, you should stick your head out and let him kill. But, at this moment he had no choice but to lower his head too. He knew that this one in front of him could not be offended. As for Yi Yuan, he could only give the matter further thought. It was this student who didn't figure out the whole story. When I heard that my younger brother was killed, I was unbelievably resentful and indignant in my heart. I directly rushed over, Wang Song said unwillingly. Since it's your fault, then apologize to little brother Yi and let this matter drop. Xiaofeng said coolly. This Wang family's person is really funny, coming to kill people without forethought. In the end, he even had to extend a formal apology. Heh, whether it's really don't know or feigning ignorance, only he himself is clear in his heart, right? Either way, the Wang family doesn't have anyone good. With a younger brother like that, there is bound to be an older brother like that too. The younger brother is so utterly devoid of conscience, and this elder brother probably isn't any better. The current Wang Song was pressed to the extreme, making him apologize to the enemy who killed his younger brother. This was simply unprecedented humiliation to him. In his eyes, Xiaofeng was too obviously biased towards Yi Yuan. This made him indignant in his heart. Except, Xiaofeng's status in Wumeng capital city is extremely revered. Forget about him, even the entire Wang family could not afford to offend. And, seeing Wang Song waveringly hesitantly, Xiaofeng clearly became somewhat impatient. Wang Song's entire body trembled, and he said unwillingly, this little brother, it was I who was reckless beforehand. Hope that little brother forgives. Whether an apology was sincere or not, Yi Yuan could naturally discern with one glance. This kind of arrogant at heart and haughty in manner person would only feel that it was all other people's fault. How could he feel that it was his fault? Immediately, Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, I Deputy City Lord Wang this brother. This Yi is unworthy to become friends with. In the future, if you want to find this Yi to take revenge again, this Yi will take it all. Xiaofeng was rather surprised. This Yi Yuan was so domineering. Bright Rays City's Wang family's power, he was naturally aware. Ordinary people really could not afford to offend such a major family. Yi Yuan's words were equivalent to declaring war on the entire Wang family. Could it be that this Yi Yuan was a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger, borrowing his strength to make the other party lower his head? Thinking of this, he could not help spurning Yi Yuan slightly. But this young man's alchemy strength was indeed remarkable. If he could have him join the myriad treasure tower because of this, there was no harm either. Wang Song had an embarrassed look as he said, not at all, not at all, why would I? Teacher, if there's nothing, Wang Song will take my leave here. Go on, Xiaofeng said coolly. Getting Xiaofeng's approval, Wang Song was akin to being granted amnesty, fleeing like flying. This place, he could not stay for a moment longer. With that farce ending, Yang Rui welcomed Xiaofeng into the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yang Rui never dreamed that Elder Xiao would actually personally descend upon Jewel Hill City and failed to welcome. Hope that Elder Xiao doesn't blame this Yang Rui. Yang Rui said politely again. Yang Rui was very perplexed. Why would the likes of Xiaofeng easily come to Jewel Hill City, this kind of place? If it was just in order to learn the essence cultivating pill, it was truly making a big fuss over nothing. Xiaofeng smiled and said, I believe that you also know, I came for little brother Yi. This essence cultivating pill is extraordinary. Yi Yuan said, this Yi is very surprised too. With master status, you actually came to Jewel Hill City personally. This essence cultivating pill, an initial stage 3-star alchemy god should already be able to comprehend it.
These words coming out of a one-star alchemy god's mouth appeared very ridiculous.
Except, regardless of whether it was Xiaofeng or Yang Rui, they both felt that these words had nothing wrong. Xiaofeng was a peak 3-star alchemy god. A tier 1 divine pill that even he could not refine. It could be seen how incredible this medicinal pill was.
Actually, Yi Yuan did not know how impressive 3-star alchemy gods were. This standard was also dustless explaining to him to hear. It was just that when he saw that divine healing pill, Yi Yuan knew that this one in front of him absolutely could not be underestimated. Everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Little brother Yi, why not? Let's start, Xiaofeng said with a smile.
Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being long-winded either, directly saying, Elder Xiao, please.
Wang Song did not leave Jewel Hill City, but he directly entered the City Lord Manor. Seeing Chen Yongnian, Wang Song naturally could not dispense with a bout of grumbling. Dear me, my brother Wang. How would I know that Teacher Xiao will appear in Jewel Hill City? Looks like the essence cultivating pill has already alarmed the myriad treasure tower's upper echelons. But could it be that even Teacher Xiao, this kind of alchemy master, can't refine the essence cultivating pill too?
Thinking up to this point, Chen Zhongnian and Wang Song exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other party's eyes.
A mere middle-grade tier 1 divine pill actually startled a peak 3-star alchemy god. This was simply too inconceivable. They only knew that the essence cultivating pill was good stuff, but did not know how difficult it was to refine the essence cultivating pill. Now, with Xiaofeng as a reference, they finally had a clear understanding. Is this essence cultivating pill really so amazing? Wang Song frowned and said,
Hey, more than amazing.
Before this, I'd once taken a superior grade essence cultivating pill, and can you guess the result? Chen Yongnian said. What? Wang Song had his curiosity stirred by Chen Yongnian and could not resist asking. Not hiding from you, before consuming the essence cultivating pill, my realm already hasn't moved in 10 years. Wang Song's gaze turned intent, revealing a dumbfounded look. A middle-grade tier 1 divine pill actually had an effect on middle-grade Heaven Glimpse middle grade.
This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, he finally knew why Xiaofeng came to Jewel Hill City from very far away. Yi Yuan's value was too great. Wang Song's expression became very ugly. If it was really like this, it would not be so easy for him to want to deal with Yi Yuan.
The matter is somewhat troublesome. With Teacher Xiao as his backer, my younger brother's enmity will probably never be avenged. Wang Song gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said this.
Chen Zhongnian felt his head swell too. He was also put in a wretched state by Yi Yuan. Now he was already without prestige in Jewel Hill City.
Not killing Yi Yuan. It was hard to dispel the hatred in his heart.
Suddenly, Chen Zhongnian's mind stirred and he said, Brother Wang, since the myriad treasure tower already obtained the essence cultivating pill formula, why not?
Let's report this matter to the capital city. Wang Song's eyes lit up, but they dimmed down again very quickly. He said, no doubt the capital city can't possibly sit by idly and remain indifferent. But if that punk hides in the myriad treasure tower and not come out, we can't do anything to him either. Chen Yongnian heaved a sigh and said, at this point, we can only take things one step at a time. With this, another half a year's time passed. Even Xiaofeng himself also did not expect that he actually used an entire half a year's time to break through this essence cultivating pill's last layer. Only upon hearing Yi Yuan expound on the essence cultivating pill's principles did Xiaofeng discover that turned out his understanding of tier 1 divine pills was not as deep as he imagined. On the contrary, along with the passing of time, he discovered his ignorance more and more.
It turned out that tier 1 divine pills actually still had so many profound truths.
In a trance, he seemed to have touched some incredible existence. I profited more from a conversation with you than 10 years of studying books. Little brother Yi, this half a year, really let this old man see the light, Xiaofeng said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too modest. Many of your views had tremendous benefits to this Yi as well. This was not Yi Yuan currying favor. Xiaofeng's peak 3-star alchemy god status was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. His understanding of alchemy Dao was clearly much deeper than Yi Yuan.
Many things he could operate from a strategically advantageous position, entering remotely, making Yi Yuan similarly be enlightened all of a sudden. Actually, this half a year was a mutual teaching process. Talking about this, Xiao Feng was even more amazed. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability toward alchemy Dao was too strong. Some originally very obscure things, he could often draw inferences and draw analogies. He finally knew why Yi Yuan could refine the essence-cultivating pill while he could not. Yi Yuan, your alchemy talent is astonishing. Why not officially join my myriad treasure tower? Xiao Feng officially extended an invitation to Yi Yuan. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely not refuse. Without the myriad treasure tower's protection, Yi Yuan was not enough to fill the crevices between the Wang family's teeth at all. He believed that Yi Yuan was a clever person and knew how to choose. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior's appreciation. But this he already has a place to go." Yi Yuan's reply made Xiao Feng stupefied. Clearly, this answer caught him somewhat off guard. "Yi Yuan, that Wang family's junior only apologized to you due to my pressure. It's just that this way he probably harbors even more grudge towards you. You probably don't understand Bright Rays City's Wang family's strength yet, right?" Xiao Feng advised Yi Yuan, thinking that the latter could not figure out the situation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This he is naturally clear about this. But I have my own plans. But senior, rest assured, we still have a teacher-student relationship." Xiao Feng's brows furrowed, not quite understanding Yi Yuan's words. But very soon, he understood and said in surprise, "You're going to enter the Wu Meng Academy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes. Geniuses gather at Wu Meng Academy. This Yi looks forward to it very much." Xiao Feng felt rather flustered and urged, "Yi Yuan, your alchemy talent is astonishing. Even this old man sighs at my own inferiority. You can enjoy immense resources at the Myriad Treasure Tower and don't have to go compete with the other juniors." Wu Meng Academy also placed emphasis on the nurturing of alchemists. But the most important thing was still martial arts. Going to Wu Meng Academy to be an ordinary student, the resources obtained were very limited. One even had to crack their heads to compete for resources with other students. In the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan could dive into researching alchemy Dao. With his talent, his future accomplishments would be limitless. In Xiao Feng's view, Yi Yuan was attending to the superficials and neglecting the essentials here. Yi Yuan just smiled and said nothing when he heard that. Clearly, he had already made up his mind. When Xiao Feng saw this, he just sighed and said, forget it, since that's the case, it's up to you. You giving this essence-cultivating pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Myriad Treasure Tower owes you a great favor. This is a bronze Myriad Treasure token. Holding this token, you enjoy a 30% discount when purchasing goods at all Myriad Treasure Towers. Additionally, there are 10 million low-grade Divine Essence Stones inside here. It's not much, but just take it as the price of buying out the essence-cultivating pill. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. He received the token and thanked, "Many thanks, senior." Laughing out, Xiao Feng scolded him. "You brat, insisting on doing this kind of thing where you reject what's near and seek that is far. If you were willing to join the Myriad Treasure Tower, why would you care about this discount?" Xiao Feng really had the heart of loving a talent stirred. That was why he was like that. Living together for half a year, the two people could not help developing a sense of appreciation for one another. Unknowingly, Xiao Feng and Yi Yuan became friends despite a great difference in age just like that. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Actually, it's all the same. Entering the Wu Meng Academy, I can similarly go and listen to senior's lecture on Dao." Xiao Feng shook his head and said, "You probably don't have this opportunity anymore." This half a year, this old man gleaned considerable gains. After going back this time, I'll probably be in close seclusion for a very long time. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Could senior be going to break through that layer of windowpane paper?" Xiao Feng chortled with laughter and said, "Maybe I can, perhaps I can't. But if I can, you'll claim half the credit. This favor, this old man has received it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's senior's heavy accumulation of comprehension erupting. So what's it got to do with me? However, Yi Yuan will congratulate senior here first." Xiao Feng was already Grand Completion Origin Deity Realm. Advancing another step, that was Divine Lord Realm.
How many powerhouses were blocked in front of this great realm? Those able to take this step were dukes and princes of a region.
If Xiao Feng was really able to break through, it would naturally be a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the sky in one move.
Xiao Feng laughed loudly and said, "You brat. Nothing tangible is in sight yet, and you're already full of nonsense. This step is as hard as ascending to heaven. So how can it be that easy to break through?"
All right, not talking about this anymore. Since you want to go to Wu Meng capital city, why not just go together with this old man?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Couldn't ask for more."
Dustless knowledge was unparalleled, but he was not a genuine alchemy god after all.
Xiao Feng's insights in alchemy Dao was rather deep and gave Yi Yuan tremendous inspiration. Along the way, he could sit and debate on Dao with him.
These few years, Liang Wanru lost a lot of weight. Gradually becoming thinner and pining away was roughly like this.
"Miss Wanru," that dream-haunting voice sounded out behind her, making her entire body tremble.
"Sir Yi,
you finally came to see Wanru." Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Liang Wanru's tears could not help trickling down her cheeks. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly avoided her and virtually never came to see her before. Although she learned of Yi Yuan's feelings from Hong Yin there, she could not forget Yi Yuan no matter what.
That moment when Yi Yuan rescued her from the Liang family's dungeon, her heart could not hold anyone else anymore. Later on, Yi Yuan broke into the Wang family and refined a divine pill. In Liang Wanru's view, it was like a legend.
Liang Wanru seemingly looking haggard. How could Yi Yuan not see it? He let out a sigh and said, "Miss Wanru, why must you be like this?"
Liang Wanru rushed into Yi Yuan's embrace all at once and said, "Wanru doesn't care. Really don't care.
Wanru already has nothing in the world. If even you don't want me to, I can only die." She was not scaring Yi Yuan. After she came out of the dungeon, Yi Yuan was already her sole conviction to live on.
Yi Yuan lightly caressed her back and said with a bitter smile, "Miss Wanru is this Yi's savior, how can this Yi possibly not want you?"
"It's just that this Yi is really unable to accept your feelings." Yi Yuan sighed with melancholy, his words full of helplessness and pain.
When Mu Lingxue sacrificed her divine soul to trigger ice sealing 10,000 miles, it also froze Yi Yuan's heart.
Even Yu Mengli, who shared life and death with him, was also unable to melt this ice heart.
Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's pain, Liang Wanru raised her head and looked at Yi Yuan and involuntarily trembled.
She discovered that the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes actually had tears falling. Back then, when Yi Yuan was heavily injured on the verge of death, he never made a single groan either. In Liang Wanru's heart, Yi Yuan was a man of indomitable spirit.
But such a man would actually shed tears too. What on earth did he experience? Indeed, Yi Yuan's heart was higher than the heavens.
He wanted to be that 10th Tao ancestor. It was just that Yi Yuan himself also knew that that was merely a great noble aspiration that he made. This path was far too difficult, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times harder than when he broke through to deity realm in the Immortal Grove region. Liang Wanru suddenly felt her heart aching, and all because Yi Yuan did not accept her. Yi Yuan's tears seemingly flowed into her heart, making her feel the same. Suddenly, Liang Wanru had a great impulse to want to understand this man's past.
She discovered that this man, who was not that old, seemed to have many stories. "Sir Yi, don't chase me away, all right?"
"Wanru doesn't need you to make any promises. I only request to be able to follow by your side, even as a slave." Liang Wanru suddenly ceased her sobbing and said firmly. An archaic city wall that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life continued in an unbroken line, like an enormous dragon dancing in the air underneath the firmament, making people daunted at the sight of it. Wu Meng capital city's magnificence, only by experiencing it personally, could one really feel it. When Han Tian saw Xiao Feng once more, he could not help getting a huge shock.
"Elder Xiaoyu,
you really comprehended new things." Xiao Feng coming back this time, his aura was clearly different. It actually gave him an elusive feeling. There seemed to be something about to erupt within his body. Without a doubt, Xiao Feng definitely had attained deeper comprehension. Even if he could not really break through that step, he would also be closer to that step. Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Hoo hoo. It looks like this old man's response wasn't wrong. During this trip, I really gleaned considerable benefits. Although Xiaofeng's answer was not so certain, it was sufficient to make Han Tian shocked. That boy called Yi Yuan is really so miraculous? Han Tian said in shock. Xiaofeng nodded his head and said, even more miraculous than you imagine. This boy is simply born for alchemy. In terms of depths, he's inferior to me. But in terms of foundation, I'm too far behind to catch up. Han Tian's gaze turned intent, monstrous waves stirring in his heart. These words coming out of Xiaofeng's mouth. The weight was too heavy. Although Xiaofeng's character was gentle, his pride was contained in the bones. This point, Han Tian was all too clear. Working together for so many years, Han Tian had yet to hear him praise a person like this before. Moreover, it was even a junior who was just grotto profound realm. However, to be able to make Xiaofeng have some insights, it was sufficient to indicate this Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Han Tian knew that Han Tian was already stuck in this realm for more than 10,000 years. Hearing you say so, I'm really interested in this boy. Oh, right. Such a talent mustn't be missed, Han Tian said. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Tower Lord. That kid has already decided to enter the Wu Meng Academy. Han Tian could not help choking up when he heard that and said, Elder Xiao, such a talent. How can you let him go? Xiaofeng said helplessly. This old man already did my best. Along the way, this old man has worn my lips out, but that boy is a stubborn donkey. Once he decides on something, nobody can pull him back. Han Tian said disappointedly, Sigh, truly a pity. Xiaofeng said Tower Lord doesn't need to be too disappointed either. This old man is also considered good friends with him despite a great difference in age now. On account of this old man's face, he has already agreed to continue to be our Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. With this layer of relationship there, he can't cut away from the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, Yang Rui has done pretty well these few years, maintaining a strong relationship with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, that boy, values relationships and friendships immensely. He won't do something like kicking someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. Only after hearing Xiaofeng said so did Han Tian feel a little better. But his eyes still could not hide the look of disappointment. Yang Rui, this kid is pretty good. Promote him to be a deacon then. The connection with Yi Yuan in the future will be passed to him, Han Tian said. Xiaofeng smiled and said, Hoo, you're making an exception to promote him. Regardless of whether it is strength or seniority, he's not enough to be a deacon. However, if we can maintain Yi Yuan's layer of relationship well, the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely obtain even greater benefits in the future. Oh, right, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan had an agreement. If Yi Yuan fails during the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination, he'll join the Myriad Treasure Tower. Han Tian's eyes lit up and he said, Since that's the case, why not? We do some tricks in the test, how about it? Xiaofeng hurriedly said, Don't. That boy is shrewd, even me going to Jewel Hill City, he could guess. You doing so, if it's detected by him, it will have an opposite effect. Alright, this old man already can't wait to enter seclusion. That boy offended Bright Rays City's Wang family. I'm worried that they will trip that boy. You need to pay attention. Han Tian scolded laughingly. I got it. You old punk probably can't even wait for a moment, right? Really envious of you. I, Han Tian, still don't know when I can take this step. With Wu Meng Academy's examination approaching, the young faces in the city also became more. In Clearwind Inn, it was already overcrowded by mostly young faces. These young martial artists were mostly accompanied by followers. At first glance, they were the disciples of wealthy and influential families. Grassroots martial artists were short on resources, cultivation arduous. Wanting to have some accomplishments before 200 years old was very, very difficult. Hence, those coming to participate in the examination were mostly the various major counties' major families' disciples. Genuine grassroots martial artists were very few. Those able to spend at Clearwind Inn, this kind of large restaurant, were even rarer. I heard that Wu Meng Academy's examination this time just happens to coincide with the new year. The young martial artists taking part in the examination are as many as 1 million people. It's useless no matter how many people.
Wumeng Academy's examination doesn't regulate the number. As long as one can pass through 3 rounds of assessments, they can be admitted. Whether or not they can pass through the examination depends entirely on their own strength. That might be the case, but with this number increasing, the number of geniuses will also increase. Probably this time, there will be quite a number of formidable people appearing. I wonder this time, who can seize the spot of the top dog? That makes sense. To talk about the top dog, it's probably among the Wumeng 4 young masters, as well as brilliant P City and East Dock City, these few cities, those few people, right? Most likely, these few people are too strong. Those able to be their match are also the few of them. In a corner window seat, 4 people sat around the table, currently listening attentively to the others' discussions. These 4 people were precisely Yi Yuan, Yang Rui, Liang Wanru, and Luo Jian, 4 people. First time here, Yi Yuan naturally had to understand the local customs and practices. Hearing top dog, these 2 words, Yi Yuan became interested. Brother Yang, what is this top dog? Yi Yuan asked. Yang Rui said, the person who passes through 3 rounds and ranks first. Yi Yuan said curiously, this isn't hard to understand. It's just that obtaining this top dog, are there any benefits? Yang Rui said, that is, of course. The person who gets to become the top dog is able to obtain a generous reward. More importantly, he'll become City Lord, His Excellency's in-name disciple. When he ascends to the inner court, he'll become City Lord, His Excellency's personal disciple, with his status incomparably exalted. The resources enjoyed is also not what the others can compare to. Therefore, the once every 100 years entrance examination, the fight for the top dog is the most intense. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said, so that's how it is. It's just, even if one obtains this top dog, they might not firmly occupy first place in the future either, right? The path of martial Dao was full of variables. Today's number 1 might not mean the future's number 1. Some people's thick accumulations erupt, catching up from behind. One-shotting the top dog back then was not an impossibility. Yang Rui nodded and said, hence, the top dog is just an in-name disciple and not a personal disciple. If he fades into the crowd in the future, then he'll forever be an in-name disciple. But even so, the title of the top dog represents taking Cultivation's expressway, future accomplishments limitless. After all, the resources he enjoys is what others can't compare to. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Becoming the top dog was equivalent to having special privileges. Cultivation was naturally faster than others. For the others to want to surpass, they must put in 100 times, 1,000 times the effort. Those able to truly surpass the top dog were extremely, extremely few. Why you're interested in this top dog? Hey, pardon me for speaking bluntly, if this entrance examination is competing in pill refinement, forget about top dog, even personal disciple is nothing difficult. But for martial arts, heh. Yang Rui did not carry on saying, but the meaning in those words was already very clear. With Yi Yuan's strength, wanting to take the top dog position was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I was just asking. Brother Yang doesn't need to take it seriously. He indeed did not have this idea. He knew that his current realm's strength was severely lacking. Being able to succeed in clearing the rounds was already pretty good. Ever since coming to Heavenspan World, all of Yi Yuan's energy was virtually all placed on pill refinement and creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Martial arts were not to say already lying wasted, but it had indeed stagnated for a long time and not advanced. At this time, a young girl in yellow garment and an old woman went up to Clearwind in second floor. Goodness gracious, my grandaunt. I already said that the second level have no seats, but you just don't believe me. The waiter chased the yellow shirt girl up to the second level and urged bitterly. The yellow shirt girl ignored the waiter. Sweeping a glance on the second floor, she walked towards the table Yi Yuan was at with quick steps. Slap! The yellow shirt girl slapped a storage ring on the table and said overbearingly, Kid, this seat is mine. There are 500 low-grade divine essence stones inside here. You take it and pay the bill. The remainder just take it as buying this seat. Now, tidy up for me and get lost. The yellow shirt girl's domineeringness drew everyone's sidelong glance. The Qin family's little demoness making a move again.
It's still okay if this kid is sensible. If he isn't sensible, he will probably suffer. No choice who asked her to get reincarnated in a good place. These few years, this lass has harmed no idea how many people. That kid is also unlucky. He's from the countryside at a glance. Didn't expect that he ran into Qin Peiyu when he just entered the city. Some locals clearly knew about the yellow shirt girl's identity, all casting sympathetic looks at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave Qin Peiyu a glance and took a look at the storage right, suddenly saying with a smile, "Miss, if I accept this storage ring, does it belong to me?" Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers could not help but be disappointed. They were all young masters and young ladies and wished for the matter to blow up to watch a show. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was so scared. Qin Peiyu made no attempt to conceal the disdain in her gaze as she said coolly, "That is, of course. Your table is at most 300 divine essence stones. The remaining 200 just take it as giving you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and pushed the storage ring back, saying with a smile, "Miss, there are 500 low-grade divine essence stones in here. You take it and immediately disappear in front of me. Don't affect my appetite." Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned. The plot reversed too quickly. They did not react for a moment. But they realized very quickly that a fine show came. Yi Yuan's move made it even harder for Qin Peiyu to step down the stage than directly refusing. Sure enough, Qin Peiyu's expression instantly changed, and she said angrily, "Boy, are you refusing face when given? Do you know how this young lady is? If I want you dead, it's just a matter of a word." This was also the area where Yi Yuan was most averse to Qin Peiyu, wanting people's life at the drop of a hat, not attaching importance to other people's life and death at all. To be able to say this kind of words, Yi Yuan reckoned that the ones who died at her hands were probably not few. This young master doesn't know you and isn't interested in knowing either. Take it, you can disappear already. Don't hinder my friends and me from eating, Yi Yuan said coolly. Qin Peiyu was used to running rampant. When had she suffered this kind of insult before? Raising her palm, she smacked down towards Yi Yuan. This palm mustered up divine essence fully. It was actually going to put Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan's face fell and became genuinely angry too. This Qin Peiyu was young, but her realm was not low, already late-stage grotto profound. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation advanced all the way vigorously, he was still marginally weaker than late-stage grotto profound. In other people's view, Yi Yuan only had the share to be crushed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's palm extended strangely. The expression of the old woman behind Qin Peiyu changed, and she shouted, seeking death, and actually reached first despite moving later, pouncing towards Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a gust of wind blew past. Gue Yun's figure appeared. Pointing a finger out, he directly tapped the old woman flying. Slap! A crisp slapping sound echoed out. Qin Peiyu's body was directly slapped to the ground. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone had yet to react in time, and it was already over. This slap of Yi Yuan's was really heavy. 5 fingerprints were distinctly visible on Qin Peiyu's face. Everyone was stunned. Firstly was because of Yi Yuan's strength. Secondly was because of Gue Yun's appearance. A late-stage 2-star evil spirit was actually hidden beside this young man. That was right, because setting off for Wumeng capital city, Gue Yun already broke through to late-stage 2-star. He was originally peak middle-stage 2-star. These few years, he had minor accomplishments in cultivating the Ghost Dao 100 runes. Breaking through was just a matter of time. That old woman was middle-stage Heaven Glimpse. How could she be Gue Yun's match? She lost in one exchange. Although Yi Yuan had yet to break through to late-stage Grotto Profound, through these few years of cultivation as well as consuming essence cultivating pills frenziedly, he was already infinitely close to late-stage Grotto Profound. With Yi Yuan's divine essence's degree of thickness, his strength was actually not inferior to ordinary late-stage Grotto Profound already. Qin Peiyu had also just entered late-stage Grotto Profound. Moreover, one glance and it was clear that she had not experienced actual battles before. How could she be Yi Yuan's match? You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me. I'm gonna tear you limb from limb and feed your corpse to dogs. And this little slut, I'll let people screw her, then disfigure her face and send her to a brothel.
making her never to reincarnate for all of eternity. Qin Peiyu thoroughly rampaged and did not choose her words. When that old woman saw Yi Yuan's expression get uglier and uglier, she secretly cursed and hurriedly shouted, "Boy, stop! Peiyu is the Qin family's true-born daughter. If you dare to touch her, you'll die without a burial ground." However, it was already too late. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp slapping sounds transmitted into everyone's ears, slapping until those surrounding onlookers shudder with fear. Some even touched their faces, as if those slaps were slapped on their faces. The clear wind in second level was completely quiet. There was only that series of face-slapping sounds. When Yi Yuan stopped, Qin Peiyu's beautiful face already swelled into a pig's head, completely unrecognizable. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. To dare slap a Qin family's descendant like this person was probably one of a kind, right? At a young age, wanting people's lives at every turn. Originally just wanted to teach you a small lesson, but you had killing intent aroused toward my friend. That isn't what a slap can resolve anymore. Playing out like this, how could Yi Yuan still be in the mood to eat? His appetite was all gone. Yi Yuan threw Qin Peiyu's storage ring to the waiter and said coolly, "Miss Qin is treating us, so it's not good to decline. The excess divine essence stones. Just take it as compensating the clear wind in." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone out of the clear wind in and walked off without looking back. Inside the Qin family's parlor, a middle-aged man and a young man were currently seated according to positions of host and guest. The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Honorable nephew, you've disappointed me greatly this time." The young man was startled and hurriedly said, "Yes, it was this little nephew who was reckless. This nephew was anxious to take revenge for my younger brother, but didn't expect that the Myriad Treasure Tower's action was actually so swift, already reaching an agreement with the City Lord Manor. With this, it's shooting myself in the foot." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, "Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill, unless the Myriad Treasure Tower doesn't sell to the outside. Otherwise, how can they possibly swallow it all by themselves? Forget it, now that it played out like this, grow wiser with each setback. Since you returned, then cultivate well and strive to promote to the heaven camp soon." The young man hurriedly said, "Yes, this nephew obeys Uncle Qin's instructions." This middle-aged man was the Qin family's current family head, Qin Nantian, while the youth was Wang Song. To talk about this Wang Song, he had quite the means too, to actually win over the Qin family's concubine's daughter, Qin Peiying, in Wu Meng Academy. Now, he was considered half a Qin family's son-in-law. In addition, his strength was uncommon. He already broke through to late-stage Heaven Glimpse and also entered the Qin family sites. Although the Wang family was powerful, that was also just powerful in Bright Rays City. While the Qin family was the entire Wu Meng capital city's hegemon-level family clan. Not only were experts as abundant as clouds in the clan, but they also occupied many high positions in Wu Meng capital city. Moreover, the businesses spanned throughout Wu Meng capital city. The Wang family was not worth mentioning at all in front of the Qin family. Drawing close to the Qin family, Wang Song's future was limitless. Back then, a year ago, he suffered a loss in front of Xiaofeng. Hence, he thought of exposing the matter of the essence-cultivating pill to the City Lord Manor. It was just that he schemed in every possible way and also failed to calculate that the City Lord Manor had long reached an agreement with the Myriad Treasure Tower. Not only did the news he sent not make things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower, but it also made the City Lord Manor dismiss both him and Chen Zhangyan, transferring them back to Wu Meng Academy. With this, he came to pay respects to Qin Nantian when he just arrived at Wu Meng capital city. Wang Song, as a deputy city lord, was just a delegation of the Wu Meng Academy. In the end, he was still a student of Wu Meng Academy. What Wang Song did not know was that Yi Yuan had long made Yang Rui remind Wu Meng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower that the essence-cultivating pills profits had to be divided with the City Lord Manor. Furthermore, they had to provide essence-cultivating pills to the City Lord Manor. When Han Tian saw this news, he already took it seriously and reached an agreement with the City Lord Manor. What was laughable was that Wang Song acted smart and slammed onto the spearhead himself. "All right, you go back. Inger has already been looking forward to your return for a long time." Qin Nantian said coolly.
Wang Song got up and took his leave. This nephew takes his leave. Wang Song was just about to turn around and leave when a woman whose face swelled like a pig's head rushed in. Dad, I don't want to live anymore. Sniff, sniff.
I don't want to live anymore.
Yuer has no face to see people in the future. Yuer.
Wang Song froze for a second before coming to a realization.
This woman, from figure to clothing, wasn't it Qin Peiyu? It was just that. Why was her face beaten by people until like this? Qin Nantian got a daughter at an old age and doted on Qin Peiyu greatly.
Seeing her like this, he immediately flew into a great rage and said, "Yuer, who was so bold to actually hit you until like this?" Wang Song's expression changed too, and he said fiercely, "Yuer, who hit you until like this?"
I'll go and exterminate him. Qin Peiyu's face was already beaten out of shape, looking too wretched to look at. If not for the clothes his daughter wore and her figure, he virtually could not recognize that this was his daughter.
His daughter's face being beaten until like this, it was equivalent to smacking the Qin family's face. How could he not be furious?
It was all that punk. Sniff, sniff. Dad, brother-in-law, you all have to take revenge for Yuer.
Sniff, sniff. Qin Peiyu wept heavily. Talking for a long time, she did not say clearly who beat her either.
Qin Peiyu's face fell, and he shouted, "Where's Granny Hua? Have her scram over here for me." Granny Hua was that old woman. Normally when they went out, it was all her following Qin Peiyu. Now that Qin Peiyu was beaten until like this, Granny Hua could hardly absolve herself from the blame.
Granny Hua entered totteringly and knelt on the ground with a thud, saying, "Family head, spare me. It wasn't that this elderly self didn't do my best, but there was a late-stage 2-star evil spirit by that boy's side. This elderly self wasn't a match."
Granny Hua's words seemed to have stepped on Wang Song's tail, making him startled inwardly. 2-star evil spirit?
It wouldn't be so coincidental, right?
It's just that the one beside Yi Yuan was a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Could it be? It broke through. Wang Song secretly thought to himself. When mentioning the 2-star evil spirit, he virtually thought of Yi Yuan right away. For the average person, barely anyone was able to bring a 2-star evil spirit around. Humph! When the master is shamed, the subject dies. Yuer was beaten up until like this, but you're perfectly fine. You deserve death, Qin Nantian said furiously. Granny Hua's expression became extremely ugly. How was she perfectly fine?
She was already clearly seriously injured, all right? At this time, Wang Song spoke up, "Uncle, don't get angry first. It's best to listen to her explain until the end."
Granny Hua recounted today's events quiveringly. Wang Song's expression became uglier and uglier. Hearing Granny Hua's description, that person who made a move was clearly Yi Yuan. "Uncle, I know who beat Yuer," Wang Song said solemnly. Qin Nanshan's expression changed, and he said, "Could it be that punk called Yi Yuan that you talked about?"
Wang Song's expression was solemn as he nodded his head. He knew that Yi Yuan already came to Wu Meng capital city but did not expect that enemies meet on a narrow path. The moment Yi Yuan came, he beat his sister-in-law into a pig's head. But this way was good too. At the very least, Qin Nantian absolutely would not sit by idly and remain indifferent.
Yuer, father will definitely catch that kid and let you give vent well. Granny Hua, take Yuer away and have her rest well, Qin Nantian said dotingly.
Qin Nantian coaxed with deception, coaxing Qin Peiyu away.
The moment Qin Peiyu left, Qin Nanshan's expression still turned grim. Since this punk came to Wu Meng capital city, he has probably already joined the Myriad Treasure Tower officially. With the Myriad Treasure Tower protecting, it's very troublesome, Qin Nantian said with a headache. He was not some rash young lad. Angry was angry, but he also knew that the Myriad Treasure Tower could not be provoked. Although he was the Qin family's family head, he was still not qualified enough to take on Han Tian.
Those able to have a dialogue with Han Tian were only their old man that generation.
Qin Nantian made a correct assessment of the situation and knew that although Yi Yuan's realm was low, by relying on the essence cultivating pill, his status in the Myriad Treasure Tower definitely was not low. Could it be
beaten in vain? Qin Nantian naturally could not stomach this. Clearwind in that place had dragons and fishes jumbled up together. Yi Yuan beat Qin Peiyu to a pig's head in front of so many people. Tomorrow, probably the entire Wu Meng capital city would know. Not venting this anger, how could his Qin family keep a foothold in Wu Meng capital city in the future? Wang Song was seething with righteous indignation as he said, "Uncle, let's keep a close eye on the Myriad Treasure Tower. I don't believe that he can keep hiding in the Myriad Treasure Tower. As long as he comes out, we'll have a myriad of ways to mess him to death." He discovered to his dismay that Yi Yuan was just like a porcupine, unable for him to bite down at all. Qin Nanshan's expression was very ugly as he nodded and said, "Right now, it can only be like this too." The Qin family and Wang Song kept staring at the Myriad Treasure Tower, trying to wait for Yi Yuan to come out. But they guarded for half a year and did not wait for Yi Yuan to come out. After returning from Clearwinden, Yi Yuan directly entered closed seclusion. Before the entrance examination, Yi Yuan still had to increase his strength quickly. The more he understood things, the more Yi Yuan felt that this entrance exam was not simple. He felt tremendous pressure too. Inside the world suppressing steel, Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the vast heaven sword art. This was the cultivation method that absolute heaven comprehended in the world suppressing steel. To the Yi Yuan in the past, it was unfathomable. But now Yi Yuan created the Chaos Heavenspan Canon, his horizons became goodness knows how many times further. This cultivation method was already no longer suitable for him. The reason why Yi Yuan studied the vast heaven sword art was that he wanted to take the merits and create a sword Dao that belonged to him. Although the dragon race's martial techniques were powerful, Yi Yuan had a feeling that his atavism dragon soul had certain limitations too. In terms of sustainability, it might not go further than martial Dao. Hence, he still decided to walk on two legs and comprehend laws. Presently, Yi Yuan's realm already caught up to law's boundary. His grasp on sword Dao laws had already stagnated for very long. A martial technique that was originally extremely powerful in the Immortal Grove world was also just commonplace now. After all, the disparity between a declined Empyrean world and the Heavenspan world was too great. The Immortal Grove world's limitations determined the inherent deficiencies of cultivation methods and martial techniques. All of this forced Yi Yuan himself to improve further. "Senior, looking at this vast heaven sword art now, it's full of flaws," Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. "That is, of course. Although this cultivation method originated from the world suppressing steel, the things comprehended is just a single hair from 9 oxen. If cultivating according to this method, one's accomplishments would be limited," Dustless said. "My current comprehensions toward sword Dao laws are too shallow. Even facing the lesser Heavenspan mountain, I'm unable to create a sword Dao martial technique that belongs to me too," Yi Yuan said helplessly. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan's sword Dao laws reigned supreme in the Immortal Grove world, astounding countless powerhouses. But now, Yi Yuan was like a toddler staggering along. Dustless said, "Hence, you entering Wu Meng Academy is the right choice. That place gathers geniuses. There are many cultivation methods and martial techniques left behind by many seniors of older generations for your reference." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I think so too. I hope that Wu Meng Academy's martial techniques don't disappoint me." Half a year's time, Yi Yuan already completely grasped the vast heaven sword art's first layer. His martial Dao boundary had already reached peak middle stage grotto profound as well. He was just missing an opportunity for him to break through the bottleneck. Deity Realm was a brand new martial Dao system. Yi Yuan had never experienced it before and was also unable to be like in the past, completely without bottlenecks. It was just that his Chaos Heavenspan Canon was a rarely seen cultivation method in the whole world. His bottlenecks were a lot easier to break through than others. Presently, he already faintly touched the threshold of late-stage grotto profound and might break through at any time. On this day, the entrance examination finally began. "Brother Yang, thank you so much for your care along the way. I'll thank you here first," Yi Yuan said to Yang Rui with clasped hands. Yang Rui chuckled and said, "You punk, also not separated by life and death, being so sentimental for what? I have to thank you too. No? Without you, I couldn't be a deacon either." Yi Yuan smiled and said,
That's why you deserve it. Farewell, Brother Yang. Wanru will be entrusted to Brother Yang. The entrance examination would last for a very long time. It was not convenient for Yi Yuan to bring Wanru, and could only leave her in the Myriad Treasure Tower first.
Yang Rui smiled and said, "You just rest assured, I wish that you don't succeed."
Yi Yuan froze, immediately breaking out into laughter. This guy was still thinking constantly about having him join the Myriad Treasure Tower.
Yi Yuan shattered the jade tablet in his hand, his figure instantly vanishing. This jade tablet was the token received from Wu Meng Academy after successfully registering.
As long as one shattered the jade tablet, the applicant would automatically be transported into the assessment place. Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination often involved tens of millions of people. It was naturally impossible to carry out inside the academy. Hence, Wu Meng Academy specially opened up a space to be used to conduct the entrance examination. As for the matter of registration, the Myriad Treasure Tower had long readied it for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just felt his eyes blur, and he arrived at a foreign space. This is your number. Take the number and find your own lotus seat. Not allowed to start a fight, not allowed to cause trouble. Otherwise, kill without mercy. A young man handed him a wooden board, the warning overtone in his words very thick.
Looking at this appearance, he might be Wu Meng Academy's student. One could tell from this young man's eyes, and he was very disdainful toward Yi Yuan.
Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Yi Yuan received the wooden board and thanked him. The young man snickered and said, "When you pass the entrance exam, calling me senior apprentice brother again isn't late. Go on, go on."
In his eyes, it was impossible for Yi Yuan, this middle-stage grotto profound rookie, to pass through the entrance examination. Therefore, he need not be polite. Yi Yuan just smiled and went to find his lotus seat according to the number on the wooden tablet.
Before his eyes was an enormous plaza, stretching to infinity.
At the plaza, it was densely packed with people, no less than 1,000,000, spectacular in sight.
On the wooden tablet wrote 735 horizontally, 521 vertically.
Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, finding his seat very quickly according to the coordinates written on the wooden tablet.
This was a 1-square-foot lotus seat, formed with array formation illusions, strikingly vivid and lifelike.
Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly sitting on it and started meditating.
"Brother, you were also forced by your family to come and be an extra, right?" Suddenly, a little fatty on an adjacent seat started to talk to Yi Yuan. The hour had not arrived yet. There were still applicants rushing over one after another. Quite a number of people were all whispering into each other's ears.
When Yi Yuan heard the voice, he could not help turning his head to look.
That little fatty was clearly an easygoing person, and he said with a smile, "I'm Brilliant Peace City's Xiejing Yuan. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. I also don't know why my dad's head was clamped, giving me such a perverse name. Hey, what's your name?" Yi Yuan was tickled by this little fatty and said with a smile, "I'm Yi Yuan. Here, here. Here, here. What a nice name. Unlike me. Sigh."
"Oh, right, you were also forced by your family to come and be an extra, right?" Xiejingyi repeated the question. "Be an extra?" Yi Yuan said in puzzlement.
"Yeah. Your bit of strength, I reckon that you'll fall on the second day. Not being an extra, it's for what?" Xiejingyi said. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not give any explanation. Xiejingyi talked to himself. "Sai, although I'm that tiny bit slightly stronger than you, I reckon that lasting 5 to 6 days is already about there. I said that I wasn't coming. My damn old man said that he was going to find me Brilliant Peace City's ugliest wife. My God. Isn't this killing me?"
Yi Yuan discovered that this little fatty was a total joker, purely in charge of running jokes.
5 or 6 days.
Your late-stage grotto profound at any rate too. It's not to the extent of just lasting so few days in heaven's might this round, right? Yi Yuan said curiously. Heh, looks like you just know a little something, but that is not enough for it to count. Xiejingyi deliberately beat around the bush.
"Pray tell," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan knew that the test's 3 hurdles were heaven's might, earth carnage, illumination, and he also knew that each checkpoint wiped out a lot of people. But as for the specifics, he did not know. Regardless of whether it was the Xiaofeng or Yang Rui, They all intentionally or unintentionally avoided this topic.
Yi Yuan knew their motives, so he did not force it either. Each entrance examination affects tens of millions of people. How to evaluate? This first hurdle, Heaven's Might, is used to scrub away people. This round will eliminate the vast majority of people. Those able to make it through are all geniuses among geniuses. Actually, those with the qualifications to come and take part in this entrance exam could originally be called geniuses already.
But Heaven's Might this round, the objective was to wipe out the vast majority of geniuses. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked, "Roughly eliminate how much?" The little fatty smiled bitterly and said, "Over 90%. Basically, after this round is done, only the outstanding ones among Grand Completion Grotto Profound and Late Stage Grotto Profound will be left. The rest basically have no hope of passing." But Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked when he heard. He also did not expect that this first hurdle would be so brutal. No wonder this little fatty said that he and Yi Yuan were all here as extras. Like this, huh? Then, actually, you already gave up? Being surprised was just being surprised. But Yi Yuan did not have much visible change in countenance. This first hurdle, he still had some confidence in passing.
This hurdle's name was Heaven's Might. Actually, it was Scouring the Will. It was similar to Cultivation Realm Coercion, but also somewhat different.
But this kind of test was simply child's play in front of him. This Wu Meng capital city, no matter how formidable the willpower scouring, it was also impossible to surpass the Divine Lord Realm. The Yi Yuan who refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Forget about a measly little Divine Lord Realm. Even a true God's will could forget about making him waver in the slightest too. This was where his confidence lay. Except, Yi Yuan did not plan on using the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's will. He would use his own will to resist. If he seriously could not keep up anymore, he would cheat.
But he knew that if he gave up this round, then there was really no hope anymore. Yi Yuan felt that this friendly little fatty was rather interesting. That was why he asked this.
"I naturally don't wish to give up. But my strength is just that tiny bit stronger than yours. There's no hope," the little fatty said rather dispiritedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Heaven's Might this round is related to the realm, but also not absolute. If people on the martial path don't have the determination to die, it's hard to accomplish anything great. I think this is the original intention of Wu Meng Academy setting up this round, right?
The vast majority of people fear death and don't dare to compete with heaven. That's why they are eliminated. But in reality, this round being named Heaven's Might, it isn't Heaven's Might."
Xianxia looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, the cynical look on his face gradually fading away. He did not expect Yi Yuan to actually say these words from his mouth.
This youth whose realm was even lower than his actually had such insight.
"What you said is right. I can't give up. I want to let my shower know that her man is a man of indomitable spirit," Xianxia said with a rare solemnness. It was just that this excuse made Yi Yuan at a loss whether to cry or laugh. At this time, an old man walked up the platform in front of the plaza and said in a clear voice, "Quiet!" The voice was akin to rolling thunder, making the millions of people in the plaza hear clearly.
The first round, Heaven's Might, is starting right away. This round tests your martial Tao will.
If anybody can't hold on under Heaven's Might, you just have to shatter the wooden tablet in your hands, and will be transported out. Of course, that way your test will also be a failure. You'll directly be eliminated. Heaven's Might will last 30 days without ceasing. Furthermore, it will become more and more powerful.
I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first. If somebody discovers that something is wrong, better hurry up and crush the wooden tablet. Otherwise, there will be deaths.
The old man's words were akin to a sledgehammer, crushing everyone until they could not breathe. Especially the last few words. It made people even more fearful in their hearts.
This willpower scouring would become more and more horrifying towards the last few days. Once someone could not bear the heavy pressure, they would be overwhelmed and get killed by the powerful will. Hence, the old man's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm.
As powerful as Divine Lord Realm, exterminating low-level martial artists with martial Tao willpower was as easy as flipping one's hand. Now, Heaven's Might begin.
The moment the old man's voice fell, a tidewater-like willpower crushed toward all of the martial artists on the plaza. That kind of feeling was like facing the scouring of a waterfall.
However, this initial waterfall was not very powerful. Apart from those whose realms were too low, finding it somewhat strenuous to handle, the others were all very relaxed. It was just that this scouring was continuous and not just a while. Just like a person who was carrying a bag of things. At the start, it might not feel heavy. But along with the increase in time, you would feel heavier and heavier. A mere hour passed, and someone could not hold on anymore.
The only threshold for the entrance examination was 200 years old skeletal age. Hence, the very large portion in the plaza were all initial stage grotto profound martial artists. Some people were just a few decades old. They just came to try their luck or experience it a bit.
These people still had a second chance to join the entrance examination.
100 years later, their strength would naturally improve further.
Poo work.
Poo work.
Poo work.
On the plaza, there were people spewing blood nonstop and then directly transported out of this space.
Yi Yuan sat on the lotus seat, holding steadfast.
This degree of willpower scouring was not worth mentioning to him.
Even if he did not borrow the lesser Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan was very confident in himself too. Along the way, Yi Yuan had experienced far too much. Life and death trials were already no idea how many times.
Disregarding the path of defying the heavens in the immortal grove world, just the encounter inside the spatial storm was not what ordinary people could imagine. His martial Tao willpower was long firm as a rock already.
This so-called heavens might was just targeting grotto profound realm martial artists. It was not possible to really be so powerful.
It was just that to grotto profound realm martial artists, it was rather powerful.
Yi Yuan examined himself on this aspect. He was not inferior to those so-called geniuses.
A day's time passed in a blink. The moment the second day's hour arrived, a surge of even stronger willpower than yesterday suddenly descended.
Under the impact of this surge of willpower, a large swathe immediately fell down. One figure after another disappeared on the plaza in succession. However, this was just child's play. The truly large-scale elimination appeared on the 5th day and the 6th day. On just the 5th day alone, 200,000 people were transported out. The remaining people, their faces were all no longer as relaxed as before.
When it reached the 6th day, fine sweat beads already seeped out on little fatty Xianxia's head.
Just as he expected, he could at most just last 5 or 6 days. Think about your shower. Think about why you want to become strong.
Since you have a reason to become strong, why give up halfway?
Right at this moment, a voice reached Xianxia's ear.
He discerned it. It was Yi Yuan's voice.
This voice of Yi Yuan's was akin to a clap of thunder, enlightening the benighted, letting Xianxia's mind tense up all at once. Shoer's beautiful figure kept emerging in his mind. Once a person's will reached its limit, it became very hard to gather one's concentration. Previously, Xianxia's willpower was already somewhat muddled under the scouring of heaven's might. How could he still remember what I show?
Yi Yuan's words were like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, startling Xianxia awake. Willpower scouring was like running. Once past the most unbearable limit period, you would discover that you became very capable of running.
However, under such heavy pressure, Xianxia did not dare to act rashly.
He focused his mind, continuously holding fast to his faith in his mind, and actually persisted just like that. It was just that he was secretly incredibly shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was actually able to last until now. He even thought that Yi Yuan had been eliminated long ago.
After all, words sounded nice but did not represent that one really had that strength.
But not just last until now, he actually had strength left over to talk and remind him.
This indicated that this degree of willpower scouring was nothing to Yi Yuan. Was this guy really middle-stage grotto profound? Although martial Tao willpower did not have an inexorable relation with cultivation realm, generally speaking, it was all about the higher one's cultivation realm, the more powerful the martial Tao willpower. The entrance examinations in the past, it was not that there were no middle-stage grotto profound who passed the first round, but they were like feathers of a phoenix and the horn of a qilin. More often than not, being able to produce one in 1,000 years was already pretty good.
Xianxia did not dare to think too much. The willpower scouring became stronger and stronger. He did not have extra time to think about these. On the platform, the 2 old men presiding over the test were currently conversing about something.
No idea what city lord His Excellency is thinking either. Every session, Getting these initial stage and middle stage grotto profound guys to make up the numbers is utterly meaningless. Not exactly so. Once low-level martial artists are able to withstand this martial Dao willpower, their future accomplishment absolutely won't be beneath you and I. They might even be able to reach City Lord that kind of heights. Be that as it may, for the sake of these supporting casts, we have to expend vast amounts of manpower and resources each time. Is it really worth it? City Lord, His Excellency, feels that it's worth it, then it's worth it. Thinking so much for what?
They had long gotten accustomed to seeing geniuses. This initial stage and middle stage grotto profound martial artists, they completely turned their noses up at them. Although initial stage and middle stage grotto profound people making it through, their potential was huge, that was also merely just potential. Those able to truly realize their potential were in the minority. Time passed day by day, the people on the plaza got fewer and fewer. However, the elimination speed also became slower and slower. Those able to pull through the first few days were all people with tough wills. Wanting to make them give up was very difficult. Arg! Suddenly, someone else could not bear on the plaza and cried out tragically.
It was just that this one was somewhat different from those who vomited blood previously. That scream sounded very appalling. Then that person's mouth vomited fresh blood unceasingly.
Finally, the breathing ceased.
This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise from start to end. Those martial artists who were already at the critical point could no longer resist at this time as well, crushing the wooden tablets one after another.
Another large batch of people was eliminated.
Heaven's might, this round did not isolate the five senses. Everything that happened in the outside world could be seen and heard. They finally discovered that that old man was not joking. People would really die. Currently, it was already the 23rd day. Little Fatty's spirit was already almost collapsing. Hearing this unforeseen accident, his wooden tablet was unknowingly already held in his hand. Finally unable to hold on anymore. Can't anymore. I really can't hang on anymore. At this rate, I'll be like him. Being able to persist until now. I've already tried my best. This sentence kept on echoing in Little Fatty's mind. Going to give up here? Are you finding reasons for yourself, feeling that it's already very impressive to be able to persist until now?
Just 7 days remaining. If you're a man, pull through.
Or are you, as your name implies, and should go be a woman? Just as Xianxia was about to shatter the wooden tablet, Yuan's voice sounded out once more. Little Fatty was startled again and shouted, "Your uncle!
You're the woman."
I, Xianxia, am an upstanding and dauntless man.
Isn't it just 7 days?
Your father will definitely persist for you to see. Xiao, you watch. Your man is the most impressive. Little Fatty's roar appeared particularly grating on the ear in the plaza.
Everyone was all giving their full attention to resist the willpower scouring. Being hit by his hilarious shout, some of those martial artists around who had already reached the critical point immediately could not hold back anymore, shattering the wooden tablet one by one and disappearing. Even Yuan almost could not hold on anymore too. Fortunately, he still had strength left over currently and was not to the extent of collapsing. But Xianxia's shout startled the two old men on the platform. That little fatty who shouted just now seems to have just entered late-stage grotto profound not long. I didn't expect that he's actually able to hold on until now.
Hiss. It's not right. What's wrong? He's indeed a late-stage grotto profound. I'm not talking about him. You look at that kid beside him. Middle-stage grotto profound?
My eyesight isn't failing, right?
A middle-stage grotto profound actually persisted until now.
Not just that. You see, his expression is very calm. It is as if this willpower scouring doesn't have much effect on him.
This
is really seeing ghosts.
In the past, even if there are middle-stage grotto profounds persisting until now, it's also impossible to be so calm like him. Also, have you noticed it? There are already not many people near the two of them. Just now, that little fatty seemed to be talking with someone. Could it be that kid beside him who deliberately triggered his fighting spirit? Having said that, the two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other party's eyes. A middle-stage grotto profound actually still had the strength to spare to go trigger other people's fighting spirit when at 23 days.
This willpower was simply terrifying.
Originally, there were still several tens of thousands of people on the plaza. The two old men would not notice Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi. But now, because of Little Fatty's shout, it successfully drew everyone's attention. Not just them, the Wu Meng Academy's people who organized the assessment this time all noticed Little Fatty.
Suddenly, the gaze of that student who issued the token to Yi Yuan turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan with immense shock.
"What's wrong, Xianxia?" Startled by that living treasure? But this bit of strength being able to persist until now, it's indeed not easy.
There was still another student beside him. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, the student could not help poking fun at him.
These two people were both inner court students. One was called Jiang Chen, and the other was called Song Fong. Both were Earth Camp experts. Jiang Chen shot him a glance and said, "Late-stage grotto profound being able to persist until now isn't anything strange. But a middle-stage grotto profound persisting until now gives people a shock. You look at that kid beside him. It was me who issued him the wooden tablet. Back then, he still called me his senior apprentice brother and was despised by me. I didn't expect that he actually persisted until now." Song Fong originally still had not noticed. Hearing him say so, he could not help getting shocked too. "Heh, I didn't expect that you also have times where you make an error of judgment." Looking at his appearance, he still has the strength to spare. Heaven's might this round probably can't stump him. "It's just that I don't know how many points he can win," Song Fong said with a laugh. 30 days is up. Those giving up the challenge, step out of the ranks. Those continuing to challenge, stay in place. Starting from now, each day you persist, you'll obtain 5 academy points. No ceiling cap. The old man's words were like a pardon. Letting the people who persisted heaved a long sigh in relief. Little Fatty directly jumped up, waving his hands and stamping his feet excitedly, laughing wildly. "Ha ha! Didn't expect that Xie Jingyi actually made it through."
"I actually made it through." The old man's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Those who pass the round are not to make a lot of noise. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the test."
Xie Jingyi was immediately like a deflated ball, stepping out of the designated area very carefully.
Just 30 days down, more than 1 million martial artists were actually only left with several thousand people.
This elimination rate could be rated as horrifying. In the wake of the old man's announcement, the vast majority of the people all ceased challenging. To the vast majority of the people, their willpower had long reached the limit already and could collapse at any time.
Continuing to challenge, the risk was too great.
With this departure, the enormous plaza immediately became extremely empty.
A massive plaza was only left with a mere 400 to 500 people.
That middle-stage grotto profound kid indeed pulled through. It's just no idea how long he can last. After 30 days, the willpower scourings power will increase several times over. Middle-stage grotto profound, Wu Meng Academy's best record was also just 50 points. I reckon that it's just about there for this boy to last 3 days.
It's pretty much the standard.
Just don't know how Heaven's Might's #1 will be. Heh, that's hard to say.
Qin family's Qin Xiao, Su family's Su Yuetsong, Xiang family's Xiangzhuang, Wu family's Wu Yang, as well as several major counties' disciples all have hope.
Their strength should be almost on par. It will depend on whose willpower is stronger.
The two old men discussed the following competition. Starting from now, it was the real struggle.
The points obtained starting from now could be accumulated and brought into the academy. More importantly, the number of points determined who the top dog belonged to in the end. Boom! A majestic willpower descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people who backed out from the plaza all changed drastically.
They secretly rejoiced at quitting. Otherwise, this kind of pressure, how could they withstand it? The current pressure was directly twice as strong as just now.
Even Yi Yuan also felt the pressure all over his body suddenly increase, and was no longer calm like before.
On the second day, this surge of willpower directly doubled again on top of the original foundation.
One genius after another fell in succession. Each and every one of them was extremely remorseful and angry, But these people were not transported out. They continued to watch the fight in the waiting area. On the third day, the willpower doubled again. This degree of superimposition made everyone's pressure on the plaza soar. Fine sweat beads seeped out on Yi Yuan's forehead. He finally started feeling overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, Xie Jingyi's knuckles cracked, and he thought to himself, "Come on, Yi Yuan. When you pass the test, this bro will definitely invite you for a drink." He knew that for him to be able to pass this first round, it was entirely due to Yi Yuan's encouragement and help. Without Yi Yuan, he could at most only last 5 or 6 days. Now, he actually passed through miraculously. Even if he was eliminated at the back, it was also sufficient to make those old things shut up when he returned to the family. The willpower doubled every day compared to the previous day. Accumulating like this, it would become more and more terrifying. It was just that what made those two old men get a shock was that Yi Yuan actually surpassed his expectations and lasted till the 5th day. The current Yi Yuan was already drenched in sweat all over. He was clearly almost reaching his limits already. This kid is actually able to hang on until now. Although his realm isn't high, his willpower is really very strong. Yeah, middle stage grotto profounds able to last until the 5th day have already not appeared in many years. But it looks like he already reached his limits. He probably can't make it through tomorrow. The other party deeply felt that way too. With Yi Yuan's current state, tomorrow's willpower doubling again, there was no way he could hold on. Boom! The moment the 6th day arrived, a powerful willpower akin to Mount Tai was crushing down, pressing Yi Yuan until his chest felt stifled, nearly spewing out a mouthful of blood. If let's say the first day's willpower was just a 100-feet waterfall formed by a small stream, then the current willpower was a 100,000-feet waterfall. That scouring energy was sufficient to destroy everything. Jiang Chun had been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along. Seeing this, he said to Song Fong, "I really didn't expect that he could actually persist till the 36th day." Song Fong smiled and said, "If I didn't remember wrongly, you also just persisted 40 days back then, but you were already Grand Completion Grotto profound at that time." Jiang Chun nodded and said, "Yeah. Hence, this kid's potential is probably much greater than mine." Song Fong said, "Not necessarily true either. Martial Dao willpower is just one aspect. Not passing the other 2 rounds, it's still useless." Time slowly trickled by. In a twinkle, the 36th day was going to pass. But Yi Yuan did not fall on the 36th day like everyone imagined. He pulled through. Then, 37th day, 38th day, 39th day, 40th day. Each day that passed, the astonishment in everyone's heart grew stronger. Yi Yuan was just like an unkillable cockroach. Whenever people thought that he was going to collapse, he would straighten his back again and make it through. Now, there were only 20 over people left in the entire plaza. These 20 over people, apart from Yi Yuan, were all Grand Completion Grotto profound. There was not a single late-stage Grotto profound. This boy, how in the world did he do it? Could it be that he isn't afraid of being directly killed by heaven's might? Said one of the old men with incredible shock. He is already tied with middle-stage Grotto profound's highest record. If this continues, he could not quite dare to imagine. At this time, there was already no one paying attention to the others. Everyone's gazes were all focused on Yi Yuan. They all wanted to see just when this unkillable cockroach would fall. 41st day. Yi Yuan broke through middle-stage Grotto profound's highest record without any surprises. Then, 42nd day, 43rd day, 48th day. Poo work. The 48th day's willpower suddenly descended. Yi Yuan finally could not bear it and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Then, Yi Yuan slowly stood up from the lotus seat, his entire person appearing dispirited and inert, including the 2 old men. Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally ended. No idea why, everyone actually had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Heh, bro, you're really too fierce. If you held on for 2 more days, my jaws would drop off. When Yi Yuan came to the waiting area, Xie Jingyi immediately rushed up to give Yi Yuan a punch, then hugged Yi Yuan and started praising madly. At this time, there were still 3 people left on the plaza. This first round, Yi Yuan concluded with the result of 4th place, obtaining 90 points. Sensing the gazes cast by several thousand people, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly. Competing in martial Dao willpower was his forte. Obtaining this result did not exceed his expectations. In reality, if he was willing, he could keep on sitting on the lotus seat. Of course, even if he did not utilize the power of the lesser heaven-span mountain, it was also adequate to set the world on fire already. He forcefully increased the middle stage Grotto Profound's record by 8 days. One had to know that although it was just a short 8 days, the willpower's intensity multiplied 8-fold. Furthermore, it was even built on the foundation of the 40th day. Although the 2 old men on the platform were surprised, they did not express too much either. After all, only by making it through 3 rounds could one be considered an official Wu Meng Academy's disciple. No matter how good the first round's results were, not passing at the end, it was pointless too. I didn't expect that Jia Chong, this guy, was actually so formidable. Taking down 2 of the Wu Meng 4 young masters, Xie Jingyi looked at the plaza. His face had a rarely seen ugliness. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "That one dressed in blue-colored robes?" Xie Jingyi nodded and said, "He's our brilliant Peace City's number genius, and also my love rival. I knew that he was very powerful, but I didn't expect that he was actually so powerful." Talking up till here, little Fatty could not help becoming somewhat dejected. The joy of successfully clearing the round was already replaced by decadence. Seeing Xie Jingyi like this, Yi Yuan also could not help becoming curious just what kind of person was the Xiao he talked about to actually be able to move brilliant Peace City's number 1 genius. But comparing Xie Jingyi to Jia Chong, the disparity was indeed not small. This first round, Yi Yuan was just a special case. Under normal circumstances, the longer one persisted, the greater the potential, the more powerful the strength. Yi Yuan patted Xie Jingyi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Buck up then. Your potential might not be less than his." From the 6th day to the 30th day, did you dare to imagine it previously? Therefore, there's no impossibility. Just depends on whether you dare to do it or not. But if you're eliminated, you can only fade into the crowd, the disparity with Jia Chong getting bigger and bigger. In that case, your Xiao will probably get further and further away from you. Xie Jingyi's entire body trembled, seemingly suffering some tremendous stimulation. Grimacing, he said, "Good brother, let's buck up together for the 2 rounds at the back and strive to both enter the Wu Meng Academy. We're going to let those who look down on us trash see that rookies can counterattack too." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that. This guy's Joker problem indeed could not be fixed. Finally, the first round, Qin Xiao ranked first with the result of 53 days, obtaining 115 points. Su Yuezong took 2nd place with 51 days, obtaining 105 points. Jia Chong ranked 3rd, obtaining 100 points with the result of 50 days. On the platform, an old man opened his mouth nonchalantly and said, "You all being able to pass the first round, it's sufficient to prove your excellence and also enough to prove the resolution of your martial Dao heart. However, Wu Meng Academy only recruits the most outstanding students. The first round is merely a warm-up. What's harder is the 2nd round and 3rd round." The old man swept a glance over everyone and slowly said, "Right away. Begin the 2nd round, Earth Carnage." The moment the old man's voice faded, this enormous plaza's scene suddenly changed. Originally, the million lotus seats disappeared, leaving only several thousand lotus seats. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. "Now you all choose a lotus seat to seat it will. The 2nd round, Earth Carnage, is all the same for each of you. The array formation activating, you all will enter a consciousness space. At that time, all of your strength will automatically be compensated to become Grand Completion Grotto Profound. You guys will be facing the assault of 50 waves of divine beasts. These divine beasts will be stronger wave after wave. Being able to make it through 20 waves is considered passing the test. Before 20 waves, if you die inside the consciousness space, you all will be transported right out, failing the test. Every additional round you survive, your points will increase by 10, said the old man in a clear voice. Hearing these words, everyone did not reveal much surprise. Clearly, everyone was clear about the contents of the test. Rather, for Yi Yuan, it was still his first time hearing the specific contents of this 2nd round. For a moment, he felt that it was rather novel. Automatically compensating for Cultivation realm, this appeared very fair. But very clearly, this level was not easy to pass. What this level tested was a martial artist's true combat power without a trace of deception. Come on, I don't wish to see you being transported out when I come out, Yi Yuan said to Xianxia with a smile. Pooh, you're the one who will be transported out. I'm the man who's going to marry Xiao. How can I possibly lose? Xianxia retorted. As soon as he was seated, Yi Yuan felt like his consciousness was being taken away from something. When he appeared again, it was already inside an empty space. This was a consciousness space. There was nothing at all. Yi Yuan discovered that his realm really became Grand Completion Grotto Profound. This? Yi Yuan revolved his divine essence a bit and discovered to his dismay that his divine essence consumption speed was different from his actual situation. Looks like there's no way to cheat, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Considering Yi Yuan's true realm, his divine essence was incomparably condensed. Unleashing large-scale martial techniques, the divine essence consumption would also not be very great. Under the impact of this wave after wave, the thickness of divine essence was very useful. But unfortunately, he was just a wisp of consciousness right now. This body was configured by the Grand Array and not himself. He was unable to alter it too. Fortunately, the voice of the Dragon God can still be used, but it can only be used at a crucial time. The voice of the Dragon God was released with the power of the fleshy body. Although this body was not as good as Yi Yuan's fleshy body, it could still unleash the voice of the Dragon God. Except, he sensed it a bit that the voice of the Dragon God could only unleash for around 10 breaths of time. This was his final trump card and could not be used easily. Now, please choose your weapon. At this time, an ethereal voice sounded out. Yi Yuan said, I choose the sword. A light flashed. Yi Yuan's hands had a sword appear out of the blue. It was actually a spirit divine artifact. Looks like this test is very fair. Everyone's starting point is identical. It will depend on the individual's martial Dao comprehensions and willpower, Yi Yuan said to himself. At this time, that ethereal voice sounded out once more. The hour has arrived. Earth Carnage test begins. Following this voice landing, Yi Yuan discovered to his amazement that there were countless wild beasts ahead, rushing over towards him with an irresistible momentum. These wild beasts virtually filled the entire space. There wasn't even a place to escape at all. These wild beasts were just the lowest level initial stage rank 1 divine beasts. It was just that the numbers were too terrifying. The first level was willpower assault. The second level is wild beast assault. Interesting. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, wielding the sword and pressed forward, directly charging into the beast horde. The violent beast horde practically engulfed Yi Yuan right away. Yi Yuan's sword dance was airtight, shuttling back and forth inside the beast horde, continuously reaping the lives of wild beasts. Ouch! You beasts dare to headbutt me. I'll headbutt you. While talking, little Fatty's figure dashed and really headbutt over. That divine beast was directly knocked flying by little Fatty, immediately knocking down a large swarm. When Xianxia saw this, he could not help laughing delightedly and said, Haha! Who asked you to provoke your grandpa Xie? Now you know my prowess. Goodness, here again. Honestly, if Yi Yuan was here, he would probably get a huge shock too. Although this little Fatty did not have many powerful martial techniques, his movement technique was first-rate. Shutting back and forth inside the beast horde, those divine beasts actually could not catch him. Just now he got accidentally bumped by a divine beast. He immediately retaliated. This was already the 9th wave. The level of the divine beasts had long been raised to middle stage 1 star already. One shouldn't look at how the ranks of the divine beasts were not high. The numbers were very alarming, totally unable to kill completely. Especially after a few waves. After the realms of the divine beasts increased to middle stage 1 star, the martial artist's pressure would suddenly soar. However, little Fatty relied on the advantage of movement technique and still had plenty more room to maneuver until now. Heh, Yi Yuan, that punk definitely can't imagine that I, Xianxia, would be so relaxed this round, right? Little Fatty said as he laughed smugly. This position of top dog, I'm claiming it.
This round, I must break the records and shake them off far behind, Xianxia said and gritted his teeth. Xianxia was the Qin family's this generation's top talent. He was Qin Peiyu's cousin, but he was only the son of a concubine. His status in the Qin family was not high. The Qin family brimmed with talents. He relied on his talent to charge out of the heavy encirclement and became the Qin family's this generation's #1 genius. In the Qin family, this kind of large family clan, the competition among the younger generation was very brutal. Even right now, he and Su Yuezong, three people, were simultaneously called Wu Meng, 4 young masters, but even so, his status in the Qin family was far inferior to the others. Because above him, in the Wu Meng Academy, there were still several formidable foes. The Wu Meng, 4 young masters, were merely squabbles in front of family clans. Therefore, he wanted to astound the world in a single brilliant feat in the entrance examination this time and overpower the other geniuses, becoming the top dog. That way, he could truly enter the Qin family's nucleus. It was only to see Qin Shao's sword moving boldly and unconstrained, akin to a no-man's zone in the beast horde, his strength overwhelming. That youth called Yi Yuan can't be underestimated. Even if I really get top dog, I absolutely can't lower my guard too. Although his current strength isn't strong, once he enters the Wu Meng Academy, he might very likely catch up and surpass his seniors. Qin Shao thought to himself. Yi Yuan's performance in the first round made him feel tremendous pressure. Su Yuezong and the rest were indeed his competitors. But those people's potentials he more or less knew a little. But Yi Yuan's first round's performance was too astonishing, exhibiting limitless potential. If Yi Yuan could successfully pass through the 3 levels, he might become a formidable opponent in the future. One had to know that Wu Meng Academy was not just a stay of 1 or 2 years. Within 1,000 years in the future, they had to all study here. Such a long time, no one would know what kind of variable would happen too. Yi Yuan discovered that he could still cheat. Maybe this could not be called cheating, but it was his specialty as an alchemist. Facing these divine beasts with grand completion grotto profound realm, he did not need to expend much divine essence. With his exquisite control over divine essence, his survivability greatly increased compared to other martial artists. This round, what they competed in was not how many enemies killed, but survival. The Tidewater-like divine beasts, even if the realm was any lower, it was a considerable pressure to same realm martial artists too. To be able to charge out from the first round, they could be said to all be geniuses among geniuses. Their strengths were a notch above others to begin with. If it were ordinary martial artists, being able to survive 3 or 4 waves was already considered very impressive. Yi Yuan's exquisite control over divine essence could let him slay even more divine beasts with the least divine essence. Yi Yuan's combat experience was very rich, far from what others could compare to. Walking all the way from the Immortal Grove world, the battles that he had seen before, other geniuses had not seen before at all. This degree of slaughtering was nothing to him. Of course, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was his martial technique. Although the vast heaven sword art was pretty good compared to Qin Shao, those geniuses who walked out of large families, it had inherent deficiencies. This point, Yi Yuan experienced it very soon in battle. At the 20th wave, all of the divine beast strength went up another stage, all becoming late stage 1 star. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt the pressure on him soar sharply. Divine essence consumption speed also accelerated significantly. This 20th wave is indeed extraordinary. There are probably quite a number of people that will fall at this level, right? Yi Yuan estimated it over in his mind. In reality, only 30% was able to hang on until the 20th wave, just less than 2,000 people. Not every person could save divine essence like Yi Yuan, expending until now. Even so, such a high-intensity consumption, his divine essence was running low too. Starting now, there will be array formation cooperation among divine beasts. Each round passed will add 10 points. The moment the 20th wave passed, that ethereal voice sounded out once more. Then a large wave of divine beasts struck. It was just that this time they no longer rampaged around wildly like before. Among each other there was some order. Seeing this, Yuan felt his head hurt, and he said with a bitter smile, "Looks like Earth Carnage this round can't earn much points." Yi Yuan used all his power and even used the voice of the dragon god in the end, finally stopping at the 23rd wave regretfully.
Under the cooperation of several dozen divine beasts, Yi Yuan was trampled into minced meat in the end. His consciousness abruptly withdrew, returning into his body. Yi Yuan cleared 23 rounds, obtaining 30 points. Total points, 120, announced the old man on the platform directly. When everyone saw this scene, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. Scared me to death. I even thought that this guy will defy the heavens all the way. Looking at it now, it's also just that his martial Dao willpower is a little firmer. His true strength is still far off. This round's performance not being good shows that his overall strength can't make it. What the entrance examination tests focus on are overall strength. Adding together the results of the 3 rounds is the final benchmark to judge a person's potential. As the sole middle stage grotto profound among the people left, Yi Yuan's every action and movement naturally attracted much attention. But very clearly, his dazzling light did not last. Yi Yuan's performance this round was not astonishing. Could even be said to be at the bottom. This made Yi Yuan much less of a topic of conversation. These people naturally lost interest in him too. Hence, everyone's focal point was placed on the top dog this time. Very soon, Xianxia's consciousness also returned to his body. Seeing the old man announce little fatty's results, Yi Yuan was extremely shocked too. This guy actually made it to the 25th wave, obtaining 50 points. When he came to the waiting area and saw Yi Yuan, he said smugly, "Haha. This time, this bro beat you, right? Looking at your expression, Lord Fatty, I am enjoying it very much." Yi Yuan was indeed rather surprised. Little Fatty passed the first round so laboriously, so Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually earned points in the second round. Looks like this joker, Little Fatty, was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Although this second round was done under a very fair environment, it was also considered each trying to outshine the other. Each person had some of their own trump card ability, even if being restricted in various ways. But with Xianxia successfully passing the round, Yi Yuan was happy for him too. "Heh, couldn't tell that you really have some capability," Yi Yuan laughed and said. Xianxia also smiled and said, "The one who's capable is you." Although Cultivation Realm was adjusted accordingly, being able to pass through the second round with your strength is already very difficult to begin with. Time passed day by day. One martial artist after another was killed in the consciousness space, then came out. In this round, Yi Yuan's results were not only not considered outstanding, it even somewhat paled in comparison. But all these, Yi Yuan actually expected it to some extent and was also not really dejected. Ever since coming to the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan had already set his mind straight. He was no longer a proud son of heaven who possessed a lifetime's experience and was also unable to crush all the way like in the past. But he could take it one step at a time, walking firmly. In reality, Yi Yuan's cultivation path had only just begun. It was very normal for him to not be able to compete with those disciples that large families groomed heavily. But then again, his middle-stage grotto profound strength being able to do it to this extent already crushed countless powerhouses. He believed that when his cultivation realm rose, he absolutely would not be worse than these so-called geniuses. After a month, the second round, Earth Carnage, ended. Qin Shao shook the others off behind with the result of 40 waves, leaving them far behind in the dust. After 2 rounds, he ranked first with 315 points. But what everyone did not expect was that brilliant Peace City's Jia Chong actually caught up from behind after this round, surpassing Su Yuetsong and ranking in a second. His result was 36 waves. Seeing Jia Chong obtaining this result, Xianxia's expression became very ugly again. And just as the results were announced, Jia Chong actually walked over towards Xianxia. He looked at Xianxia with a haughty look and said disdainfully, "I didn't expect that you, this kind of trash, could actually clear 2 rounds too. But it's useless. You saw it yourself too. The disparity between you and me is like a firefly versus the bright moon. You don't take a piss and check yourself out either. Are you worthy of Lin Xiao?" This action of his immediately caught everyone's attention. After 2 rounds, Jia Chong's performance was too eye-catching. It would not do even if people did not want to pay attention to him. It was just that everyone did not expect that Jia Chong would run in front of a little fatty to put on a show of force. Xie Jingyi's face turned from green to white, but his entire body was shuddering, unable to even speak. He was really afraid of Jia Chong. Jia Chong was too strong. To be able to charge to the position of second place out of 1,000,000 people, his strength could be imagined. Furthermore, this kind of might was an all-rounder might. Xie Jingyi did not even have the qualifications to be proud in front of him. Regarding Xie Jingyi's performance, Jia Chong was very satisfied. A cold glint suddenly appeared in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Also, if you let me hear you say that you're Xiao's man again next time, you'll die very horribly." Xie Jingyi opened his mouth, desperately wanting to refute, but he just could not speak up. Being love rivals with such a person was too dangerous. "You're afraid?" Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was beside Xie Jingyi, spoke up. One sentence stupefied everyone. Jia Chong's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Yi Yuan, saying in a cold voice, "I know you, Yi Yuan. Your first round's performance was pretty good. I originally thought that you were a formidable opponent, but sadly, your strength is too poor." "What? You want to stand up for this trash?" Yi Yuan smiled and said again, "You're afraid." No idea why, seeing that strength smile of Yi Yuan's, Jia Chong actually felt somewhat lacking in confidence. "What a joke. You're saying that I'm afraid of this trash? Ha ha ha. Does everyone think it's funny or not?" Jia Chong said with a loud laugh. Of course, not only that he felt it was funny, the others similarly felt that it was ridiculous. Jia Chong was the current test's second place. No matter what, he was also not what a trash who barely passed could compare to. This Yi Yuan seems to have a pretty good relationship with that fatty. He's standing up for him. It's just that these words are said rather bafflingly. Heh. I really didn't think that Brilliant Peace City's #1 genius is actually a love rival of this fatty. Jia Chong would be afraid of this little fatty? Isn't this making a joke? This little fatty is a joker. Could it be that it infected Yi Yuan? Ha ha. Yi Yuan's words made no sense but incurred a wave of mockery. No matter looking from which angle, Jia Chong had no reason to be afraid of a rookie like that too. It was just that Yi Yuan appeared rather calm as he said coolly, "Firstly, I know that you didn't place him in your sights at all before, thinking that there's no way he passes the test. Hence, you were disdainful to come and show off your excellence to him as well. But you're doing it now. This indicates that him passing 2 rounds consecutively already almost has the qualifications to stand on the same platform as you. You saw his potential, so you felt threatened." Yi Yuan's gaze was heated, enunciating each word, saying it reasonably. The people who made a lot of noise just now all shut their mouths sensibly at this time. Yi Yuan's words actually made them unable to refute. Jia Chong's face fell as if Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot, digging out the things in the depths of his heart. Honestly, even he himself also did not know why he wanted to come over just now. This Xie Jingyi he did not attach any importance at all. Humph. Fallacy. I came to warn him just because he talked big just now, saying that he's Lin Xiu's man. He isn't worthy, Jia Chong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is precisely the second point I'm talking about. You couldn't wait to come and demonstrate your sovereignty, indicating that you're not confident. If you have absolute confidence, you would only brush this kind of thing away with a laugh, because he doesn't pose a threat to you. Now, you're afraid." Jia Chong's expression changed. Yi Yuan's every word struck the heart, making his heart sink. Even he himself could not resist doubting himself too. Could it be that I'm really scared? Jia Chong's expression was incomparably ugly. A bout of faintly imperceptible killing intent locked onto Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, "If you want to prove that Lin Xiu's is yours, then use your strength to obtain her heart. Then show off in front of Fatty. This kind of pointless threat will only make you seem very intolerant." Jia Chong's expression was grim until water was dripping out, and he said in a cold voice, "What a joke. What qualifications do you have to judge me? When your strength surpasses mine, then come in front of me to talk nonsense. But very good, right now you've successfully aroused my fury. I'll make you and this fatty know what's called despair." Yi Yuan replied, nonchalantly, "Relax. That day won't be too far off. There isn't any difficulty in surpassing you." How arrogant. Although this guy has some potential wanting to surpass Jia Chong, he's probably still a little too tender. Looking at Jia Chong's strength, he'll also be top 3 no matter what in the 3rd round, right? Overall strength being so powerful. Yi Yuan really dared to say it. Heh, this kid is probably puffed up. I thought that his first round's results were not bad and could disregard other people. He also doesn't think about it. Even the first round, Jia Chong wasn't much worse than him either. Yi Yuan's words immediately kicked up a wave in the crowd. These words were rather arrogant. Yi Yuan's first round's performance was indeed eye-catching. But in the second round, he immediately revealed his true colors. His overall strength was not on the same level as Jia Chong at all. With 2 rounds, Yi Yuan's results already faded into the crowd. Forget about Jia Chong, even some who were ranked slightly behind also caught up from behind, surpassing him. Ha ha ha. You really dare to say that? I want to take a look at how you surpass me. Why not? Let's compete in the 3rd round. How's that? Jia Chong said oppressively. The 3rd round, Illumination, was about competing on comprehension ability. Willpower, strength, comprehension ability, this was the true objective of the Wu Meng Academy's 3 rounds of assessment. Only by completely passing the 3 rounds was one worthy of Wu Meng Academy's grooming, becoming an official student. Jia Chong was certain that Yi Yuan was just threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky, and did not dare to compete with him. Judging from bone age, he was about the same as Yi Yuan. However, he was Grand Completion Grotto Profound right now, while Yi Yuan was just Middle Stage Grotto Profound. Just judging from Cultivation Realm, it was already sufficient to indicate many problems. Martial Dao Willpower, this thing was unrelated to Cultivation Realm. But Comprehension Ability, this thing had considerable relationship with Cultivation Realm. Yi Yuan looked at Jia Chong with a smile that was not a smile and said, "All right, how to compete?" Jia Chong sneered coldly in his heart. Looks like this guy was puffing himself up at his own cost, stubbornly hanging on till the end. Since that's the case, then let you lose everything. Let you know what's the outcome of standing up for this trash. Jia Chong laughed coldly in his heart. Compete in points. The one who wins gets all of the other party's points. Do you dare? Jia Chong said in an imposing manner. Yi Yuan was delighted the moment he heard and said with a smile, "Since you're so generous, then your points, I'll take it upon myself and accept it." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, feeling that this guy was really crazy. Xianxia pulled Yi Yuan's clothes and whispered, "Brother, I've received your kind intentions, but don't compete with him. You're not his match. This guy is known as Brilliant Peace City's #1 genius, his comprehension ability being abnormally high. Whatever cultivation methods and martial techniques reach his hands, there's none that he can't comprehend." Jia Chong laughed loudly and said, "Heard that? Yi Yuan, bragging also depends on the target. Not anyone can proclaim to be a genius." But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to the old man on the platform with cupped fists, "Student Yi Yuan, requests teacher to be a witness and arrange for a wager agreement with him." The old man had long been paying attention to the situation over here, but he did not say anything. Wu Meng Academy encouraged this kind of competition. Gambling agreements that did not affect the whole, they did not forbid such things. It was just that, like today, drawing up a gambling agreement before even entering the sect, it was really not frequently seen. The old man nodded and said, "Can." Yi Yuan's actions made everyone stunned. Agreed upon just like this? This Yi Yuan's head wouldn't be defective, right? Yi Yuan this. All right, stop being foolishly sentimental. If you're a man, clear this 3rd round properly, don't let people look down on you. Yi Yuan said coolly. Xianxia had remorse and guilt written all over his face. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, he gritted his teeth and said, "You rest assured, I definitely won't disappoint you. Jia Chong, don't blame us for bullying you. Teacher, Yi Yuan's points aren't enough, so I'll bet all of my points too. If we win, the points all belong to Yi Yuan. If lose, our points will all go to him." It was also unknown where Xianxia's courage came from either, to actually make this kind of decision. Previously, when he saw Jia Chong, he could not even speak. He did not expect that he actually still had such a hot-blooded side. The look in Xianxia's eyes, Jia Chong disliked it a lot. He suddenly discovered that this opponent he had always looked down on seemed to have really grown up. Fools. Since you're gifting points to me for free, then I'll accept it.
I'll let you guys know what's called disparity, Jiachong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Xiejingyi rather surprisedly, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, relax, won't lose. His points, let's each take half.
Everyone was speechless. This had not begun yet, and they already started dividing the loot? This guy was also too condescending. The old man could not stop sizing up Yi Yuan rather curiously. He very much wanted to see a trace of uneasiness from Yi Yuan's eyes. But he was disappointed.
Yi Yuan had an appearance of having a well-thought-out plan, not putting Jiachong in his sights at all.
He was very perplexed, just where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. The second round already thoroughly exposed Yi Yuan's true standards. Maybe he had potential, but it was absolutely not as powerful as what he displayed in the first round. Age similar to Jiachong, but 2 minor realms lower than him, the disparity was already very apparent. Of course, these doubts, he only kept them in his mind. He was very curious to what extent Yi Yuan could do it. Alright, being able to walk to this step, everybody already proved your strength. This third round is a test. But to you all, it's a lucky chance too. How much you can comprehend will depend on your good fortune, said the old man coolly. Hearing the old man's words, everyone's faces all faintly revealed looks of anticipation. 3 rounds of entrance examinations, this third round was the most mysterious. Although everyone knew that what this round tested was comprehension ability, they did not know the specifics of the test contents. Because this third round's test was strictly confidential to the outside world.
Now, you all swear a heavenly Tao oath you're not to reveal anything about this third round's test contents to the outside.
Those unwilling to swear the oath can withdraw right now, said the old man seriously. Yi Yuan was also very curious. It looked like the contents of this third round's test seemed to be rather extraordinary. Under the old man's lead, everyone participated in the heavenly Tao oath. Now, you all return to your respective lotus seats. The test content of this third round is to comprehend a set of cultivation method. The name of this cultivation method is Wu Meng Wargod Formula, said the old man nonchalantly. A stone stirred up a 1,000-story wave. The old man's words immediately made the remaining people seethe.
It's actually the Wu Meng Wargod Formula.
I didn't expect that we can actually comprehend the Wu Meng Wargod Formula. Wu Meng Wargod Formula is City Lord. His Excellency's primary cultivation method. One can cultivate all the way to Divine Lord Realm. No wonder this third round's test content has always been kept confidential to the outside. It's truly a good fortune of 3 lifetimes.
Being able to comprehend the Wu Meng Wargod Formula, even if eliminated in this round, it's worth it too.
Even if just comprehended a tiny bit, this set of cultivation method is also sufficient to let us benefit for life. Starting from now, you all have 1 month's time to comprehend the Wu Meng Wargod Formula's first-level cultivation method. After a month, you all will revolve the cultivation method on this jade pillar. You just have to make the jade pillar light up 5 scale lines, and it's considered as a pass. After 5 scale lines, each scale higher, you'll obtain 15 points. In front of the plaza stood an emerald green jade pillar.
There were 30 scale lines on the jade pillar. They naturally represented the comprehension degree of 30 levels.
5 scales and you pass the test? Then isn't this round very easy? Yi Yuan said rather curiously. Xiejingyi smiled bitterly and said, how can it be as easy as you think?
Actually, this round is the hardest among the 3 rounds.
The Wu Meng Wargod Formula is extensive and profound. How much can one comprehend in a month's time? Right now, there are still around 2,000 people remaining. It would be pretty good to have 400 to 500 people remaining in the end. The majority of the people's standard is also just around 3 or 4 scales. 5 scales are very difficult. If you get those people who are eliminated come and comprehend, it would be pretty impressive to be able to have 1 scale.
Yi Yuan came to understand in his heart and had a direct understanding of this round's difficulty.
But this was not a problem for him. He was very confident in his comprehension ability. So that's how it is. Then in your view, how many scales can Jiachong reach? Yi Yuan said curiously.
Xiejingyi's expression turned stern and he said, in the legends, the highest record for this round is 23 scales.
In normal years, the number 1 is approximately 15 to 16 scales. If judging him according to third place, it's roughly 12 to 13 scales. Yi Yuan, are you confident? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You just put your heart back in place. What you have to do is comprehend well and succeed in clearing the round." Seeing Yi Yuan so certain, Xie Jingyi settled down a lot in his heart. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create a miracle.
Now, third round, illumination.
Start.
Following the old man's voice sounding out, everyone's consciousness was pulled out of the body once more.
In the consciousness space, Yi Yuan was surrounded by endless divine inscriptions. Presently, divine inscriptions were already not some unfathomable thing to Yi Yuan anymore. This set of cultivation method seems to be very simple. Yi Yuan browsed over the divine inscriptions and discovered that this set of cultivation method was surprisingly simple. Originally, he still wanted to comprehend it earnestly but discovered that these divine inscriptions were easily discerned at a glance. There was no mystery to speak of in front of him at all. A hint of understanding appeared in Yi Yuan's heart as he sighed emotionally and said, "Yeah, the Chaos Heavenspan canon is all-encompassing. There's no idea how many levels stronger than this Wu Meng War God formula. No wonder it would be so simple." Yi Yuan found the reason very quickly. His horizons were too high. What kind of cultivation method the Chaos Heavenspan canon turned into in the future, Yi Yuan was not clear as well. But to be able to trigger an illusionary Heavenspan mountain to descend, this first-level cultivation method was absolutely no ordinary. Yi Yuan created the Chaos Heavenspan canon, then coming to comprehend the Wu Meng War God formula, he was like a top student learning advanced mathematics going to do elementary school math problems. Too simple. This cultivation method has its merits. But sadly, it's a little shallow. If modifying it slightly, it should have greater potential. But my current realm is too low. At most, I can only modify this first level's cultivation method. Only using 3 days' time, Yi Yuan thoroughly comprehended the Wu Meng War God formula. Not just so, he even saw through this cultivation method's many shortcomings. As long as he was willing, he could make this cultivation method even more perfect, letting the foundations of the people who cultivate it be even more solid. It was just that there was no meaning in him doing so right now, so he could not be bothered to do it either.
This cultivation method was too simple. Yi Yuan was bored to death staying behind and directly withdrew out of the consciousness space. It has only been 3 days and somebody left the consciousness space.
The mind of the old man on the platform stirred. His brows knitted tightly. His gaze began searching in the crowd. Could it be that somebody felt that the Wu Meng War God formula is too hard, and is aware that they are unable to pass the test, so they abandon themselves to despair? Said another old man. Afraid so. The test in the past, no matter how talented the student, there had never been a precedent of withdrawing out of the consciousness space in advance too. He did not expect that this time it actually appeared. Even if those people knew that they were unable to pass the test, they would also do their best to comprehend the cultivation method.
After all, Wu Meng War God formula, this level of cultivation method was one of a kind in the entire Wu Meng capital city, the opportunity hard to come by.
The 2 old men presiding over the test both gave rise to a strong contempt towards this person. People of the martial Tao dreaded retreating in the face of difficulties the most.
This kind of mind, how to accomplish great things.
Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly left the lotus seat and walked over towards the waiting area. It's him.
This boy, his talent should be so poor, right? That's hard to say too.
After all, martial Tao willpower and comprehension ability don't have a definite relationship. His age isn't young anymore as well, but his realm is only so little. Perhaps it's a problem of comprehension ability. What you say makes sense too. It's just that his wager agreement probably can't be realized anymore.
Originally thought that he could definitely pass the test. Not fulfilling the wager agreement, Jia Chong probably won't let him off, right?
Since he isn't the academy student, his life and death have nothing to do with us. The 2 people already determined that this was Yi Yuan's talent being too poor, unable to comprehend the Wu Meng War God formula.
After all, the Wu Meng War God formula, such a profound cultivation method, even just the first level, was also absolutely not what could be comprehended in a month. In reality, the 30 scale lines on the Jade Pillar were not complete, they were just a portion. Wanting to fully comprehend the first level's cultivation method, no matter how talented, one needed 100 years' time too. A month was just a bit of superficial knowledge. But whether Yi Yuan was eliminated or not still had to wait until after the Jade Pillar's test to decide. Yi Yuan came before the platform, gave a bow toward the two old men as a show of respect. One of them could not resist and still opened his mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, why did you withdraw from the consciousness space so quickly? Although this cultivation method is profound, if you comprehend for a month, it's sufficient to benefit you for life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Thank you for teacher's concern. The Wu Meng War God formula is indeed extensive and profound, but a month's time seriously can't comprehend much. I plan on comprehending in detail after entering the academy. The old man froze, being somewhat baffled by Yi Yuan. With the way you still want to enter the Wu Meng Academy? He had never seen before someone capable of entering the Wu Meng Academy with just 3 days of comprehension. The old man's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, you mustn't reach beyond your reach as a person. Your martial Dao willpower is very firm. But since your talent is lacking, you have to make up for it with diligence. How can you talk big to impress people? In his view, Yi Yuan was clearly too lacking in talent, yet insisted on acting and showing off. At that time, they would not even know how they died. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly when he heard that and said, Thank you for teacher's concern. Yi Yuan understands. Hoo-hoo. Looks like you didn't misjudge here. His first round's performance deceived all of us. Looks like Teacher Lei Dong and Teacher Mu Sun were also deceived by him. Song Fong said to Jiang Chen with a laugh. But Jiang Chen did not speak when he heard that, seemingly pondering about something. I wonder, do you think his talent really too poor? If his talent is really very poor, then how did he clear the second round? Even if Cultivation Realm is compensated, wanting to clear the round isn't that easy either, right? Jiang Chen said with a frown. If his talent was really poor to such a degree, even if a middle-stage Grotto Profounds realm was compensated, it was basically impossible to pass the second round too. However, not only did Yi Yuan pass it, he even exceeded by 3 waves. You're saying Song Fong was also puzzled? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't know either. I similarly don't think that he can beat Jia Chong by comprehending 3 days. The difficulty of the Wu Meng War God formula. You and I are all too clear. Song Fong smiled bitterly and said, What you said makes sense too. I discovered that this kid is simply an enigmatic existence. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and said, Carry on watching then. The mystery will be unveiled after a month. A month's time passed in a flash. Yi Yuan came to the waiting area and cultivated on his own for a month's time. Jia Chong withdrew from the consciousness space. Opening his eyes to take a look, he discovered that the waiting area shockingly only had one person. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? He was first stunned. Following that, flowers immediately bloomed in his heart. Ignorant fool, directly giving up? Jia Chong said with a cold smile. Not just Jia Chong. When the others saw the Yi Yuan who was alone in the waiting area, they had astounded looks too. What's going on here? Why would Yi Yuan be in the waiting area? No idea how long he's been in the waiting area too. Does he have a well-thought-out plan? Or has he already given up? Rubbish, of course he has given up. Wu Meng War God formula, this kind of precious cultivation method, even if one is fully aware that they can't pass, they will comprehend it well too. This bit of talent, and he also dares to challenge Jia Chong? Is he soft in the head? After the astonishment, everyone had disdainful looks towards Yi Yuan. Originally, people thought that he more or less had some abilities to win a bet with Jia Chong. They did not think that he directly gave up. This was coming to be a fool, right? Alright, the hour has come. The assessment is starting now. Everyone, all go to the waiting area. When you hear your name, come up in proper order. First one, Wang Chong. Lei Dong said in a clear voice. The expression of Wang Chong, who was called, turned stiff, clearly not quite confident. He placed his hand on the jade pillar and started revolving the cultivation method. Ha! Wang Chong unleashed all of his power but only reached the third scale line. Wang Chong, test failed. Shatter the wooden tablet yourself and withdraw from the test, Lei Dong said. Wang Chong unwillingly crushed the wooden tablet with a look of regret and was directly transported out. Next, one name after another was called. Sure enough, as Xie Jingyi said, the majority of the people were unable to reach the benchmark of 5 scales. Xie Jingyi scooted beside Yi Yuan and asked softly, "Bro, what's the deal with you? When did you withdraw?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I withdrew on the 3rd day." Xie Jingyi's eyeballs went wide and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said, "Hey, bro, are you kidding me?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Not joking. Dealing with that guy, 3 days is enough." Xie Jingyi was speechless. "Heh, I was wondering how thick your cowhide was. Popped from you puffing, right? Not entering the academy won't care about your life and death. Therefore, you just wait for death." Jia Chong arrived beside the 2 people at goodness knows when and said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to even raise an eyebrow and spat a word out of his mouth. "Idiot!" Jia Chong's expression changed, and he said fiercely, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you deaf?" I said, "You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Idiot. Heard it now? If you didn't hear, I can urge divine essence and be a little louder." Eft. Yi Yuan's voice was already loud enough. Virtually everyone heard it. Quite a few people could not resist laughing. Jia Chong's face had long changed color, wishing to shred Yi Yuan alive. Except those 2 up there were currently watching. He did not dare to make a move. "Punk, when the assessment is over, I'll make you regret everything you did today." Jia Chong gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeves and went off. He discovered that in front of Yi Yuan, bickering could not gain any advantage at all. This assessment was very fast. Before long, a large number of people were eliminated. Next, Jia Chong. Jia Chong stepped out of the ranks proudly when he was called. He was extremely confident in his comprehension ability. In his eyes, his opponent only had Qin Shao. The others, he did not place them in his sights at all. Jia Chong pressed his palm on the jade pillar and revolved the cultivation method. The jade pillar started lighting up. Clearly, his lighting speed was much faster than those people before. In virtually a blink of an eye, it broke through 5 scale lines. After breaking through 5 scale lines, the light on the jade pillar did not diminish in the slightest, rising straight up all the way, and arrived at the 10th scale line very quickly. So strong. Jia Chong's comprehension ability is too strong. There's probably only Qin Shao who can compete with him. Broke through the 10th scale line so quickly, he'll most likely charge up to the 15th. Truly remarkable. Looks like this 3rd round he still has hope of overpowering Qin Shao. Jia Chong's comprehension ability was indeed very strong. His astonishing performance immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Even Qin Shao's face changed slightly too, clearly sensing tremendous pressure. 17 scale lines. So strong. Finally, Jia Chong stopped at the 17th scale line. This result was sufficient to rank first in previous years. The faces of the Wu Meng 4 young masters were all incomparably solemn. Clearly, they did not expect that Jia Chong's comprehension ability was actually so high. Obtaining such a good result, the first thing Jia Chong thought of was showing off to Yi Yuan. His gaze looked in Yi Yuan's direction, holding peacocking and a demonstration of power in his eyes. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to even give him a glance. There was also no surprised expression on his face. "Punk, there will come a time when you regret it," Jia Chong thought hatefully in his heart. Next, Xie Jingyi. Coincidentally, the next after Jia Chong was little fatty Xie Jingyi. "Come on." Yi Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. Xie Jingyi nodded his head and stood in front of the jade pillar. Little fatty sucked in a deep breath, pressing his palm on the jade pillar. The jade pillar slowly lit up, 1 scale line, 2 scale lines. Finally, little fatty's scale stopped on the 5th scale line. Xie Jingyi had a look of wild ecstasy as he shouted, "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. I really passed the test. Sniff, sniff. I really passed the test. Sniff, sniff. Yi Yuan, thank you." As he said, Xianxia actually started crying.
Before coming here, he never dreamed that he could actually pass the test and become a student of the Wu Meng Academy. He knew that the person he should thank the most was Yi Yuan. Su Yuezong, 13 scale lines, obtained 120 points. Xiang Zhuang, 12 scale lines, obtained 115 points.
Wu Yang, 12 scale lines, obtained 115 points.
Qin Xiao, 17 scale lines, obtained 180 points. Qin Xiao's results set off an upsurge in the crowd once more, because his results basically already locked in the top dog this time.
Even if Qin Xiao was calm, when he obtained this result, his body was trembling incessantly too.
For the sake of this day, he paid far too much. Qin Xiao is really ridiculously strong. I originally thought that Jia Chong can overpower Qin Xiao in this round, but I didn't expect that he actually tied with him. Yeah, Qin Xiao's overall strength is seriously too strong. Other people can only look at his back. With this, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. If it was past years, Jia Chong was bound to crush the capital city's geniuses. Unfortunately, he ran into Qin Xiao.
Next, Yi Yuan.
Just as the people were discussing animatedly, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to take the field. Everyone also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually queued up so behind. He was considered to have been called out after a great many times. But everyone already did not have much interest in him. Everyone already sentenced him to death. It was impossible for him to pass the assessment. Wu Meng War God formula, this kind of pinnacle cultivation method, he only used 3 days and he could have some comprehensions? You have got to be kidding.
If Yi Yuan really succeeded in clearing the round, where would these geniuses' faces be put?
Heh! A good show is about to happen.
Let us see how Yi Yuan crushes us 1 million geniuses.
Ha ha! Jia Chong's voice was very loud, immediately incurring a wave of roaring laughters. 17 scale lines was already a lot higher than previous year's average. Even the top dog, Qin Xiao, only fought to a draw with him too. Could be seen how praiseworthy this was. For Yi Yuan to want to win Jia Chong, there was no possibility at all. When Yi Yuan passed by Jia Chong, he smiled and said, "Then open your eyes wide and watch a good show." Jia Chong smiled coldly and said, "Okay, I'll wait and see." Yi Yuan came before the jade pillar and slowly put his palm on it. The next instant, the originally noisy waiting area immediately became dead silent. The audience was silent.
It was only to see the jade pillar instantly light up. In virtually a blink of an eye, it charged past 5 scale lines. Under normal circumstances, the luminance of the jade pillar would get increasingly slower as it went up. However, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest trend of slowing down, directly charging up to the 10th scale line. Then it was the 15th scale line, 16th scale line, 17th scale line.
A draw. Everyone drew a cold breath, their eyeballs almost popping out. This scene happened too quickly, swiftly until everyone could not react to it.
But just as everyone thought that it would still continue to charge up, the lighting speed of the jade pillar suddenly slowed down.
Then it slowly crawled past the 18th scale line. It stopped.
After continuing a while, Yi Yuan slowly put down his palm and discovered that the old men on the platform were still in the midst of shock.
"Teacher?" Yi Yuan said. Lei Dong's entire body trembled. Only then did he come to his senses and said, "Yi Yuan, 18 scale lines, obtained 195 points." Lei Dong's words made everyone all come to their senses. What's going on here? What in the world happened just now? I feel like it went up with a whoosh all at once. My God! I even thought that my eyes were failing me and looked for quite a few times before discovering that it's real. 18 scale lines.
He actually really surpassed Qin Xiao and Jia Chong, ranking first. Why do I feel like he still has strength to spare?
Could it be that
this is my delusion? The waiting area was immediately in an uproar. Everyone did not dare to believe the scene that happened just now.
Others unleashed even the strength used to suckle milk in order to make the jade pillar light up a bit.
But Yi Yuan only lightly placed his hand on it and directly reached 17 scale lines. There was not the slightest bit of pause in the middle. Only when it reached the 18th scale line did it abruptly stop.
From motion to stillness, it gave people a feeling of longing for more. Everyone all felt that Yi Yuan still had strength left. He deliberately stopped on the 18th scale line. Of course, Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Want to win, he should win beautifully. But he also did not wish to be overly shocking and let people know that he directly comprehended the Wu Meng war god formula. As for where his limits lay, let everyone go and guess. Lei Dong and Mu San exchanged glances, both seeing the deep shock in the other party's eyes. They were certain that Yi Yuan absolutely held back strength.
As for how much, they really did not dare to say. Maybe.
Even higher than 23rd.
This was already the limit that they could imagine.
They naturally could not guess that if Yi Yuan went all out, he could blow this jade pillar up. Ha ha ha. Punk. Didn't expect that you were so impressive. You made Lord Fatty. I worried for nothing. Xie Jingyi excitedly gave Yi Yuan another punch.
He was really too happy. When he faced Jia Chong, he had always felt very inferior until he did not even dare to breathe loudly.
This time, Yi Yuan really helped him to vent this grievance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even helped him regain confidence and helped him to miraculously pass the test. Although Yi Yuan was just a scale line higher than Jia Chong, in front of his startling performance, this one scale line was amplified infinitely. Yi Yuan clearly still had a great deal of strength to spare. It was just that he was unwilling to be high profile. In front of Yi Yuan, Jia Chong's light was overshadowed. The test afterward appeared dull and boring.
The ones who passed the test in the end were only 300 over people. The rest were all transported out of the space.
I said before, winning against you is too easy. Thank you for your points, Yi Yuan said and shrugged.
Jia Chong's fury was almost bursting forth from his chest. The humiliation that Yi Yuan gave him was too strong.
Looking back now, his provocation previously appeared so ridiculous.
And the points that he worked hard to earn were actually reset all at once.
That was 440 points.
This was not just 440 points, it was also testimony to his 100 over years of hard work. Now it was all gone. Jia Chong knew that without points, one could not advance an inch in the Wu Meng Academy.
With these points, he could be a step faster than people.
He did not expect that now. It was like drawing water with a sieve, having not a single point left.
Yi Yuan, 220 points have already been transferred to your wooden tablet. Your current points are a total 520 points. However, your gambling agreement isn't counted in the test. The top dog this time is still Qin Xiao.
Lei Dong transferred the points in Jia Chong's wooden tablet into Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi's wooden tablets, respectively. Yi Yuan's points were originally not considered outstanding, just above average standard. Now it charged to first place all of a sudden, even 25 points more than Qin Xiao.
Xie Jingyi held the wooden tablet, his heart still somewhat racing. Although it was satisfying this time, he also offended Jia Chong badly. In the past, Jia Chong did not take him seriously at all. Now, he would definitely think of ways to send him to his doom. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of palpitation welled up in their hearts. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Lei Dong, Mu San, as well as the academy students all gave a bow respectfully.
We welcome City Lord, Your Excellencies descend.
A middle-aged man in azure clothing slowly walked out of the void. As soon as he appeared, he gave people a feeling of peerlessness.
So strong.
Is this a divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed in his heart. He did not think that this legendary divine Lord Realm powerhouse actually came personally. This middle-aged man in azure clothes looked elegant and soft-spoken. But his might could not be concealed no matter what.
Xiaofeng was already a peak origin deity powerhouse, but the oppressive feeling he gave Yi Yuan was on a completely different level from this one in front of him.
Heh, this is merely a wisp of thought clone. A true divine Lord Realm powerhouse is God knows how many times stronger than this. Dustless's voice suddenly sounded out in his consciousness. Yi Yuan was shocked again when he heard that. Such a powerful oppressive force, and he was actually merely just a thought clone. Wu Meng City Lord said coolly, being able to pass the test. You all are my Wu Meng capital city's top geniuses, with future accomplishments being limitless.
Wu Meng Academy is the place where heroes gather. The path of a powerhouse for everyone has only just begun.
I hope that There's someone among you all who can surpass your predecessors and reach Divine Lord realm.
The words ignited everyone's hot blood.
For these students, their lifelong pursuit was Divine Lord realm.
But wanting to reach this step was far too difficult.
Don't look at how these genius martial artists all left people behind in the dust currently. Once their potential was used up, they might not be able to break through a minor realm for tens of thousands of years.
Among Wu Meng Academy's students, those whose talents were a little weaker could all reach Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse. The good ones could even reach Grand Completion Origin Deity.
But they might not be able to produce one capable of breaking through to Divine Lord realm in 100,000 years. If Xiao Feng did not meet Yi Yuan, perhaps he could not find this breakthrough opportunity all his life too. Even so, whether or not he could really break through was another matter altogether. Wu Meng City Lord paused for a bit and continued. This Lord coming here today is to take the top dog in as an in-name disciple, Qin Xiao. Ever since the test, Qin Xiao had always been calm and level-headed.
But at this moment he was trembling all over.
That was trembling with excitement. This day he had waited far too long. Disciple Qin Xiao pays respect to City Lord. Qin Xiao directly knelt down towards Wu Meng City Lord and performed a master acknowledgement ceremony. Wu Meng City Lord slowly nodded and said, "This test, you overpowered all geniuses and became the top dog. According to Wu Meng Academy's rules, I'll take you in as an in-name disciple today. This is the golden sword token that represents this Lord's disciple status. Seeing this token is akin to seeing this Lord."
Wu Meng City Lord pointed a finger. A ray of golden light flew towards Qin Xiao. A several inches long golden little sword appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, all of the students felt envious.
They all knew that not only did this golden sword token represent the identity of a City Lord's disciple, but it was also a heavenly divine artifact in itself, with its boundless power. With it, it was equivalent to having a death exemption golden token.
Qin Xiao said agitatedly, "This disciple thanks Master."
Wu Meng City Lord nodded and said, Although you're already an in-name disciple under me, you have to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Don't get proud by relying on favors. If you fail the tests in the future, this golden sword token, this Lord will take it back."
Qin Xiao's heart turned cold and he said, "This disciple will remember Master's teachings and will definitely work harder and strive for a face to officially enter Master's tutelage." Wu Meng City Lord nodded his head slightly and said coolly, "All right, the test this time is already done. After you all enter the academy, you have to work harder and become my Wu Meng capital city's pillars."
This Lord is going.
While talking, Wu Meng City Lord's figure gradually became illusionary.
But right at this time, Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand on its end.
He clearly felt Wu Meng City Lord's gaze turn toward him.
Being stared intently by such a powerhouse, Yi Yuan's hairs really stood on its end. But very soon, Wu Meng City Lord's figure disappeared.
Only then did that uneasy sense of danger disappear. Could it be that
he saw through something? Yi Yuan asked dustless. The secrets on Yi Yuan were too many. Just the soul-suppressing pearl and world-suppressing steel, two Empyrean spirit treasures, were sufficient to drive the world crazy. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would be so low-profile and did not want to be overly eye-catching. Otherwise, even if he could not get many points in the second round, this position of top dog would also not be Qin Xiao's turn. He's just interested in you. Your play was too overboard just now. His level of expertise, how could he possibly be completely unaware of it?
However, with his bit of strength, he still can't perceive this old man's situation, so you just rest assured, Dustless said with a laugh.
Only then did Yi Yuan let out a sigh in relief. Looks like the final round just now, he really played a little too overboard. All right now, take your wooden tablets and return to your lotus seats again. The lotus seats will transport you all to Wu Meng Academy, Lei Dong said. When everyone heard that, they all returned to the lotus seats one after another, being transported away one by one.
Yi Yuan was just about to move but was stopped by Lei Dong.
Yi Yuan, you wait a minute. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, "What is teacher finding me for?"
Lei Dong's gaze was heated as he said, "Yi Yuan, you give an honest account, just how much strength did you preserve in the third round?" Yi Yuan was stunned and said, bewilderedly, preserve strength? Teacher. Yi Yuan already went all out. Where's the talk of holding back strength? Pretend. You just pretend. Even a fool could tell that Yi Yuan preserved strength. Withdrawing from the consciousness space in 3 days, then directly charging to the 18th scale line. No more, no less, just nicely able to win against Jia Chong. To say that Yi Yuan did not hold back strength, that was also a little too ridiculous, right? If Jia Chong's result was 20 scale lines, Lei Dong did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan could charge to 21 scale lines. But with Yi Yuan feigning ignorance, Lei Dong really did not have much temper. Waving his hand, he said, all right, go then. Teacher, Yi Yuan will leave first. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the lotus seats. Musen walked up and said, you believe him? Only a ghost will believe him. This kid isn't honest, Lei Dong said disgruntledly. Musen smiled and said, although Qin Xiao is formidable, you and I can see through with a glance. But this kid really can't be fathomed. It looks like there are quite a number of secrets on him. Honestly speaking, I feel more optimistic about him. Lei Dong nodded his head and said, this boy is very hard to say. His future accomplishments might not be worse than Qin Xiao's. Little Fatty moved close and asked Yi Yuan softly, bro, say honestly, how many scale lines is your limit? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, you guess? Xie Jingyi thought about it and said uncertainly, 23. This was already the limit that he could imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and smiled, but he did not speak. Xie Jingyi's gaze turned intent, and he said again, 26. Yi Yuan still shook his head and said with a smile, stop guessing, I won't tell you. What did you say? Yi Yuan he passed the test and entered the Wu Meng Academy? Haha, excellent. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. When Wang Song heard the news of Yi Yuan entering the Wu Meng Academy, he was thunderstruck. After the shock, Wang Song became wildly elated. If Yi Yuan kept on hiding in the Myriad Treasure Tower, he would really be helpless. But now his chance finally came. What did you say? Yi Yuan's points are even higher than the top dog. But when he heard the process of the events, concerning Yi Yuan entering the Wu Meng Academy with the result of points making him number 1, his entire person was struck senseless. Only after a long time did Wang Song come back to his senses and muttered, this kid isn't easy to deal with. This time we must strike him dead in one blow. Chen Zhongnian nodded and said, this kid has no idea of life or death, offending Brilliant Peace City's number 1 genius, Jia Chong, during the test. In addition, the Qin family's Qin Xiao obtained top dog this time, his future limitless. I heard that after Yi Yuan he entered the city, he seemed to have already offended the Qin family. Wang Song gave him a glance rather surprisedly and said with a smile, looks like your news network is very well informed. That's right. This boy is indeed a troublemaker. But this matter, we still have to give it further thought and confer at length. After all, no loss of life is permitted in the academy. Once we act rashly and alert the enemy, we won't have a second chance. Chan Yongnian said, Yi Yuan, that kid brings along a late-stage 2-star evil spirit around him. It's not easy to deal with. But I heard that he is in close association with a little fatty. Can we open up a gap from him? Wang Song's eyes lit up, and he praised, that's right. This little fatty indeed can be worked on. As for the Qin family's resources, better not touch for the time being. After entering the Wu Meng Academy, Yi Yuan spent an entire day and had a rough understanding of the Wu Meng Academy. This was a very loose school. Every day there were Origin Deity Realm teachers giving lectures. But whether one went or not depended on their individual wishes. Want to muck around? That was up to you too. It was just that, if you think you could hang around in the school by mucking around, that was a big mistake. In the center of Wu Meng Academy's plaza, 2 enormous rocks were placed and were called point stone. Each student's points would be displayed on the point stones. 1 point stone was for recording inner court disciples' points. The other point stone was for recording outer court disciples' points. The numbers on the point stones were updated in real time. Every bit of change would be recorded on the point stones. Most important, every 10 years,
Wu Meng Academy would eliminate the 20 lowest-ranked students on the point stones, expelling them from the Wu Meng Academy. This elimination rate was very high until somewhat alarming. Wu Meng Academy students, the oldest was only until 1,000 years old. After 1,000 years old, regardless of what level they cultivated to, they could not stay in the academy anymore.
Every 100 years, the academy would recruit around 200 to 500 students.
But every 10 years, 20 students would be eliminated. This was also to say that in these 100 years where no students were recruited, the academy would eliminate 200 students.
Either advance or fall behind.
After entering the academy, students were not allowed to have a hint of slacking off. These 200 students who were eliminated might not be new students, they might be old students too.
All outer court disciples took the test together.
In addition, moving about in the academy, points would be continuously expended. Regardless whether it was cultivating martial techniques, cultivation methods, or exchanging for medicinal pills, it could not dispense with points. Therefore, if one want to not be eliminated, one must continuously earn points. There were many ways to earn points, such as doing a mission, such as challenging other students, and such as clearing trials. The academy would issue some missions every day. When students completed missions, they would obtain a fixed points reward. Challenging students should be a shortcut to earning points. They could amass large sums of points within a short time through continuously challenging other students.
Of course, the prerequisite was that you won all.
This challenging act was not a blind challenge. One could only challenge opponents ranked 10 places higher than them on the point stones. The winner would obtain a certain points reward while the loser would be deducted of points. If the opponent you challenge was not carrying out a mission to clear challenges, they would have to answer the challenge.
And the third approach, clearing trials.
Yi Yuan was currently outside the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb was Wu Meng Academy's land of comprehending the sword. It was divided into 18 levels. With each level passed, one could obtain a certain number of points as a reward.
This senior apprentice brother, I wish to enter the Sword Tomb, this is my academy token.
As he said, Yi Yuan handed over a token. This was the identity token that the academy issued to him after he entered the Wu Meng Academy. Zhao Qin was an inner court disciple. He accepted this mission of guarding the Sword Tomb several days ago and was satisfied with this work. Zhao Qin sized Yi Yuan up with a glance and said disdainfully, "New here, right? Do you know this Sword Tomb's dangers? Your bit of strength going in, you'll be dismembered in just a while. I advise that you'd best cultivate a bit first, then go in." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern, but I'm very interested in this Sword Tomb and still wish to experience it." Zhao Qin raised his eyebrow and said, "Heh, it's up to you if you want to seek your own doom. Entering the Sword Tomb has a one-time deduction of 20 points. You have a month's time to comprehend the sword. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can comprehend the sword."
Zhao Qin had a small jade tray in front of him. He swiped Yi Yuan's academy token on it and the scornful expression instantly changed.
His eyebrows raised up, looking at Yi Yuan rather disbelievingly as he said, "Hiss,
why would you have so many points?
Could it be that you're this season's new student's top dog?"
Yi Yuan received the token and said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother is worrying too much. I won these points by gambling. This season's top dog is someone else."
Just as they were talking, a figure suddenly dashed out from behind Yi Yuan. That person handed the token to Zhao Qin and said, "Sword Tomb. I want to enter the Sword Tomb."
Yi Yuan's brows raised up. This person was none other than precisely this year's top dog, Xianxia. He did not expect that this Xianxia had the same view as him without prior consultation coming to the Sword Tomb on the first stop. Zhao Qin was rather surprised and said, "You all, these newbies, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. To actually choose the Sword Tomb when you just entered the sect. Hehe, letting you all suffer some losses are good too." Xianxia received the token from Zhao Qin's hands and directly entered the Sword Tomb without even giving a greeting.
This guy was unbelievably proud. But to the Qin family's people, Yi Yuan did not have any good feelings too. He naturally had no interest in saying hello. Yi Yuan thanked Zhao Qin and directly entered the Sword Tomb. Upon entering the Sword Tomb, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent too. Entering his sight, it was all swords sprawled disorderly everywhere. Too many to count. The name of Sword Tomb indeed lives up to its reputation, Yi Yuan praised.
Yi Yuan had long inquired earlier. This sword tomb was the land of sword burial for Wu Meng Academy's successive generations of sword-wielding experts. It contained boundless sword intent. He chose this place as the first stop because he wanted to make use of the boundless sword intent here in order to comprehend a sword Dao belonging just to him.
What made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that Qin Shao did not enter the sword tomb. He seemed to be waiting for him. Yi Yuan, let's have a match. How about it? Qin Shao said with his back to Yi Yuan. Qin Shao, this guy was rather cold and rather proud. Him taking the initiative to open his mouth and speak made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. But Yi Yuan felt that this Qin Shao did not seem to be the same type of people as the Qin Peiyu he encountered before. At least, he did not disgust him.
At this moment, he sensed a thick fighting intent from Qin Shao's body.
Clearly, this top dog already viewed Yi Yuan as a formidable adversary.
Yi Yuan took a step forward and stood side by side with Qin Shao and said, "How to compete?" In the sword tomb's 18 levels, the deeper in, the more powerful the sword intent. Let's compete and see who lasts longer in this first level region. If we both persist for 1 month, it's considered a draw, Qin Shao said.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since it's a bet, I wonder what the wager is?" Qin Shao said, "The loser will pay the winner the points to enter the sword tomb next time." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Small gambling is entertaining. Big gambling is harmful. Hoo-hoo, this idea is not bad." Qin Shao's expression turned stiff, recalling the matter of Jia Chong and Yi Yuan betting, losing his entire fortune. This matter already became a laughingstock among their batch of students.
Presumably, Jia Chong would have headaches because of points for a very long period of time.
At that time, he also thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure. He did not expect that Yi Yuan casually charged to 18 scale lines.
It was precisely because of this round that it made him have immense dread toward Yi Yuan.
Go! Qin Shao leaped and directly entered the sword tomb. Yi Yuan was not slow either, following closely behind. Upon entering the sword tomb, it was as if entering another world. A world of swords. Chi! 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 Caught unprepared. Yi Yuan immediately had several holes opened up on his body. Countless chaotic sword law fragments flooded within this space.
Qin Shao was not much better than Yi Yuan either. Although he was not immediately injured, he was kept busy too.
What powerful sword laws!
Every sword here probably has a story. In this place, they repel each other but formed an organic whole.
This place is really a superb place to comprehend the sword, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Swish! Another sword law sliced past, nicking a cut on Yi Yuan's face.
On the other side, Qin Shao already brought out his sword, dancing airtight, and started clashing with those sword laws. Qin Shao's strength was indeed powerful. It was only to see sword energy crisscrossed around him and was actually almost on par with these sword laws. Kid, if you still don't draw your sword, you'll be dismembered by a flurry of swords by these sword laws, Dustless warned. But Yi Yuan looked in Qin Shao's direction as if deep in thought.
Rejecting these sword laws outside the door, how to comprehend the sword?
I want to
test the swords with my body, Yi Yuan said. Dustless could not help choking when he heard that. He said, "You lunatic."
Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Only through madness one can achieve greatness."
Chi, chi, chi.
Those sword laws were not the slightest bit courteous, lurking behind streaks of sword scars on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art frenziedly, repairing those streaks of sword marks.
Yi Yuan discovered that this was a violent world of swords. Comprehending swords here was different from comprehending cultivation methods and martial techniques.
Each sword here, each sword law fragment, they were all the condensation of a martial artist's lifelong painstaking effort.
For Yi Yuan to want to learn the strengths of everyone and create a sword Dao belonging to himself, he had to go and understand these laws of sword.
Confronting these sword laws like Qin Shao, one would forever be unable to comprehend where the true meaning of these sword laws lay.
Hence, he chose to test the swords with his body. Want to learn how to beat people, one had to first learn how to take a beating. It was this logic. Although the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art was strong, the sword laws here were too many and too strong. Yi Yuan's expenditure would become greater and greater, and his wounds would also be deeper and deeper. Time passed day by day. Qin Shao's consumption also became greater and greater, gradually falling short.
I heard that the first time the previous season's top dog entered the sword tomb, the result was 23 days. I've already persisted for 26 days. This result is already very good, right? Yi Yuan's true combat power definitely can't handle this, so he must have long failed to hold out already, right?
Qin Shao thought. The sword laws here were too powerful. After it started, Qin Shao could not pay attention to Yi Yuan, devoting all his attention to dealing with them. Yi Yuan's first round and third round's performance in the test were very astonishing. But the second round was relatively ordinary.
Hence, Qin Shao determined that Yi Yuan's true combat strength should be poor.
In a blink, Qin Shao persisted 26 days, already reaching the point where a lamp's fire was dying and oil ran dry.
Continuing to hold on, he would be dismembered by a flurry of swords.
Qin Shao leaped and withdrew from the sword tomb. His figure had just steadied itself when his eyes suddenly turned intent. Yi Yuan was actually still in the sword tomb. Swish! A ray of sword energy directly hewed open a tear on Yi Yuan's body, deep until bones could be seen. Yi Yuan's body was long stained by fresh blood already. This guy, how in the world did he do it? Could it be that these 26 days, he stalled it out like this? A look of disbelief revealed in Qin Shao's gaze. He was very clear about these sword energies' might. Even if it was him, if he was like Yi Yuan, he absolutely could not persist 3 days too. But Yi Yuan actually hung on for a full 26 days. This guy wouldn't be doing it in order to win the points for entering the sword tomb next time, right? No, absolutely impossible. Qin Shao's first reaction was that Yi Yuan was trying to win against him. But very soon, he denied this idea of Yi Yuan. Although he did not know much about Yi Yuan, he could feel that Yi Yuan absolutely would not do such a thing for the sake of this kind of lame reason. Moreover, Yi Yuan's points were not few. Qin Shao's expression was very ugly. He did not expect that he actually lost in such a way.
Yi Yuan, you already won, Qin Shao said in a clear voice.
However, Yi Yuan seemingly could not hear his words at all, and still forcefully held on. Qin Shao could sense that Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but he could not figure out what the hell Yi Yuan was hanging in there for.
Continuously enduring the swords like this, could it be that it was helpful towards cultivation? Qin Shao felt that apart from aggravating his injuries, there were no benefits at all.
He did not leave right away but quietly watched Yi Yuan outside. He discovered that the speed Yi Yuan's fleshy body recovered was very fast. Although this speed got slower and slower, Qin Shao could still sense it. Qin Shao knew that Yi Yuan relied on this skill to hold out until now. Yi Yuan doing so definitely has a deep meaning to it. This guy is really hard to fathom. It looks like I was too arrogant in the past. This Yi Yuan might very likely be my greatest opponent in the future. Qin Shao thought.
On the 30th day, Yi Yuan dragged his injury-laden body and walked out of the sword tomb's first-level region.
Heh, what did I tell you guys? With your current strength, going in is equivalent to courting death. There won't be any harvests at all. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan, who was covered in injuries. His facial expression was filled with mockery.
This kind of student who overestimated their own ability, he had seen plenty and did not have any sympathy.
He already warned previously, so who was to blame for not listening to the warning?
Qin Shao passed his academy token to Zhao Qin and said, "Sword Tomb. Please help me deduct the points for entering the sword tomb once and write it on Yi Yuan's token."
In the academy, this kind of deduction method could be seen everywhere and did not have anything strange.
Of course, the prerequisite was that one took the initiative to request.
Zhao Qin froze and immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Heh, you all are new and still don't know how valuable points are living in the academy, right?" Qin Shao gave Zhao Qin a glance and explained, "I lost a bet to him. He persisted for a whole month in the sword tomb's first level. This is the wager."
With Qin Shao's personality, he originally could not be bothered to explain. But no idea why, he still explained it unbeknownst to gods and ghosts.
Hearing Qin Shao's explanation, Zhao Qin got a shock. What? He persisted like this for a month? Impossible. It was no wonder that Zhao Qin was surprised. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, persisting inside for a month, he would long have been dismembered by a flurry of swords. How could it be possible to come out alive? Many weak students all went in to challenge it, and then they came out to get treatment for a few days after being hurt by the sword energies. After their injuries healed, they would enter again, rinse and repeat like this. Zhao Qin thought that Yi Yuan receiving such heavy injuries, it must have been the case like the others, entering the sword tomb, leaving with injuries, entering again, and repeating the cycle. He thought this was God knows how many times Yi Yuan already attempted this. But Qin Shao said that Yi Yuan just kept on persisting inside for a month. Qin Shao was disdainful to explain too much. He had his pride and just said indifferently, "Senior apprentice brother, please help me to deduct the points." Ah? Oh. Zhao Qin's entire person was still in the midst of shock. Being told like this by Qin Shao, only then did he deduct Qin Shao's 20 points and put it down on Yi Yuan's token. Finishing with these, Qin Shao said to Yi Yuan, "When is the next time you're coming?" Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Why? Still want to compete?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "There's no point to compete again. Next time I can definitely last 30 days. I just want to take a look at what on earth you're trying to do." Yi Yuan smiled and said, If barring no accidents, half a month later." Qin Shao nodded his head and said, "Okay. Half a month later. I'll come again." Qin Shao was just about to leave when a person came from head-on. Seeing the arrival, Qin Shao's expression changed, and he bowed and said, "I've seen big brother Qin Tian." Qin Tian's expression was frosty. No joy nor sorrow on his face. Seeing Qin Shao greeted him, he nodded and said, "Heard that you obtained the top dog position this time?" Zhao Qin's expression turned stiff, and he looked at Qin Shao in surprise. He did not think that this guy was actually the top dog this time. Since he was the top dog, Qin Shao's strength could be imagined. But he actually lost to this middle-stage grotto profound? How was this possible? Zhao Qin suddenly discovered that his mind was somewhat in a mess. Qin Shao seemed to be rather fearful toward this Qin Tian, and immediately said respectfully, "Not bad." Qin Tian nodded. He said, "Work hard, and in the future, my Qin family will definitely have a place for you." "Yes, big brother Qin Tian. Younger brother will definitely work hard," Qin Shao replied. Then Qin Tian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan at this time. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Stay further away from that punk. He's a dead man sooner or later." These words that Qin Tian suddenly said made everyone stunned. Qin Shao's expression was very confused, uncertain what in the world happened. Yi Yuan's face fell. A cold light flashed in his eyes too. Very clearly, this Qin Tian meant the incident at the Clearwind in that day. It was just that this Qin Tian was too crazy, simply looking down on everything. In his eyes, he already sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Qin Tian had no intention of explaining. Handing the academy token to Zhao Qin, he said, "The 11th level, 5 times." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent again. He did not expect that Qin Tian's strength was actually so strong. Those able to make it to the 11th level were basically all that strongest batch in the academy. Zhao Qin hurriedly helped Qin Tian swipe the token, then handed it back respectfully, thickened his face and said, "Senior apprentice brother Qin Tian, it's already done." Qin Tian nodded slightly, received the token, and directly entered the sword tomb. Only then did Qin Shao come to his senses, but he discovered that Yi Yuan already dragged his heavily wounded body and left step by step. His brows furrowed together, unable to figure out how Yi Yuan provoked big brother Qin Tian. But being eyed by big brother Qin Tian, Yi Yuan most likely could not escape this calamity. In Qin Shao's eyes, he was already matchless among peers. It was true that Jia Chong's strength was strong, but Qin Shao's disparity with Jia Chong would only grow wider and wider. But the feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was completely different. He had a feeling that Yi Yuan was bound to be a formidable foe of his in the future. He needed such a powerful adversary. Finally, Qin Shao sighed and slowly left.
Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view rather sympathetically and shook his head and said, "This kid seems to be rather extraordinary. It's too bad that he provoked senior apprentice brother Qin Tian." "Goodness me, my ancestor. How did you get injured like this? Who did this?" "Your brother. I will help you to take revenge." Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Xiejingyi's entire person jumped up. Yi Yuan said feebly, "Enough crap. Quickly help me in." Xiejingyi hurriedly went up and helped Yi Yuan into the residence. After returning to the residence, Yi Yuan swallowed 2 divine-grade medicinal pills before his injuries were gradually brought under control. But the injuries this time were indeed rather heavy. Without 8 to 10 days, he could forget about recovering. Seeing Yi Yuan's condition turned a little better, Xiejingyi said, "I say, it's only been a few days of not seeing you. So how did you end up like this?" Yi Yuan said huffily, "Cultivating in the sword tomb. Didn't I tell you?" Xiejingyi's neck involuntarily shrunk and he said in surprise, "No way, right? Your way of cultivation is too dangerous." "How is this cultivation? This is totally playing with life. Lord Fatty, I still want to live a few days more. Better don't go." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy and ask you about something. "Do you know who Qin Tian is?" He should be a Qin family's person." Xiejingyi looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and said, "No way, right? You actually don't even know who Qin Tian is." Yi Yuan said with a curious look, "Is he very famous? Why must I know him?" Xiejingyi looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at an alien and said, "More than just famous. It's too famous, very famous. In the entire Wu Meng capital city, virtually no one doesn't know him. Okay?" Yi Yuan's brows creased, discovering that he seemed to have been eyed by some remarkable guy. Xiejingyi continued explaining. "Back then, Qin Tian was only 30 years old, being just at the middle stage grotto profound realm. He obtained that session's top dog. 150 years old, he already passed the personal disciple test and became City Lord's personal disciple. Now, virtually all of Wu Meng capital city's people feel that he can become the first powerhouse to break through to the Divine Lord realm in 100,000 years. Do you think he's famous or not?" Wu Meng capital city already did not have Divine Lord realm powerhouses appearing for over 100,000 years. Qin Tian was the one with the greatest likelihood. No wonder someone as proud as Qin Shao would be so respectful toward this big brother too. In Yi Yuan's impression, Qin Shao was a very prideful person. Such a person, even if that person was his big brother, he absolutely would not behave so humbly too. It turned out that Qin Tian actually had such high status in Wu Meng capital city. "Why, you saw Qin Tian? Quickly tell me, he's my idol," Xiejingyi said excitedly. Qin Tian was not just Xiejingyi's idol, he was also Wu Meng capital city's countless young talents' idol. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "I've seen him, but this encounter wasn't pleasant." Xiejingyi's expression changed, and he said, "No way, right? How did you provoke Qin Tian?" Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Not that I provoked him, it was him who provoked me." He recounted the situation of meeting Qin Tian today, as well as the incident of slapping Qin Peiyu back then. Xiejingyi's expression became increasingly uglier. He let out a long sigh and said, "Oh, you were also too eager." "I know that lass. She's Qin Tian's biological sister. In Wu Meng capital city, no one dares to provoke, so what did you provoke her for?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Why? Are you regretting walking together with me now? You can still make it if you draw a clear line with me right now." The moment Xiejingyi heard these words, he immediately jumped out and shouted, "Yi Yuan, what do you take me, Xiejingyi, as? I, Xiejingyi, am a person who repays debts of gratitude. You're my brother, so your enemy is my enemy. Starting from today, I, Xiejingyi, am irreconcilable with the Qin family." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo, cracking a joke, so agitated for what? It hasn't reached the point of a life and death struggle." Only seeing Yi Yuan like so did Xiejingyi's expression become a little better. He said unhappily, "Although I, Xiejingyi, am somewhat not serious, I never make this kind of joke." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Haha, got it. I was wrong, okay? but you have got to work hard on cultivating too. Jia Chong isn't to be trifled with. If you don't have some capability, you'll be screwed very badly by him in the future.
The moment this joke was made, the atmosphere appeared rather awkward.
The two people chatted for a while more and Xiejingyi took his leave. You did it on purpose? The moment Xiejingyi left, Dustless's voice sounded out.
MN, I understand too little about him and don't have a life-and-death relationship. Placing such a person by my side is equivalent to installing a ticking time bomb. Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly. Although he helped Xiejingyi before, his relationship with Xiejingyi was very shallow.
During the test, he only felt that this little fatty was rather interesting and also very kind-looking. That was why he would make a move to help. As for very deep friendship, there wasn't any in Yi Yuan's heart.
In his previous life, Ji Kanglin's betrayal made Yi Yuan especially careful when making friends. Unless it was like Luo Jian with a life-and-death relationship with Yi Yuan, then he would lay his heart bare to the other party. Since Xiejingyi expressed good feelings toward the Qin family, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to put a time bomb by his side. MN, we may know a man's exterior, but not his heart. You doing so is not wrong either, Dustless said. Half a month later, Yi Yuan showed up in the sword tomb once more. What surprised him was that Qin Shao still came. Yi Yuan lightly swept him a glance and directly entered the sword tomb.
Qin Tian's attitude already ascertained that he and Qin Shao could only be enemies. In the sword tomb's first level, Yi Yuan continued his masochistic cultivation. Qin Shao's brows furrowed slightly. After looking for a while, he entered too. This time, Qin Shao's strength was clearly more than a level stronger than the last time.
Facing the all-pervasive sword Dao laws, Qin Shao dealt with them much easier. For 30 days' time, he held on effortlessly. On the contrary, Yi Yuan was covered all over with wounds and scars by sword Dao laws once again. When Yi Yuan returned this time, little fatty Xiejingyi indeed did not come over to see him. Regarding this, Yi Yuan just dismissed it with a smile. Ever since then, inside the sword tomb's first level, there was an additional masochistic lunatic. Every time he came out of the sword tomb, he was dripping with fresh blood. In a blink, a year's time almost passed. During this time, a major incident happened in the sword tomb.
Senior apprentice brother Qin Tian cleared the 11th level.
My God, how many years has it been since someone cleared the 11th level in the Wu Meng Academy? The last one to clear the 11th level is still Senior Zhuang Hao, right? Heh, he was the previous powerhouse who broke through to the Divine Lord realm. Looks like senior apprentice brother Qin Tian breaking through to the Divine Lord realm is a sure bet.
Yeah, the things that happened for so many years, not one did not foreshadow that he's going to step into the Divine Lord realm. At this time, the lobby outside the sword tomb was already packed with people. From the lobby's light screen, they could clearly see everything that happened in the sword tomb.
Yi Yuan did not have an accurate understanding of the sword tomb's 11th level. Those able to make it to the 11th level were all geniuses among geniuses. After Qin Tian, there was a large batch of people at the 10th level.
But the 11th level only had 3 people.
Now, Qin Tian made it past the 11th level and entered the 12th level. He already shook the rest far behind him. More importantly, it had already been 100,000 years since anyone cleared the 11th level.
Zhuang Hao's final result was the 13th level. Qin Tian was already very close to this level. At this instant, Qin Tian became the god in everyone's hearts and eyes. Zhao Qin, who's that kid, so pitiful? Suddenly, someone noticed the Yi Yuan who was currently getting abused in the first level and asked Zhao Qin.
Zhao Qin gave a look. Discovering that it was Yi Yuan, his face revealed a disdainful smile and said, "Him? Just a fool. Already soaked in the first level for a year. Each time he comes, he's abused brutally, without any improvement at all." This season's top dog, Qin Shao, who came in together with him, had long entered the 2nd level half a year ago.
Dear me, this is also too wretched.
Being hit by so much sword energy and actually still not dead, it's also considered a kind of ability, said the person. Zhao Qin smiled and said, "Haha, true. I suspect that he's training a masochistic skill. This guy, it's really not easy if you want to kill him."
Zhao Qin's words made everyone roar with laughter.
Suddenly, someone gave a shout. You guys, look! What is that kid doing? Everyone looked and discovered that Yi Yuan actually sat down and casually pulled up a sword that was buried straight in the ground, muttering something under his breath. This scene made everyone in the lobby quieten down, their eyes showing disbelief. How did he do it? Why didn't those swords react? Is my eyesight failing? There's actually someone who touched a sword and can still stand there safe and sound. At the sword tomb's first level, Yi Yuan lightly caressed the sword. He said with vicissitudes of emotion, I know that you all have unwillingness in your hearts, and that's why you would bury your swords here. You all rest assured. I, Yi Yuan, will bring your thoughts and seek the great Tao. What's happening?
In the crowd, an authoritative voice suddenly sounded out. Everyone gave a sidelong glance. It was actually Qin Tian. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan but did not realize that the Qin Tian, who had just completed a grand feat, already exited the sword tomb who knows when. When he successfully cleared the 11th level, he knew that the entire academy would be shocked because of it. However, Qin Tian was already used to this kind of surprise and astonishment long ago. To a true genius, enjoying these was natural and right. It was just that after he came out, he discovered that things were not as he expected.
Everyone was indeed in shock, but the way of shock was somewhat different. Logically speaking, he was everyone's focal point. When he came out, everyone should immediately react to it, then shout and jump with jubilant cheers with all kinds of felicitations.
But after he came out, he discovered that not a single person was paying attention to him.
Ah, it's Senior Apprentice Brother Qin Tian.
Senior Apprentice Brother Qin Tian, you look at that guy on the light screen.
Qin Tian's brows furrowed, looking towards the light screen rather curiously. He was very curious about what thing could overshadow the light of him clearing the 11th level. Qin Tian was not someone who fished for fame. It was just that he was used to the light halo of the main character and used to being marveled at by everyone.
Now, these exclamations were gone, he was not quite used to it, and it was not very comfortable.
When Yi Yuan's figure came into his view, Qin Tian's gaze suddenly turned intent. How long has it been? Qin Tian said solemnly. Zhao Qin said cautiously, already been an hour. Senior Apprentice Brother Qin Tian. What to do here? What else can you do?
Report to the academy and invite a teacher over. Yi Yuan wrecked the sword tomb and should be punished for this crime. Qin Tian said solemnly.
Zhao Qin gave an ah and hurriedly said, I'll invite Teacher Fan over right now. Finished talking, Zhao Qin took out a talisman and directly transmitted the sudden turn of events here over. In Wu Meng Academy, any sword in the sword tomb could not be pulled out. Otherwise, the consequences would be very severe. As long as someone pulled out a sword, all of the swords in the entire level would unleash an attack at him. This attack was on a completely different level from those law fragment attacks. Even with Qin Tian's present strength, after pulling out a sword in the first level, it's also certain death. In Wu Meng Academy's history, there were quite a number of people who pulled out a sword in the heat of the moment, but no one was able to survive. And wanting to succeed in clearing the round, one had to burst past the blockade of 100 flying swords. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan's actions would arouse such a huge reaction, resulting in everyone throwing the matter of Qin Tian clearing the 11th round to the back of their minds.
If it were someone else, Qin Tian would not be to the extent of being so furious either.
But that person was Yi Yuan, a person already sentenced to death by him. Before long, Teacher Fan came to the sword tomb.
Seeing Yi Yuan on the light screen, his expression could not help changing, and he said, how did he do it?
Could it be that something went wrong with the sword tomb's first level? Qin Tian went forward and said, Teacher Fan, it's said that this sword tomb has already existed for as long as 1,000,000 years. This kind of abnormality has never appeared before. Currently, Yi Yuan probably ruined the sword tomb's first level's order with some kind of method.
That's why it would be like this.
Teacher Fan nodded and said, what Qin Tian said makes sense. I'll go in and take a look at the situation first. If he really wrecked the first level's order, I'll definitely behead without mercy.
Finished talking, Teacher Fan turned right around and entered the sword tomb's first level. You're called Yi Yuan?
What in the world did you do? to make this first level's sword all lose control? Teacher Fan questioned. However, Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear it at all and was still minding himself and saying things to the sword in his hand. Just like old friends of many years. Teacher Fan's face fell, and he gave a cold snort. His figure moved and swept into the sword tomb. However, right at the instant, his body just entered the boundary of the sword tomb. All of the first-level swords emitted a series of light humming. All of the swords were trembling incessantly, about to pull out of the ground. In virtually an instant, Teacher Fan's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Clank, clank. All of the swords pulled out of the ground and charged over toward Teacher Fan. Teacher Fan was an origin deity powerhouse and his strength was formidable. Seeing that he could not withdraw in time, a powerful surge of aura gushed out and welcomed those longswords. Boom. An enormous boom. Teacher Fan's figure retreated out of the sword burial ground's radius stumblingly. Repelling Teacher Fan, countless long swords danced in the air for a moment, and then all returned to their original places. Teacher Fan had a look of alarm. Regarding that scene just now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. His gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes full of disbelief. These swords did not lose control. Just now, if he went in a little deeper, it probably would not be that easy to come out. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious to the events that happened just now and still mumbled to himself. It was as if he was possessed. In the lobby, a commotion burst out long ago. The first-level swords did not lose control. Teacher Fan nearly succumbed too. My God, what in the world is going on? How can that kid be safe and sound inside? Why do I feel that those swords are all controlled by that kid? This isn't possible, right? Qin Tian looked at the light screen. His usually expressionless face had a rare display of a startled look. His feeling was the same as those guys, like, Yi Yuan controlled all of the swords in the first level. How in the world did this guy do it? Qin Tian was incomparably shocked in his heart. These several hundred years, as long as he had spare time, he would come to the sword tomb to comprehend the sword. However, he had never thought that one could control all of the first-level swords. These swords were all left behind by Wu Meng Academy's predecessors. Among them, some people's strengths later on were unimaginable. All of the sword's power added together was not what an individual's strength could resist at all. But Yi Yuan actually controlled all of the swords. No idea since when. Qin Shao was already among the crowd. He finally understood just what Yi Yuan's 1 year of crazed abuse was for. He was comprehending the sword. Except, this comprehension ability was a little too fearsome, right? Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan slowly got up, stuck that sword in his hand back in place, and walked out of the sword tomb. Seeing Teacher Fan, Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied and said with a bow, Disciple Yi Yuan has seen Teacher. Teacher Fan's expression was very odd. Yi Yuan also detected his peculiarity, and was somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan? You. What in the world did you do just now? Teacher Fan said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, Do what? Didn't Teacher saw it too? I was comprehending the sword. Comprehending the sword? Yi Yuan, don't act dumb anymore. You pulled out a sword just now. Teacher Fan said unhappily. Pulled out a sword? Yeah, I pulled out a sword earlier. Why could it be that the swords inside the sword tomb can't be pulled? Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. He really did not know. Teacher Fan could not help choking up and said solemnly, Those who pull a sword are bound to be attacked by all of the swords. Nobody has been able to survive. But why didn't these swords attack you? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, Maybe it's because I made friends with them? Hearing it sounded very perfunctory, but what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Teacher Fan naturally did not believe. It was just that when he entered the first level once more to investigate, he did not find anything either. Everything was normal. Although it felt very inconceivable, this matter could only be concluded without a conclusion. Yi Yuan carried on with his life. Resting for roughly 10 days or so, Yi Yuan planned on entering the sword tomb once more after that. When he just stepped out of the door, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the academy was bubbling with excitement. Everyone was running out of the academy. Heh! I really didn't expect it. There's actually still someone who dares to stroke the Qin family's whiskers in this Wu Meng capital city. Is he tired of living? Kidnapping Qin Peiyu, that demoness. To think this guy can really think of that. How great an enmity does this punk have with the Qin family? If he kidnapped, then kidnapped. But to actually still want to drag her to Wu Meng Plaza to hang up and bet. Isn't it offending the Qin family to the bitter end? Oh, right, what's that punk called? Seems to be this season's newbie. Right? MN, they say he's called Xie. A grown man actually has such a girly name. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's footsteps abruptly stopped, his scalp tingling. 1 year plus went by in a twinkle. Yi Yuan devoted his heart and soul into comprehending sword Dao laws and virtually already forgot this name. But now, this name entered his life once again, but it was in such a manner. What the hell did this little fatty do? Yi Yuan understood very quickly he was doing it for him to see. This guy wanted to express his true feelings to Yi Yuan through this matter, proving that he and Yi Yuan were standing on the same thread. It was just that this way of doing things was a little too overboard, right? Smacking the Qin family's face in front of everyone in the city, this was simply courting death. This aggro point was absolutely maxed out. Yi Yuan did not dare to dawdle. His figure could be seen speeding swiftly heading outside the academy. Along the way, Yi Yuan thought about a lot. In this 1 year plus, little fatty probably did nothing at all and put all his energy into tracking Qin Peiyu. With the Qin family's strength, after Yi Yuan slapped Qin Peiyu into a pig's head last time, the Qin family would definitely send an even stronger guard to protect her. Little fatty's strength was not high. Wanting to kidnap Qin Peiyu under the Qin family's house guard's eyelids. This difficulty could be imagined. He did not expect that he actually succeeded. Yi Yuan was somewhat self-reproaching at this time. Back then, he made wild conjectures. He did not expect that it pushed little fatty to such a perilous position. Furthermore, after little fatty kidnapped Qin Peiyu, he did not take care of her in private, but kidnapped her to the Wu Meng Plaza. This was having completely no leeway with the Qin family anymore. The reason why little fatty did this was probably afraid that Yi Yuan still could not set his mind at ease, thinking that he and the Qin family were intentionally acting out a show for Yi Yuan to see. Stirring the matter up so big was intentional on little fatty's part. It was to not save himself a path of retreat. Yi Yuan really did not know what to say. Little fatty had a profligate juvenile appearance all day long, but when doing things, he was as timid as a mouse. Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually had such a staunch and moral side in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure was like lightning, speeding in the direction of the Wu Meng Plaza. This matter caused a stir in the entire city. On the streets were all traffic flow heading in that direction. In Yi Yuan's impatience, he chose some small alleys to pass through. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead, blocking Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan, you didn't expect it, right? I've already waited very long for this day. I even thought that you can hide in the academy all your life, Jia Chong said with a cold smile. He kept staring at Yi Yuan's movements. When Yi Yuan went out of the academy, he immediately caught up. Private fights were forbidden in Wu Meng Academy, prohibiting students from killing each other. But this rule was only limited to within the academy. Leaving the academy, life and death were one's own responsibility. Ever since the entrance examination, Jia Chong's days have been arduous. The 0 points him found it hard to take a single step in the academy. Clearing challenges required expending points, but he did not even have 1 point. Challenging others were not fools either and would not accept the challenge. In this 1 year, Jia Chong virtually spent it in the midst of performing missions. Doing missions needed time and energy. With his realm and strength, he could not accept any high-difficulty missions at all. Accumulating for a year's time, Jia Chong finally amassed 60 to 70 points. This 1 year plus could virtually be said to be wasted. Looking at Su Yuezhang, Xianxia, those people all caught up from behind. He was really burning with anxiety. All this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Hence, he had always been paying attention to Yi Yuan's movements. Today, he finally got the chance. Seeing Jia Chong, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you don't wish to seek death, scram." Jia Chong was tickled the moment he heard and said mockingly, "Your bit of strength also dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you think that today is still taking the test?" Right now, are you in a hurry to go and save that damn fatty?
Hey, don't need to go anymore. He dared to provoke the Qin family, so he's dead for sure.
And you, Yi Yuan, the humiliation that you brought to me, I'm gonna claim it back with interest today. You'll likewise die without a doubt today. You and that damn fatty can have company on the road to hell. Yi Yuan was worried about little fatty and nervous with worry in the first place. Yet, this Jia Chong ran over to slam onto the spearhead. He smiled coldly and said, "Fool!
You don't even understand your enemy and dare to run over to kill people?
Since you're seeking death yourself, then I don't mind sending you off too." Jia Chong's expression changed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. He had not drawn his sword yet, and his entire person was frozen. Gue Yun's figure appeared before his eyes. Jia Chong's eyes stared at Gue Yun like wide saucers. Jia Chong never thought that a late-stage 2-star evil spirit actually followed by Yi Yuan's side. He suddenly felt that he was simply foolish to the extreme. It was really as Yi Yuan said. He did not even figure out how many trump cards his enemy had and came over to kill people without due consideration. If this was not dumb, what was it then?
But right at this time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky.
Gue Yun's expression changed, his figure retreating explosively.
2 figures flashed out and blocked in front of Jia Chong.
Yi Yuan, he doesn't know your ins and outs, but I know. So this time, I invited a helper over. The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan's sworn enemy Wang Song.
By his side, he even brought along a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. You're Yi Yuan?
I've already prepared for a full year in order to wait for you.
Today, I can finally complete the mission, said the grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse.
Ever since that time, Qin Nantian sent a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse for Wang Song's dispatch. The objective was naturally in order to finish off Yi Yuan. With him dealing with Gue Yun, Yi Yuan was dead beyond a doubt.
When Jia Chong saw this, he could not resist laughing and said, "Ha, Yi Yuan, the people that you offended are really not few.
You, this kind of person, even if I don't kill you, you're hard-pressed to escape the calamity too." Yi Yuan looked at Jia Chong as if looking at a fool and said with a cold sneer, "Fool!
The people that I offended are quite a few, but my friends are not few either.
Just the likes of a fool like you also wish to kill me."
Yi Yuan suddenly shouted, "Come on out."
Could it be that you'll only come out after I'm killed by them?